Rebuilding the Immortal Cultivation family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1151, Breaking the Situation. Give up and tell me who ordered you, and I'll spare your life, Zhang Fengwu pronounced with a cold look. Don't even think about committing suicide, unless you intend to wipe out your soul and leave only a little innate spiritual light to reincarnate. Otherwise you will be trapped in the soul lamp for 1,000 years and be burned by the soul fire. When the casual cultivator heard this, his face turned pale in an instant, and he looked up at her with horror in his eyes. He did have the idea of committing suicide to keep it secret, but as soon as he said this, he didn't dare to do it again. The whole person suddenly became extremely depressed and said, I am willing to go back with you, but I'm afraid the Li family can't save my life. You don't need to worry about this. A dark light flashed in Zhang Fengwu's eyes, and he sealed the casual cultivator's Danshan and soul in the air, and then Daquing stepped forward and locked him in his own small world. The small world can accommodate living things, but the laws are incomplete. If there are too many living things, it will bring too much pressure to the small world, so under normal circumstances, they will not do this. But since this person has already given such a clear warning, Daquing can't care too much and just think of a way to save his life. In fact, Zhang Fengwu, Daquing, and others all have the answer in their hearts as to who is targeting the family. After all, apart from Beihong sect and Dongyan sect, there are no other fairyland forces near Shanhai's Hao, and there are only these two families with conflicts. Combined with what this person said just now, it can only be Dongyan sect. In fact, after Zhaoqing and Xiaocan broke through to the level of scattered immortals, the Li family had already prepared themselves to be suppressed by Dongyan sect. After all, Dongyan sect has been doing these small tricks in secret for a long time, but they didn't expect them to use this method. Daquing took the scattered cultivator back to Wangsun Mountain alone, and the others continued to squat in secret, waiting for other scattered cultivators to fall into the trap. However, after those scattered cultivators knew that their companions were captured, they immediately realized the danger and disappeared immediately, not daring to show up again. Everyone, what should we do now? Continue to attack the Li family and wear down the Li family's power, or withdraw as soon as possible? In a hidden deep cave somewhere, 7 or 8 scattered immortals gathered here to discuss the next action. In my opinion, we should retreat as soon as possible. The Li family is powerful and we are no match for them. Are we going to die in vain? Yes, 2 tigers are fighting, why should we get involved? Let's quit while we are ahead, 2 or 3 people immediately echoed, obviously unwilling to take risks. But we have already participated, how can we withdraw if we want to? Do you really think that the family in the south is a gentleman? Another person sighed and said helplessly, and we have received a lot of benefits in advance. If you want to blame them for being greedy and agreeing to the deal with Dongyan sect. Now that the mission has not been completed, they want to retreat, but Dongyan sect will not agree. It's neither advancing nor retreating. Can we just waste time here? The cave immediately became quiet, and everyone was thinking hard, hoping to find a way to survive. Why don't we just run away? The world is so big, where can't we hide? Even if that family is powerful, it's impossible for them to cross thousands of miles to hunt us down, right? Everyone was quite tempted. The only thing they had to worry about was whether Dongyan sect would send people to kill us on the way. If we run away separately, they won't be able to deduce the secrets of heaven for us and find out our whereabouts. Great, several people agreed. They were put together temporarily and didn't know each other well, so they had their own plans and didn't trust each other. They were worried about being betrayed on the way to escape, so they might as well act separately. As for whether they can survive, it depends on their luck and ability. The party ended immediately and flew in all directions. Humph. This group of casual cultivators are really unfaithful and ungrateful. Do you really think that the sect has no defense against you? A casual immortal of Dongyan sect lurking among the casual cultivators said to himself in a cold voice. Whether they were doing it to survive or for other reasons, when they accepted the commission of Dongyan sect, they were destined to have only one ending, that is death. Dongyan sect would not allow outsiders who knew that they were plotting against the Li family to live in the world, which would greatly damage their image. Therefore, those scattered cultivators who fled in fear did not fly far, but fell directly in the air one by one, without any resistance, and died suddenly and directly. Even when they traded with Donggyun sect, they were very cautious and guarded against certain curses in their bodies. But they, who were scattered cultivators, could not imagine that the Donggyun sect, a powerful force that has been passed down for thousands of years, recorded so many strange and unpredictable secrets and magical powers. However, Donggyun sect could not imagine that the means they thought were foolproof did not work on one person. That person was Kang Song, a scattered cultivator captured alive by the Li family. What he said was not that he had noticed that Donggyun sect had already arranged something in his body, but he wanted to use the words of implicit threat to seek a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, Zhang Fengwu did not give him this opportunity at all, and directly asked King to lock him up in the small world. However, Zhang Song did not have a good ending. He had killed many members of the Li family. How could they leave him? As for the power that bought them off, it was not surprising that it was the Donggyun sect. The Donggyun sect relied on its own strength to force us to swallow these secret calculations, but I am unwilling to let it go like this. Yes, if the Donggyun sect continues like this, the loss to the family will be too great. Why don't we learn from the Donggyun sect and go to Donggyuan how to stir things up so that they don't have the extra energy to take care of these things? As soon as this was said, several people immediately spoke up to object. This method won't work. It's too risky. If we are caught, the two sides will really tear each other apart, which the family can never accept. That's right, we shouldn't take such a risk, several more cautious and prudent members of the family echoed. Then what do you think we should do if the situation gets worse? There are already a lot of independent cultivators who have fled the family territory because the fairy city and the market were destroyed, the clan member who first proposed the risk said, and if we can't solve this situation as soon as possible, I'm afraid that a large number of independent cultivators will flee again. Even if we can pacify it by then, the family's income will drop sharply because so many independent cultivators have fled, and it will be difficult to attract so many independent cultivators back afterwards. From this aspect, the family's losses will probably not be too small. Have you never thought that after capturing Kang Song, the other independent cultivators will worry about their own safety and dare not act? As soon as these words came out, the scene was silent. They really didn't think about this aspect, because they felt that Donggyun sect would not let them retreat easily, and they must make full use of their people. Then let's see what the independent cultivators do next, and then consider other problems. Okay, anyway, they couldn't think of any other way now. But unexpectedly, the independent cultivators really disappeared next, as if they had completely disappeared, which made everyone in the Li family breathe a sigh of relief. However, the Donggyun sect's methods are more than just this. Just half a month later, several scattered immortals appeared in the west of Shanhaizhou, openly occupying a large piece of land and no longer submitting to the Li family. Almost all of the more than 3,000 miles of land in the westernmost part of Shanhaizhou were occupied, and the Li family's luck fell immediately. In an instant, Zhang Fengwu and others realized that it was the Donggyun sect that was making trouble behind the scenes. Those scattered cultivators who don't know how to live or die, this time we must teach them a lesson, Zhao King shouted angrily, wishing to kill those scattered cultivators immediately. However, he hated the Donggyun sect the most, but the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he couldn't do it, which made him more and more frustrated and depressed. No matter what, we must never let this happen. We must use thundering means to deter others and make them feel afraid. Everyone agreed with his statement and made a decision as quickly as possible. The four scattered immortals King Sun, King Peng, King Kang, and Moon all took action. Only Zhang Fengwu and Li Mingyao were left in the Wangsun mountain. Without further ado, the four of them boarded the cloud boat that night and headed west with a group of clansmen. As a result, the next day, Li Mingyao received a communication talisman from the Donggyun sect, saying that there was a great opportunity for him. Humph, without thinking too much, Li Mingyao knew what they were up to, but because of his character and because he wanted to know the inside story, he used the sound transmission talisman to tell his family and opened the entrance to the bottom of the mountain where his original body was. Honored God, you are the master of the earth with a radius of thousands of miles, but now you can only be trapped here in frustration. Are you willing? Have you ever thought about breaking through the shackles and walking freely? As soon as the cultivator saw him, he took the initiative to scare him and facilitate the subsequent negotiations. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Mingyao was entrenched here and did not take any extra actions because he was afraid of the strength of the Li family. In fact, it was not the case. It was entirely because his real body was too large, and his actions would inevitably cause earthquakes, so he was unwilling to act. Li Mingyao's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he asked, "So how do you want me to cooperate? What benefits do you plan to give me?" But the cultivator didn't expect Li Mingyao to be so direct. After a slight pause, he suddenly felt happy in his heart. In this way, his task would be easier to complete. The venerable god only needs to show his divine power at the cliff in the east in 5 days. By then, the Li family will have faced a strong enemy, and it will be impossible for him to deal with the venerable god. After the matter is done, the Li family's strength will drop sharply, and the venerable god will not have to be trapped here. As for the cost of asking the venerable god to take action, it is this mountain heart. How about it? Li Mingyao's heart tightened. He didn't expect that the Dongyun sect would take action this time to directly cause the family's strength to plummet. If there's a chance, it is not impossible to destroy the family. Thinking about King Sun and others just leaving the clan, this is obviously a plan of the Dongyun sect to lure the tiger away from the mountain. But even if they knew it in advance, the Li family would still make the same choice. There is no way. The Li family cannot let the 3,000 miles of land fall into the hands of others. Especially this is a very dangerous signal. Because if the Li family didn't use thunderous means to deal with those independent cultivators and give the world a strong deterrent, then remote areas would definitely follow suit. Why did you take action 5 days later? I wish I could deal with the Li family right away, Li Mingyao growled angrily, revealing a hint of urgency, but secretly inquired about more information. The sect has persuaded those forces in the sea area, and they plan to unite and drive the Li family from the coastal waters. In order to strengthen Li Mingyao's confidence, he also revealed a little information. Okay. I agree. Li Mingyao no longer hesitated after hearing this, and did not dare to inquire about the inside information too much, for fear of revealing any flaws and letting Dongyun sect have other defenses. After sending him away, Li Mingyao immediately used his external incarnation to tell Zhang Fengwu about this. It seems that Dongyun sect intends to complete the battle and use this method to weaken the strength of the Li family so that they no longer feel threatened. Zhang Fengwu's face was very ugly, but he became more and more calm, and began to consider various aspects of the problem. The Dongyun sect's action this time is not to attack us, the scattered immortals, but those clansmen who have not yet broken through, which will lead to lack of successors. I am afraid that no scattered immortals will be born for a long time. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Fengwu came up with this guess, which made the two people's faces even uglier. Because once the Dongyun sect's plan succeeds, the Li family will really have a gap in the inheritance of strength as they expected. What should we do now? Several spirit ancestors are on their way. If we use a few more 1,000-mile sound transmission notes, we may be able to tell them about this. Zhang Fengwu's mouth showed a bitterness, and said, but who will be in charge of the Wanling Sea area? In this case, she absolutely cannot leave Wongsun Mountain, because only when she is there can the full power of the mountain protection formation be exerted. I'll go, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded. Zhiruzu, the two shouted in surprise. They didn't expect that Li Zhirui, who was in seclusion, would come out at this time. Why did you break through? They did think about knocking on the gate and interrupting his practice, but they didn't expect Li Zhirui to come out by himself. When I was in seclusion, I suddenly felt a sense of fear and realized that something big might have happened in the outside world, so I decisively ended my seclusion. Fortunately, the most dangerous moment has not yet come. Li Zhirui's expression became serious, and he said, I can block the attacks of those forces in the sea area and protect the actions of my clansmen as much as possible, but I can't be led by the nose by the Dongyun sect. I must change the passive situation. So I plan to withdraw all the clansmen in the sea area and let those forces temporarily occupy the sea area, and what you have to do is to protect Wongsun Mountain with all your strength, and do your best to shrink your strength and not give the Dongyun sect any opportunity to take advantage of it. Zhang Fengwu's heart moved, and he said, are you planning to go to Dongyun Prefecture and look for opportunities to make trouble? So that the Dongyun sect can no longer deal with the family? Yes, only in this way can the family's crisis this time be resolved. Chapter 1152 Provocation. But now the world is peaceful, there is no war, everyone is recuperating and trying their best to recover. How do you plan to provoke conflict? Zhang Fengwu frowned and said with a worried look on his face, besides, the incident happened too coincidentally. Dongyun sect will definitely think of the family first. Will they invest more power to suppress the family at that time? As for Li Zhirui's safety, she doesn't have to worry. The secrets of heaven cannot be deduced, and the immortals are not his opponents. What's more, he can hide in this small world for temporary refuge, and he has some special means of life-saving. Zhang Fengwu didn't know about the portable space, but it was not difficult to guess that he was hiding a secret. Things are in the hands of people. The problems encountered by the family can only be solved by this method. The Li family is definitely not a match for the Donggyun sect. Instead, it will drag the family into the abyss. Hearing this, Zhang Fengwu didn't say anything more. She just asked Li Zhirui to come back as soon as possible if he saw that the matter failed, and she would protect the family's basic base. That is to say, with Wuxin Mountain as the center, the territory within a radius of 5,000 miles will never be lost, and it is not allowed to be lost. You know, the Li family has been developing this area for many years, and I don't know how much manpower, material resources, and financial resources have been invested, and how much benefit the family brings every year. Other distant and remote areas can be temporarily abandoned. Although it will also cause a blow to the Li family, it is far less serious than losing this land. It will really hurt the bones and hurt the foundation. After arranging the family's overall policy for the future, Li Zhirui went south alone at the fastest speed. Under the full speed, it only took a few days to arrive at the area south of Dongyuan's Hao. As soon as Li Zhirui entered here, he found a situation, that is, the creatures here are carved out and can only struggle to survive. After a little inquiry, he knew what caused it. At the beginning, the Sea Clan wanted to open up the inland water system and attack all coastal areas. Finally, they were led to Anjiazhao by the Donggyun school and the Yumenhe family, and one battle after another broke out here. Both sides went all out and showed no mercy. The battle was very fierce, and the sky was dark and the mountains and rivers were broken. Because this area was the dividing zone between the two major forces, and they had already suffered heavy losses, they naturally had no extra energy to help solve them. As a result, those problems have not been resolved until now. It happened that because of the appearance of the Ghost Clan, countless casualties occurred here, and a large amount of yin and death were deposited. A large number of ghost clans appeared, further compressing the living space of living beings. The immortal forces that were originally based here either died in the war or simply migrated away, leaving only a group of mortals struggling to survive. Li Zhirui, who originally planned to provoke the conflict between Donggyun school and Yumenhe family, suddenly brightened up after figuring out the special reasons for this place. He didn't have to go to great lengths to find something else. Just establishing a dynasty here would be enough to distract the energy of Donggyun school. Don't forget that Li Zhirui has the orthodox humane method passed down by the Dacian dynasty, and he even made a lot of efforts in the process of establishing the dynasty. So he could shorten the time of the dynasty's development as much as possible, and use a method of cooking oil with a raging fire to improve the dynasty's power as quickly as possible. Of course, this is not as simple as it sounds. No matter what, it will take decades to develop, and before it grows to a certain strength, it must not be discovered by the Donggyun sect. But distant water cannot quench nearby fire. Thoughts came to mind. Li Zhirui sighed helplessly. He still had to find a trouble for the Donggyun sect and involve their power. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of any good ideas, so he could only continue to explore and collect information around, trying to find a suitable way to disperse the power of the Donggyun sect as soon as possible. Finally, Li Zhirui set his sights on the Ghost Clan. After his careful investigation, he found that the Ghost Clan in the Wanjiazhao area had 2 human immortals sitting in charge, and there were more than a dozen scattered immortals under his command, and their strength was relatively strong. Moreover, it was directly adjacent to the Donggyun sect, and there were some contradictions between them. It would not be too abrupt to provoke trouble. Li Zhirui deduced in his mind and found that this was the best way, so he acted decisively. The best and quickest way is to have any important person die directly at the hands of the other party. So Li Zhirui prepared according to this plan, patiently collected information, and began to gather mortals scattered all over the place, migrated them to the mountains, and helped them build a dynasty hand in hand, unwilling to waste any time. And his luck was not bad. After only waiting for a month or two, a true disciple went south to gain experience. After getting the exact news, Li Zhirui lurked on the road he had to pass. There was no need to set traps. As long as the opponent entered the attack range, Li Zhirui would use his magical powers to attack fiercely. But it must be admitted that Qin Bachuan, who was able to become a true disciple in the Dongyun school with many outstanding disciples, was still relatively strong. Although the incident happened suddenly, he still protected himself as quickly as possible and started to fight back at the same time. How dare you sneak attack the sect's true teachings? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Dongyun sect? If you don't surrender, I will spare your life. A big force like the Dongyun sect has similar rules, whether for the purpose of protecting disciples or deterring others. Anyone who kills their own true teachings will be hunted down. Because being able to become a true teaching, to a certain extent, no longer requires too much fighting, but should increase knowledge, improve realm, and polish the heart of Taoism to prepare for subsequent breakthroughs. Of course, this rule is mainly to warn some creatures not to bully the weak. After all, they don't think that their true teachings will die at the hands of people of the same realm. Li Zhirui remained silent, but burst out with all his strength, intending to kill him as quickly as possible to avoid being discovered by others. Especially after the war. It will take some time to rearrange and disguise the battlefield to guide the Dongyun sect to suspect the Ghost Clan. In order to frame the Ghost Clan, Li Zhirui did not hide any power this time. Every attack brought the power of the world, just to be able to kill it as soon as possible. Bang! Half an hour after the war broke out, Qin Baochuan was seriously injured and his breath was mostly drained. Li Zhirui certainly would not miss such a good opportunity. He gritted his teeth and continued to squeeze the power of magic and the blessing of the world's power. His offensive became more crazy, just to seize this opportunity and kill him. Who are you? I am a true disciple of Dongyun sect, and I have an earth immortal ancestor. If you really kill me, Dongyun sect and the ancestor will never let you go. At this moment, Qin Baochuan's originally calm state of mind gave rise to a trace of fear, because he really felt the coming of death. But what he didn't know was that these words made Li Zhirui more determined to kill him. Originally, Li Zhirui was still worried that the weight of a true disciple might not be enough to cause a conflict between Dongyun sect and the Ghost Clan, but if this person was still a descendant of the Earth Immortal, then this possibility would be very high. Die? Li Zhirui's face became very ugly, because he had reached his limit after maintaining the strongest state for a long time. If Qin Baochuan is not taken down as soon as possible, this attack and frame-up will fail. But his plan still failed because the other party activated a defensive talisman of the Earth Immortal rank. HMPH, when Li Zhirui saw this scene, the breath in his heart suddenly dissipated completely. He groaned and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Don't be complacent, you won't be so lucky next time. After that, Li Zhirui planned to retreat. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave later. You want to leave now? Stay here. Qin Baochuan, who had been suppressed and beaten and had to use a precious life-saving talisman, how could he let Li Zhirui leave easily? Relying on the talisman to protect himself, he didn't need to defend at all and started to attack with all his strength. Puff! Li Zhirui was hit on the back without noticing for a moment, and the whole person flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a strong yin aura. I'll take note of this. Li Zhirui hurriedly tried to wipe off the blood, as if to destroy the evidence, and then took the opportunity to escape. Qin Baochuan was naturally unwilling, but the other party was too fast, and he could not catch up and had to give up. Yin Qi, he immediately thought of the ghost tribe not far to the south, because only in this way could he explain the blood with Yin Qi. As for the fact that the other party did not show a trace of Yin Qi during the battle, it should be to hide his identity. Ghost tribe. I'll take note of this. Let you live for a while. Li Zhirui, who was escaping, stopped after making sure that the other party did not catch up, and muttered, I acted so realistically in this scene, it shouldn't arouse his suspicion. It turned out that before he took action, he had considered what he would do if the person who came was stronger, or had some means of life-saving, and could not be cracked in a short time. The best way is to disguise himself as a ghost tribe. At that time, whether he can solve the Dongyun sect monks or not, he can leave some clues to make them suspicious. So before the ambush, Li Zhirui killed a ghost and used its Yin Qi to disguise his identity. Alice. I have to take good care of my injuries for the next period of time. In the previous battle, he really had been bursting out with all his strength. His meridians could not bear it, and he was really injured. Of course, when he was recovering, Li Zhirui would not be idle. When he had time, he would help the small dynasty in the mountains to grow. The best way was naturally to replenish the population. So for the next period of time, the main purpose of the dynasty was to bring more mortals to lay the foundation for future development. Qin Baochuan, who survived the strong attack, did not continue to go south. He wanted to take revenge as soon as possible. So after he returned to Donggyun sect, he began to vigorously publicize the noble's ill intentions and dared to attack the true disciples, and really wanted to kill him. How long has the ghost tribe been in Wanjiazhou? They have such wolfish ambitions. When they become stronger, they will definitely attack the sect. It is better to eliminate or drive them away while the nobles are not the strongest now. This is what Qin Bachuan spread everywhere after returning to Donggyun sect, hoping to attract the attention of the sect. It must be said that his identity and background did affect some of the elders and disciples of the Donggyun sect, and they began to be hostile to the ghosts in the south. How can we allow others to sleep beside our bed? The sect has been attacking and suppressing the Li family, but the ghosts, who are stronger, have not taken any action. As a result, there has been a bad situation of attacking the true disciples. If the ghosts are not taught a lesson, they will probably become more arrogant. At a sect meeting, an elder said so. Yes, we all thought that the ghosts were just temporarily living here and would not stay for a long time, but they have already turned the east of Wanjiazhou into a ghost den, and the surrounding environment has changed greatly. Isn't this a plan to live here for a long time? Yes, I heard that the ghosts in the underworld were completely at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the underworld gods, and they sent many people out to find a way out. Maybe this is a place they found to settle down. Several elders agreed and looked at the matter from other angles. But everyone must consider one thing, that is, the strength of the ghost clan is far stronger than what we see now. If we make enemies with them, it will definitely not be a good thing for the sect. Some people agree, and naturally some people disagree. The head of the sect kept mumbling until the quarrel stopped, and then he slowly spoke, saying, the ghost clan attacked and tried to kill the sect's true disciples. We must not easily expose it, but we can't really become enemies with a ghost clan. The balance in the middle is very difficult to grasp. If it is too light, the sect will not be able to accept it. If it is too heavy, it will make enemies with a ghost clan. Unfortunately, they don't know that Li Zhirui, who has been hiding, is making trouble in the middle. So even if the Donggyun sect did not plan to go to war at the beginning, with the help of Li Zhirui, the hatred between the two sides increased. Several Donggyun sect disciples died at the hands of the ghost clan, some of whom were killed by Li Zhirui, and some were killed by the ghost clan. This incident completely ignited the anger in the hearts of the disciples of Donggyun sect. They were the top power in Dongzhou and were always arrogant. How could they tolerate their fellow disciples being beaten and killed and sit back and do nothing? The war between Donggyun sect and the ghost clan soon broke out. Li Zhirui saw this scene and sneered. Although the ghost clans in Wanjiazhou could not attract all the power of Donggyun sect, they could at least help the family relieve a lot of pressure. And that was all he could do now. Two flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. Just as Li Zhirui was nestling in the mountains, helping those mortals to establish a small dynasty and helping them as much as possible to make this grassroots team grow as quickly as possible, the families in Shanhaizhou also began to shrink their forces according to Li Zhirui's instructions before leaving. Wanlingxi area was directly abandoned. Except for harvesting mature spiritual objects and taking away the island protection formation, other spiritual objects and spiritual veins were not destroyed. Because sooner or later they will take it back, they are just temporarily kept by someone. Duckwing and his companions who had gone out to fight the immortals who had suddenly appeared in the west also returned after 10 days. Chapter 1153 Quick. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he came back, Zhang Fengwu told him to give up many territories, shrink his strength, and only need to defend the core thousands of miles of territory. Isn't this approach too weak? I'm afraid that Donggyun sect will go further and target the family. Duckwing could understand the purpose of this approach, but he was still a little worried. So Zhirui has gone south to cause trouble for Donggyun sect to distract their attention. What? Duckwing and others were shocked when they heard this, but thinking of Li Zhirui's strength and life-saving methods, there was nothing to worry about, but they doubted whether his plan could succeed. Wait a few days, the news from Donggyun sect should be back soon. Zhang Fengwu looked at everyone and said, before that, you will have to stay outside, including Mingyao, and you don't have to hide your identity anymore. From the fact that the Li family decisively gave up the Wanlingxi, it can be seen that Li Mingyao's identity can no longer be concealed. This is nothing. If those casual cultivators dare to invade the family, they will never return. Everyone was holding back their anger, but now they couldn't vent it on the Donggyun sect. so they could only get some interest from those casual immortals. Everyone didn't rest, discussed the immortal cities and markets where they were stationed, and set off immediately. And those casual immortals who were bought by the Donghaegan sect, after knowing that the Li family gave up a lot of territory, also realized that their next move might be very dangerous, so most of them hid their bodies and stopped taking action. Anyway, the condition of their deal with the Donghaegan sect was to make the Li family's strength suffer a great loss, and now that the Li family has lost such a large territory, no matter from which angle, it meets the conditions. So they have successfully completed the task. Even if they evacuate directly now, it's no problem. And there are indeed a few cautious casual immortals who choose to leave as soon as the conditions are met, but there are also 2 or 3 casual immortals who think that the Li family is weak and can be bullied, and maybe they can get more resources, so they plan to stay and wait for an opportunity. However, their idea was doomed to fail. The Li family was definitely not the target they thought they could bully. When they were preparing to rob again, they ran into the big net woven by the Li family. In the end, not only did they fail to get more spiritual objects, but they also lost their lives in it, leaving only a little spiritual light to reincarnate. In order to deter others, the Li family very cruelly cast the 2 bodies with stones and knelt in front of the gate of Wongsan Mountain. At the same time, Zhang Fengwu, Daking and others also received news from the south. The Donghaegan sect actually had a conflict with a ghost clan, and the scale was constantly expanding. Originally, it was just a battle in the mortal realm, but now there are scattered immortals. And because that piece of heaven and earth was transformed by the ghost clan into an environment more suitable for itself, the yin energy was thick and the death energy was heavy, which naturally put pressure on the cultivators. It was like the suppression of the cultivators by the human law network. Although it was not as obvious as those, it was definitely not good for them. When the Donghaegan sect was not prepared, they suffered a little loss, which made them even more angry. A large number of disciples began to enter the battlefield and join the fight with the ghost clan, distracting the energy of the Donghaegan sect. It seems that Zhirui succeeded. Zhang Fengwu breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, could finally fall a little. Since it succeeded, why hasn't Brother Nine come back yet? Zhao King asked with some doubts. Daking pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid Brother Nine has other backup plans and may not come back in the short term. Well, this move is only to temporarily alleviate the family crisis and it won't last long, so Zhirui should have other arrangements. We just need to guard the core hinterland, and he will take care of the rest, Daking added. During this period, everyone should concentrate on practicing, and when Brother Nine comes back, he will definitely lead us to recover the lost land. Everyone nodded. There was not much they could do now. Everything depended on the results of Li Zhirui before they could take the next step. Speaking of both ends, HMPH, after reading the intelligence he had just received, the head of the Donghaegan sect said in a cold voice with an ugly face, I didn't expect that the earth god Wang Kang was also a member of the Li family. He deliberately arranged to deceive us and took this opportunity to cheat a lot of resources. The most important thing is that he actually leaked the layout of the sect, so that the Li family had a response in advance and did not let the Li family lose too much. The Li family is really decisive. Knowing that they can't keep so many territories, they just gave up everything and only focused on guarding the core hinterland that they have been operating for many years. This determination to cut off the arm of a hero is definitely not something that ordinary forces can do. Although the goal was achieved, many elders present were not satisfied because they did not achieve the results they expected. According to the initial calculation, it was the earth god Wang Kang who set off a huge earthquake in the hinterland of Shanhaizhao, which brought a disaster to the Li family and caused considerable damage. At the same time, many forces near the Wanling Sea joined forces to attack the Li family. While the Li family was on guard against the earth god and those scattered immortals, it was impossible for them to have a strong force to defeat this alliance. Then the worst case scenario is that all the members of the Li family in the Wanling Sea will perish. In addition, those scattered immortals were making trouble and randomly attacking the Li family's territory, which not only caused the loss of spiritual objects, but also made a large number of scattered cultivators feel uneasy and leave Shanhaizhao. The triple attack will definitely cause the Li family to suffer heavy losses. As a result, the earth god is a member of the Li family. The calculation of the Wanling Sea area completely failed, only losing the territory, not getting any spiritual objects, and not hitting the strength of the Li family. The only thing that can be considered successful is those scattered immortals, who forced the Li family to abandon a large number of territories, causing the Li family's luck to plummet. Now the Li family must know that we are calculating behind the scenes, and they should be on guard next. Another elder said disdainfully, so what? Can the Li family still do anything to us? Everyone thought so too. They felt that the Li family was a threat because the Li family developed too fast, but now they are just some scattered immortals, and it is impossible to shake the Dongyun school. If they hadn't abided by the rules and worried about the sun god, the moon god, and the Bidao system standing behind the Li family would have been solved long ago. At the beginning, Li's heir used that special treasure map and the secret method of opening up the cave in his body in exchange for 3 times of protection from the Bidao sect, and during the first protection, he directly dispatched Gu Chen, one of the young masters of the Bidao sect, which made many people mistakenly believe that the Li family had defected to the Bidao sect. This is what the Dongyun sect fears the most. However, since the Li family has given up so much territory, their luck will inevitably decrease, and their interests will plummet. The sect's goal of suppressing them has been achieved. Now we can concentrate on dealing with the ghosts and get rid of them as soon as possible. Since the goal of suppressing the Li family and slowing down their development speed has been achieved, the head of the sect began to change direction. After all, the biggest threat to them at present is the ghosts. The strength of the ghosts is not that strong, but the environment is not favorable to us. It is better to mobilize a large number of disciples and get rid of them in one go, so that the sect can develop with peace of mind. The elders nodded. As the stronger party, none of them thought that the sect's action would fail, because the gap in strength between the two sides was very obvious, and the final winner would only be the Dongyun sect. The next morning, a large number of disciples poured out of the mountain gate and flew towards the battlefield. Kill. A large number of monks in good condition joined the battlefield, causing the battlefield situation to quickly tilt towards the Dongyun sect. The ghost clan was caught off guard and suffered thousands of casualties. Such a huge loss made the ghost clan very angry, and they began to invest more power, overwhelming the Dongyun sect. Coupled with the influence of the environment, the Dongyun sect actually lost. This result slapped the confident elders in the face. They originally thought that the Dongyun sect would win a big victory in a short time, but they didn't expect that they were not the opponent of the ghost clan. Whether it was to maintain their dignity or to retaliate, they decided to take real action and send more scattered immortals and human immortal disciples to fight and eliminate the ghost clan. A more intense battle broke out instantly. A large number of monks poured into the ghost clan's territory. Perhaps because they had suffered losses before, they did not attack rashly again, but planned to change the environment suppression of them first. They immediately used the lotus planting method to purify the rich yin energy. But what they don't know is that the reason why the ghosts chose Wanjianshao is not only because there were too many casualties in the area before, but also because there is a crack connecting the yin world. So the lotus planting method seems to be effective, but that is a half-sealed crack by the ghosts. Once it is opened, the rich and huge yin energy will burst out instantly and sweep all around. But there is also a problem, that is, if the movement is too loud, it will attract the attention of the gods nearby, and then the ghosts will most likely not be able to keep this place. Because all gods have to maintain the order of the world, this is their responsibility, and there should be no cracks between the yin and yang worlds, which will have a bad impact on both worlds. So at that time, not only the yin gods, but also the gods nearby will come to fill the gap. But if they don't do this, they can't keep this piece of land in the fierce attack of the Dongyun faction, and even suffer greater losses. After weighing the pros and cons, the ghosts decided to tear open the seal and let the yin energy burst out completely, at least to gain a certain advantage in the battle with the Dongyun faction. Boom, like a huge wave, it surged in all directions. A huge amount of yin qi instantly filled the area that had just been purified, and the whole area became gray and gloomy. The disciples of Dongyun sect had no time to be happy, and all their previous actions were in vain. With the existence of the gap in the underworld, the geographical advantage of the ghost clan is difficult to change. And for Dongyun sect, this is equivalent to increasing its own pressure and the difficulty of eliminating the ghost clan. Just facing a part of the ghost clan, the sect has suffered setbacks one after another. Several elders could not accept this fact. It was obviously their strength that was stronger, but they lost. It was too shameful. However, this was also the last chance for the ghost clan to win. After all, strength is the hard truth. No matter how strong a two-immortal ghost clan is, can they still defeat more than a dozen human immortal cultivators? So after winning, the ghost clan did not intend to continue to resist. and quickly escaped into the gap and returned to the underworld. This made the Donggyun sect even more depressed and frustrated. There was a rage in their hearts, but they couldn't vent it. It was impossible to chase them to the underworld, right? That was not a place where living beings could stay. The two sides did not fight for a long time, only half a month before and after. But this short half-month allowed a newborn dynasty supported by Li Zhirui, the Great Zhou dynasty, to gain a better foundation for development, because when the two sides fought, he took the opportunity to guide a large number of mortals to join. As an existence that is extremely easy to be ignored, both sides don't care where the mortals went. There are also some situations that are favorable to the Great Zhou dynasty. First, it is the yin qi of Wanjiazhao. Even if the gods joined forces to bridge the gap in the underworld, the local yin qi is still prone to cause a stubborn disease, which takes a lot of time to resolve. However, this is also a problem for mortals. Fortunately, the Great Zhou dynasty is still very weak now and does not need too much territory. Second, the spiritual energy of Wanjiazhao is thin, and the human he family is in the south. The Donggyun sect will not occupy this place to avoid a direct border between the two major forces. Then it is very likely that Wanjiazhao will become a land without immortal forces. If this is the case, then the Great Zhou dynasty can use the least cost to make this land fully owned by the dynasty, greatly increasing the dynasty's luck. So Li Zhirui patiently took a large number of mortals to hide in the mountains, develop with peace of mind, and wait for the next development of Wanjiazhao. The outbreak of yin qi in Wanjiazhao soon attracted the attention of yin god, and several small gods nearby also appeared, intending to take advantage of the merits. As an expert in this area, yin god, with the help of other gods, quickly repaired the gap, and yin qi no longer poured out of the yin world without limit. After completing the task, the gods left Wanjiazhao directly, and faced with the incomplete and thin spiritual energy of the land, no cultivator was willing to come. Li Zhirui seized the opportunity to organize the mortals into small teams, and established villages in various parts of Wanjiazhao, in order to obtain ownership of this place in this way. Without any force enhancement, this plan was achieved very smoothly. The Great Zhou dynasty, which was established only a year or two ago, developed very rapidly under the leadership of Li Zhirui, and did not attract the attention of nearby monks. Because he deliberately did not help to set up the humanitarian law network, the most significant and important means of the humanitarian dynasty. In such a short period of time, it is already very remarkable to develop the Great Zhou dynasty to its current level. But at the same time, it has also encountered bottlenecks. What is the most important thing about the humanitarian dynasty? It is to have enough people, and by combining the power, luck, etc. of all people, a mortal can instantly have powerful power. In recent years, Wanjiazhao has suffered various disasters and wars, and countless mortals have been killed and injured. Li Zhirui has almost included all the surviving mortals into the Great Zhou dynasty. If you want to grow your strength quickly next, you must expand outward, plunder the population, or smuggle secretly. Chapter 1154 Surprise. It seems that Li Zhirui has two choices, but in fact he can only choose to sneak across the border in secret. Because there have been several human dynasties in the Yuanling realm, it is no longer the time when no one knew about it and there was no precaution. On the contrary, because of the special nature of the human dynasty, now whether it is the immortal Dao, the demon Dao, or the monster clan and the sea clan, they are very wary of the human dynasty appearing near their homes. Perhaps the only one who is not too wary of the human dynasty is the Shinto, because there is room for cooperation between the two sides. Therefore, once the weak Great Zhou dynasty plunders the population on a large scale, it will inevitably be noticed, causing the vigilance of the Donggyun sect and the Yumanhe family, and even smuggling will have to be very careful. And due to the physical reasons of mortals who are too far away from the dynasty cannot be smuggled across the border, which is another big problem. National Master, I have heard from the elders that our ancestors fled here from Hongshuizhao in the northwest because there were too many local monsters, so they confined and raised humans as blood food. Can we try to track the humans in this place? Zhang Yi, a general who looked only 30 years old and had a burly figure, like a black bear, echoed in the simple hall with a voice like a bell. National Master is Li Zhirui's identity in the Great Zhou dynasty. And he told everyone that he came from the distant Deccan dynasty, and was responsible for spreading the human law to help more mortals escape from the sea of suffering, have power, and thus occupy a place in the Yuanling world. However, the people who made up the Great Zhou dynasty were a group of elites. They might not doubt Li Zhirui's origins, but they must think that his purpose was not pure. After all, it is impossible for there to be a saint who is dedicated to others, right? Speaking of which, Li Zhirui's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, why did he only think about how to smuggle people from Dongyun sect and human he family, and forget about other nearby areas? Especially the Red Water province mentioned by General Zhang Yi, which is the hull of the human race. As long as there is a chance to escape, they will definitely not refuse. Moreover, the joining of this group of human race will also be loyal to the great Zhou dynasty. After all, they are the ones who saved them from hell. Speaking of which, it is not surprising that there is a gathering place of demons not far from the two major human forces of Dongyun sect and human he family, because both sides can train their younger generations through this place. But allowing the demons to keep the human race in captivity is really a bit too much? What kind of story is this? Li Zhirui didn't know at first. He only knew that the nearby human forces turned a blind eye to it, as if they couldn't see the situation. After a deeper understanding, Li Zhirui had a vague guess. It may be that the nearby human forces have secretly reached a tacit understanding with the demons of Redwater Province, allowing them to keep the human race in captivity, but they cannot launch a beast tide to invade various places. In the eyes of those forces, some mortals who have nothing to do with them will die, which is far less important than protecting their own interests. However, there is a prerequisite, that is, the strength of the demon tribe is strong and can threaten the nearby forces. Otherwise, there is no need to reach such a tacit understanding. From the various information collected by Li Zhirui, his guess is likely to be the truth. In addition, regarding the strength of the demon tribe in Hongshuzhou, he also ran around to collect more information, and finally put them all on the table and asked, "What do you think about this? There is actually a demon beast in the heavenly realm? No wonder the nearby human forces allow them to exist," an official couldn't help but exclaimed. Humph. The last time that evil beast appeared was more than 1,000 years ago. Maybe it has now fallen and reincarnated. The impulsive General Zhang Yi spoke with a loud voice, saying, "I think we can give it a try, otherwise we can only live in the mountains as savages, living in fear, worrying about our future, and always worrying that the monks will find us." Zhang Yi, who seems reckless, is very thoughtful. We can rescue the human race in Hongshuzhou on the one hand, and try to smuggle some human races from the north and south on the other hand. We can do both and speed up the growth of the dynasty. Wei Changming, the old man standing at the forefront of the civil servants, spoke slowly. He was the oldest among all the officials present. The years had given him rich insights, extraordinary wisdom, and a calmness that most officials did not have. Then many officials discussed a set of methods that look very good. Li Zhirui did not speak, or rather, as the great Zhou dynasty gradually got on the right track, he began to reduce the number of times he expressed his opinions, and most of the time he provided other help. After all, his goal was to cultivate a humane dynasty that could contain the power of the Dongyun faction, not a puppet. Moreover, he would leave sooner or later. If he was completely dependent on him, what was the point of the great Zhou dynasty he established? Another important point was that Li Zhirui did not want to participate too much, and even finally became invisible because he did not want to be contaminated by too much cause and effect. After all, he was a cultivator, and cause and effect were not only not good for Li Zhirui's cultivation, but would become an obstacle. After they had discussed a definite solution, he followed a group of generals to Hongshuzhou to rescue the captive human race, and another group of officials were responsible for smuggling. Although their strength would be greatly weakened without the blessing of human luck after leaving the dynasty, they could still barely deal with some low-level monsters. With the help of Li Zhirui, as long as they did not encounter monsters above the human fairy realm, they would be able to escape unscathed, and the monsters would think that the surrounding immortal forces had some calculations. As soon as they entered the territory of Hongshuzhou, it was obviously a green mountain, full of vitality, but everyone present felt a bone-chilling chill surging from their bodies. The human skeletons all over the mountains and plains instantly ignited the anger in their hearts, making them burn, and they wanted to destroy this place full of sin immediately. Even Li Zhirui, who was used to seeing life and death, was also aroused by the sight of those white bones that squeezed into his eyes. I don't know how many white bones this fertile land under my feet has swallowed. Hundreds of thousands? Or 1,000,000? Or even more? Before stepping into this land, Li Zhirui had no feelings for the mortals here. He just regarded them as tools to strengthen the great Zhou dynasty and help contain the Dongyun sect. But now, He couldn't help but feel a trace of pity and sadness in his heart. What mistake did they make? My descendants, including myself, were destined to be eaten by monsters on the first day of their birth. Maybe I should do as much as possible to help these mortals. Li Zhirui couldn't help but think. That damn beast. Sooner or later, I will destroy them all and let them atone for the countless deaths of their people. Zhang Yi roared in a low voice, his eyes were red, and his veins were bulging. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart so that he wouldn't explode on the spot. When the dynasty becomes stronger, we must tear these monsters into pieces. Everyone gnashed their teeth, wishing to destroy the monsters immediately. Alice, Zhang Yi was the first to calm down, and said in a stiff tone, we must save these people, but not now. Everything should be done according to the previous arrangements. Don't cause trouble, otherwise it will ruin the hope of saving them. Yes, the others responded with great frustration. Li Zhirui saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's good to be young, and the passion in my heart has not been extinguished by the secular world. The monsters in Hongshizhao kept the human race captive, not to lock them in cages. After all, they also need to eat and drink to survive, and the monsters will never do these things, so the human race needs to work and feed themselves. The so-called captive breeding is actually to mark out areas for the human race to survive in, and there are a large number of monsters outside. There are monsters everywhere, and if you want to escape from Hongshizhao, it is at least hundreds of miles away, so even if some humans escape, I am afraid that less than 1 in 10,000 can survive in the end. Zhang Yi's ancestors are definitely people with prosperous luck. The place where Li Zhirui and his party were going now was the human gathering place closest to the Great Zhou dynasty. With Li Zhirui, they could easily avoid the monsters, but this would only work when there were few people, so it was impossible to escape back in this way. After all, they would have to fight a few battles on the way. Sir, we are from the Great Zhou dynasty outside, and we have come here to rescue you. Are you willing to leave with us? Zhang Yi asked respectfully to an old man who was covered in dirt and exuded a foul smell. When Li Zhirui used his spiritual sense to explore this old man, he found that the human race in the entire gathering place obeyed his orders, so he keenly realized that he was the one who really made a decision, so he asked Zhang Yi and his party to go directly to him to explain their intentions. Moreover, the old man gave Li Zhirui a special feeling, as if he had some kind of power, which was a strange energy he had never seen before. Could it be that under the heavy pressure of the monster race, the human race here has exploded with some potential and created a new way of cultivation? Li Zhirui was amazed in his heart. Speaking of which, the old man raised his eyelids, which surprised Zhang Yi slightly. Because these eyes should not appear on an old man, they are extremely bright, and there is no turbidity at all. You are indeed not from here, but how many people can you save with your strength? The old man said in a hoarse and calm voice. The human race in the outside world has abandoned us for thousands of years, and now you want to save us? What is your purpose? Our strength is indeed not that strong, but we will do our best to save as many people as possible. Zhang Yi's expression was extremely firm, as if he was swearing an oath, and said, as for the purpose, only by uniting more people can we have more powerful power to fight against the immortals in the outside world and these beasts. Finally rescue all the people in the tribe. I can see your determination, but many times, determination alone is not enough. The old man shook his head, not moved at all. Sir, are you going to take all your people here to wait for death? I have my own way to save my people. How many people can you save? Those monsters won't reason with you. If one day those beasts suddenly rise up and devour all the people in this gathering place, what can you do? I will use my life and the lives of everyone else to curse all the beasts that have eaten our flesh and blood. Li Zhirui, who had been hiding, raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Could this be the method created by the human race here? What's the use? Everyone is dead. Even if you drag all the beasts to death with you, can you be resurrected? Zhang Yi said in extremely cruel words. On the contrary, your actions will affect other human gathering places. The living beasts will definitely vent their anger on other people. The old man's momentum dropped a lot in an instant, and it was obvious that Zhang Yi had hit his vital point. So, sir, if you are willing to trust us, please lead all the people away, Zhang Yi said sincerely and earnestly. No, sir, the old man waved his hand, interrupting Zhang Yi, and said, as you said, if you take all the tribesmen and run away, those beasts will definitely vent their anger on other tribesmen, so I won't agree to you, but I will organize a group of tribesmen to leave with you and escape from this hell. Then you, don't worry, I can live to this age, I must have my own way to save my life, and I also need to stay and take care of other tribesmen, sir. Righteousness. Zhang Yu led everyone to bow and bow to the bottom. The old man waved his hand, turned and entered the room behind him. After a while, he took out a stone tablet and said, "This stone tablet represents me. If you go to other gathering places in the future, you can take it out and let other elders cooperate with you. I hope you can become strong as soon as possible and rescue all the tribesmen. We will never let you down." Okay. The old man seemed to have never smiled before, and his smile now looked very stiff. Then he called a young man with gray eyes and said, "Gray Eyes, this is my successor after my death. He will organize the tribesmen to leave with you. Gray Eyes, you have to leave with him too. Teacher, this is an order, no refusal allowed," the old man announced very firmly. Yes, Gray Eyes could only obey orders, bowed, and turned to lead Zhang Yi and others away. After everyone left, the old man looked at the empty front and said coldly, "This immortal has been hiding, but what instructions do you have?" Zhang Yi and the others came together, "So there is no difference between them and me in helping you leave Hongshuizhou. I'm afraid that the great Zhou dynasty they are talking about is also a chess piece in your hand. You are quite quick-witted." Li Zhirui chuckled and acquiesced. He turned and asked curiously, "I want to know more about the energy in your body and the curse-killing method you just mentioned. Can you tell me?" He was still very curious about this old man. Chapter 1155 Saint. He was still very curious about this old man. Hearing Li Zhirui's question, a trace of sadness appeared on the old man's face, and he said in a heavy tone, "The energy in my body comes from the countless tribesmen who died in the mouths of monsters in the past thousands of years, and the endless hatred for them. So if you want to use this power, you can't leave Hongshuizhou, otherwise you will lose the blessing of the endless hatred floating between heaven and earth." Li Zhirui was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the source of this power to be so miserable and sad. If he hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, how could such a method be born? This is a brand new cultivation system, so please make a copy for me. In return, I will save as many mortals as possible. The old man looked straight at him for a long time, and finally nodded and agreed, saying, "Then come in with me. The whole cultivation process is engraved on a stone wall." Okay, the two walked into the simple house one after the other and came to the north wall. When the old man pushed away the wooden bed and cleaned up the chores, Li Zhirui discovered that there was a tunnel leading to the underground. But the strange thing is that before he saw it, his consciousness did not find the underground space. Here is a treasure discovered by the tribesmen that can block and deceive the exploration of the consciousness. The old man seemed to know what Li Zhirui was going to ask, and gave the answer in advance. Then, he took him down. Not long after, the two appeared on a huge black stone wall. If you look closely, you will find that it is composed of pieces of stone slabs. I don't know how many years of accumulation it took to form this stone wall. In a trance, Li Zhirui seemed to see countless human resentful spirits on every stone slab, with twisted and hideous faces, mouths constantly closing, and constantly cursing those monsters. Endless resentment seemed to want to devour him. As a last resort, Li Zhirui could only cast a wisp of purification law to cover himself. "Cultivator, damn cultivator, why don't you save us? Get out. Get out." But unexpectedly, Li Zhirui's actions angered these resentful spirits, and they screamed and wailed wildly, and the majestic resentment and hatred rushed towards him. Li Zhirui's face changed slightly, and he was about to fight back, but he seemed to have thought of something, and the spell changed, completely erasing the breath and figure of the whole person. In this way, those resentments and hatreds had no object to vent, and gradually dissipated. After a while, Li Zhirui reappeared in the cave. He looked at the old man with a gloomy face and said, "You did all that just now, didn't you? It seems that you do have a little pity for us." The old man did not answer, but said to himself, "Next, you can safely copy these methods, but I only have the most basic ones here, as well as the methods created in this gathering place. If you want to learn methods from other places, it depends on whether you can get the consent of other elders." "Thank you," Li Zhirui replied, and his eyes quickly swept across the stone wall. They had accumulated methods for thousands of years, and he only took an hour to remember them all. And this was because Li Zhirui was worried that using his spiritual sense would be involved by the resentful spirits and cause some unnecessary troubles. Otherwise it might not take a quarter of an hour. Before leaving, he asked the old man a question with some curiosity: "How are you connected?" Whether it was from the stone tablet that the old man took out before, or the basic methods here, it can be seen that the various human gathering places in Hongshushao are connected. There are records on the stone wall. Go and read it yourself, the old man said perfunctorily. Hearing this, Li Zhirui stopped talking and planned to read it in detail after returning. After all, he just memorized it without understanding it at all. He followed the old man out of the cave. National Master, we can go now, Zhang Yi hurried forward. He was afraid that if he delayed too long, he would be discovered by the monsters in the gathering place. Let's go, Li Zhirui said without turning his head. Take care of yourself. Maybe there will be a day when you can leave alive. Zhang Yi was stunned, and then he realized that this was said to the old man. He wanted to say something, but found that the National Master had gone far away, so he hurriedly caught up. I will come back again in half a month, and then I will take a group of children away alone. As long as you don't worry about being exposed and being discovered by the monsters, I can take them away safely no matter how many there are. This was a voice transmission that only the old man could hear. The old man stood there for a long time like a wooden stake. He could not see their figures at all. Then he slowly spoke in a voice that no one could hear. Teacher, is this the man you predicted who can save us? Soon, Li Zhirui saw a group of people covered with bark and leaves, like a group of uncivilized savages. At a glance, there were about 5,000 people, most of whom were teenagers. Not far away, there was a group of adult and elderly people. Their eyes were filled with desire, expectation, and deep reluctance. The people who were about to leave should be their living descendants. Zhang Yi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words back in the end. He could easily make a promise and give them hope, but he himself didn't know when he could fulfill it. Because there were enough people leaving this gathering place. If there were more, they would be discovered by the monsters and exposed in advance before the great Zhou dynasty had the power to resist. Not only would these mortals be implicated, but the dynasty would also be implicated. Let's go. In the end, Zhang Yi could only spit out these two words. Li Zhirui hid aside, using his spiritual sense to detect whether there were any monsters around, while Zhang Yi arranged for other generals to protect them separately. The first part of the journey was the most dangerous, because there were the most monsters nearby, and if a battle broke out, it would likely attract the monsters around, so they would avoid them if they could, and if they really couldn't avoid them, they would have to end the battle as quickly as possible. Under the guidance of Li Zhirui, the group avoided several herds of beasts. But in the end, they still failed to avoid them completely. When passing by a stone peak, they were discovered by several birds. In this case, Li Zhirui had to take action and pierce their hearts with the fastest and sharpest attack. Go. As long as they walked a few dozen miles, they would reach an area where monsters were sparsely distributed. And the possibility of being discovered would be greatly reduced. Everyone ran in a hurry, and Li Zhirui had to use his silent and concealing magical powers for them. Fortunately, everything went well later, and no monsters were encountered again. A group of more than 5,000 people entered Wanjia's house safely. Here, there are special people to arrange and take care of those young people. After a month of hard work and running around, Zhang Yi and other officials finally had a good rest. At the same time, another group of officials responsible for smuggling also brought back more than 1,000 people by various means. It's still too slow. Wei Changming calculated that even if both methods were used, the population would only increase by more than 10,000 in a month, and there would be risks of exposure. At least 1 million people are needed for the dynasty to barely have the power of the scattered immortal realm, but it still cannot fight against the major forces around it, and it can't even protect itself. And now, the Great Zhou dynasty has only 700,000 to 800,000 people, which is still a big gap. Maybe we can buy people openly. An official proposed a solution. This is a good idea, many officials agreed. Because in the Yuanling realm, human trafficking is very common, and it is even an extremely popular business. And not only mortals, but even monks can be sold. For example, if two sides fight and one side loses or is directly eliminated, the captives will be planted with restrictions and become slaves. The only problem is that there is not much money in the treasury to buy slaves. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty has only been established for a few years, and there is no accumulation to speak of. 50 miles north of the palace, there is a smaller medium-sized gold and silver vein, and it is relatively easy to mine. Li Zhirui, who rarely spoke, solved the problem for them as soon as he opened his mouth. Originally, he planned to use the gold and silver for the Great Zhou dynasty's future external wars, but he didn't expect that they thought of buying people to quickly increase the population. Li Zhirui thought about it and felt that there was no problem, so he said it in advance. At the same time, you should also consider establishing a real dynasty. Although it is now called the Great Zhou dynasty, it is actually just a name. It does not have the various abilities of the humane dynasty. The various humane methods they practiced have not progressed smoothly because there is no suitable welcome. The humane method can be practiced by itself, but with the support and blessing of a strong humane law network, it can basically be invincible at the same level. But if it is not, then the strength will be much weaker than other ways. But what if it is exposed? There will always be such a day. It is better to increase your strength as much as possible before it is exposed. The two factions argued endlessly in the hall, and neither could convince the other. In the end, Wei Changming and Zhang Yi both decided to formally establish a country. Establishing a country. In the humane law, it is a very important thing, so even if they are still very weak now, they must do it according to the regulations. The officials of the Great Zhou dynasty, who were originally loose and idle, suddenly became very busy, especially Wei Changming and Zhang Yi. As the heads of civil and military affairs, the affairs they had to deal with suddenly increased. However, this process is also a way to increase cohesion, improve one's own abilities, and apply what they have learned to improve their own cultivation. Li Zhirui naturally would not participate in these trivial matters. He re-entered Hongshizhao alone, found the elder, and went to the appointment he had made before. I can only gather more than 1,000 children, but I have notified several other gathering places. If possible, can you go to them, in order to allow more children to survive and live in a happier environment since childhood, without having to suffer the hardships of their ancestors? The old man's attitude suddenly became much more humble. Li Zhirui pondered for a moment and finally chose to agree. If the Great Zhou dynasty was unwilling to accept these children, at most they would just have to spend a few days to go back to the clan and hand them over to the mortals in the territory to raise them. Tell me their location. The old man quickly took the stone slab that had been prepared long ago. On it, simple lines were used to clearly mark the gathering places of various human races. There are more than 50 gathering places. Li Zhirui had previously guessed that there would be only 30 or 40, but he didn't expect there would be so many. In fact, there are already more than a dozen gathering places. They suffered heavy casualties in the war between monsters and were merged into other places, the old man said in a tone that was extremely sad and calm. Alice, Li Zhirui sighed and didn't say these sad things anymore. Please follow me. The old man was not affected at all. He took Li Zhirui to the more than 1,000 children who had been arranged together. He waved his hand and sent these children into the space. Take care. Li Zhirui was about to leave immediately, but he didn't expect to be stopped by the old man. Can I take another look at those children? Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows, thinking that the old man did not believe that he could take them away safely. With a thought, he took out dozens of children from the space. I don't know why you want to gather a large number of people, but I think this matter is very important to the Great Zhou dynasty mentioned by the people of the tribe before, and to you. The old man looked at him with a resolute expression and said, So, I plan to persuade a group of old immortals to create a condition for you to take away a large number of people at one time. Li Zhirui was stunned when he heard the words, and then he realized that the old man looked at the children to see if they were still alive, not because he doubted whether he could take them away, but through this scene, he made up his mind to fight with the demons and open up a whole new world for the younger generations. I don't know whether this can be done. If it's fast, maybe when you run around the gathering places, the local elders will tell you the answer. If not, you can only trouble you to come again in half a month. After that, without giving Li Zhirui a chance to speak, he turned and left. He stood there and watched for a long time. He really didn't expect that there was such a selfless saint. He flew to another gathering place in a trance. On the other side, the old man came to the stone wall, muttering something in his mouth. Not long after, small light spots appeared in front of him. Each light spot represents the elder of a gathering place. And here, there are exactly 57 light spots, corresponding to all the gathering places. Grand Elder, can the monk you mentioned really lead the children smoothly? Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes. This old man with an unremarkable appearance is actually the great elder of the human race in Hongshizhao. Great. Those children who don't remember anything yet will not have any memory of hell when they grow up. Yes. Maybe he is really the man of destiny who saves us. In the words of the Great Elder, maybe those of us who are not dead will also have a day to leave alive. Chapter 1156. Amazing. The other elders were all happy about the news and looked forward to leaving this land alive one day. After hearing what they said, the elder was silent for a moment and said, "At least within 10 years, they can't attack Hongshuzhou, and they can't save all of us." Everyone calmed down instantly. They really thought things were too simple. "Elder, do you have any plans?" After a while, an elder spoke up. "This is exactly why I called everyone together." After a pause, the elder said, "I hope everyone can sacrifice their lives at the critical moment and curse those powerful monsters. I don't ask to kill them all, as long as I can entangle some of them and give the younger generations more chances to survive. Everyone can seriously consider it. At the latest, half a month. During this time, tell me your final answer privately." After saying that, he immediately disconnected this contact, because he knew very well that not many elders would be willing to do this request. After all, it is not possible to make up one's mind to let someone die voluntarily in a short period of time, not to mention that most people are greedy for life and afraid of death. Why choose to die when they can live? So after the elder finished talking to them, he sat cross-legged in front of the stone wall, waiting for the others' responses while thinking about whether there were any other ways to help. The main reason why he was so anxious was that his lifespan was running out. The elder hoped that when he died, he would be able to see the young tribesmen have a chance to escape from hell. At the same time, the other elders were also struggling and in a dilemma. They were not young anymore, and at most they would live a few more years than the elder, so they wanted to help their descendants on the one hand, and on the other hand, their will to survive was frantically reminding them to live a few more years. In Hongshuzhou, which is extremely difficult for the human race, those who can become elders are not because of their strength, but because they are willing to dedicate and sacrifice to their tribesmen and the human race. So in the next few days, elders contacted the elder one after another and gave their affirmative answers. "As long as we can help our descendants, we are willing to sacrifice our lives." Among the more than 50 elders, only 2 or 3 did not reply. But this number has exceeded the expectations of the Great Elder. He originally estimated that more than 40 people would be very good. On the other hand, Li Zhirui carefully ran to various gathering places according to the map given by the Great Elder. The local elders were very grateful and warmly received him, and hoped that he could take more tribesmen. In this regard, Li Zhirui would accept anyone as long as they ensured that they would not be noticed by the monsters and affect the subsequent plans. Anyway, his space is vast, not to mention accommodating tens of thousands of people. Even millions is not a problem. However, he was a little curious about the Great Elder's plan, so in the process, he tried to inquire about it, but no one gave an answer at first. Until the last dozen or so gathering places, an elder finally told him about it. "Thank you, Immortal, for coming to rescue our people. Most of our elders have agreed to the proposal made by the Great Elder. For the follow-up plan, you will have to go to the Great Elder to discuss it in person." Li Zhirui was slightly surprised when he heard this, and couldn't help asking, "How many elders do you mean by most of them?" 54 people. Li Zhirui was instantly struck by this very small number, and even his mood was inevitably turbulent. "You know, there are only 58 gathering places for the human race in the entire Hongshuzhou. Minus the Great Elder who made the suggestion, that is to say, only 3 elders did not agree. This is a very terrifying number. You are the real heroes who rescue the people." Li Zhirui's tone was full of admiration, and then he said with some shame, "I just happened to appear at the right time." Although he didn't know the specific content of the Great Elder's plan, just relying on these elders who were willing to die generously, even if he didn't show up with a great Zhou dynasty, they would sooner or later be able to rescue the local human race from the monsters. So Li Zhirui was unworthy of this credit and gratitude. After thinking for a while, he said, "If you have made a decision, you can tell me in advance, and then arrange for everyone in each gathering place to gather together, so that I can take them away at once, which can minimize the number of casualties among the tribe. After all, it is unlikely that the monsters will come to catch people as food at the same time, so as long as the plan is well made, it is possible to take away as many mortals as possible without alarming the monsters." At the same time, Li Zhirui also thought of another idea. That is to put the blame on the Donggyuan sect and the Yumanhe family, and use the monsters to contain and disperse their strength and energy, so as to buy more development time for the great Zhou dynasty and the Li family. However, this method can only be used after the Great Elders Thank you, Immortal, the elder said gratefully. They originally thought that being able to send most of the tribesmen away safely was the limit, but they did not expect Li Zhirui to make such a promise. I will go to the remaining gathering places first. With a wave of his hand, Li Zhirui disappeared out of thin air. Because he acted alone and was very careful and hidden, he did not encounter monsters later, and took away tens of thousands of children very smoothly. It took a few more hours to return to the Great Zhou dynasty. I brought tens of thousands of children out of Hongshizhao. Are you willing to accept them? Li Zhirui went straight to Wei Changming, the wise old man. Of course, Wei Changming did not hesitate. Although they were just children, they could also provide strength. Moreover, with these children, they could gather the bodies and minds of the original Hongshizhao people more quickly. And the youngest of these people would be adults in 2 or 3 years and could do a lot of things. At the same time, I also learned a plan from the Great Elder of the human race. Then, Li Zhirui told Wei Changming about the Great Elder's offer to help, and said, I should be able to bring out a large number of people, so you must do a good job of resettling them, and after the matter is accomplished, the demon race will definitely be furious, and I will find a way to lead the conflict to the Donggyun sect and the Yumanhe family to buy more time for the development of the dynasty, but you must migrate as far east as possible to avoid being discovered by the demon race that there are a large number of human races here. Thus exposing the problem, Li Zhirui did not intervene in what to do and how to arrange it, and let them think about it themselves. After all, he wanted to support a humane dynasty that could help the family share the pressure, not to cultivate a giant baby. Wei Changming looked at Li Zhirui in surprise. He didn't expect that this mysterious national teacher would actually make such a big effort. National teacher, please rest assured, we will make arrangements. Li Zhirui did not comment. What he had to do was to bring more mortals out. Wei Changming and others would worry about and consider other things. He released all the children from the space, and then cast a spell to wake them up from their slumber. The sleeping mortals could also guarantee their survival, so he said to take everyone away together without worrying about exposing the space. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. Hongshizhao, in the house of the Great Elder. After he knew Li Zhirui's latest promise, his thoughts suddenly became much more radical. He had some concerns at first, but now he has no concerns at all. After the Immortal takes away all the tribesmen, we will use the secret method to curse those damned beasts and collect some interest for the dead tribesmen. The elder's tone suddenly became heavy, and he said, at the same time, I will use the secret method to mobilize the endless resentment and evil spirits that permeate the world, strengthen our strength, and ensure that we can curse and kill more monsters. The other elders were slightly surprised when they heard this. They didn't expect the elder to have such a method, and they all spoke up and wanted to imitate him. But the elder refused and said, this secret method is too difficult to use and very dangerous. You can't control yourself. He didn't lie, because it was indeed very dangerous. The caster needs to endure the pain of thousands of ants devouring the soul. Once he can't bear it, the secret method will backfire. Strictly speaking, this is an unfinished secret method. It was created by the elder's teacher, but he died before it was completed, and he was not able to perfect it in the following years. In fact, the elder's plan is very simple, which is to sacrifice them, curse the monsters, and stir up unrest. But it is difficult, because it is hard to find so many people who are willing to die for the sake of their descendants. At first, the elder planned to use the secret method to contribute to the victory of the dynasty when the monsters and the Great Zhou dynasty broke out in conflict. The current idea was changed later. Everyone, let all the tribesmen get ready. Yes. Time flies, and half a month passes in a flash. Everyone is busy dealing with various things, only Li Zhirui is very relaxed and has nothing to do. When the time comes, he goes straight to the elder, wanting to know the exact method from him. Have you thought about what to do? The elder said calmly. First, you need to go to each gathering place and take away all the tribesmen. We have discussed the best plan in order. You just need to go in order, leave the follow-up matters to us. Li Zhirui nodded and said, then let's start without further delay. Since the current gathering place is not the first but the last one, he must leave first, and in order not to be discovered by the monsters, he must shorten the time as much as possible to complete it. Otherwise all the remaining human race will bear the anger of the monsters. And what will happen to them, there is no need to say more. Thank you. You have worked hard. Li Zhirui left without saying a word. At the same time, in the dark night, the originally peaceful gathering place began to move under the hazy moonlight. This is actually a test for Li Zhirui, because he must ensure speed and ensure that he will not be discovered by the monsters. Fortunately, after so many years, there has been no large-scale human resistance or riots, which greatly reduced the vigilance of the monsters. With a little luck, the whole process was very smooth. Only at the last gathering place, there was a small accident. A group of mortal beasts suddenly appeared. Damn it, the elder's face changed slightly, and most of the human race that had gathered began to panic. But Li Zhirui showed up very decisively, and used his strongest magical power to instantly wipe out dozens of monsters, and those who were still alive instantly scattered and fled. He took this opportunity to bring this disaster to the two major immortal forces nearby. Get ready to act immediately. After saying that, Li Zhirui no longer concealed himself and took everyone into the space at the fastest speed. The elder also burst out the potential of his body, but his old body returned to the stone wall at a brisk pace and notified all the elders to act. Buzz! Countless resentful spirits emerged on the stone wall, screaming, wailing, and roaring wildly, telling the world about their unwillingness and resentment. A terrifying resentment rose to the sky, which frightened Li Zhirui, who was hiding not far away. He had never expected that the power after the explosion would be so terrifying. But the next scene was beyond his expectations. Roar! The sky and the earth changed color, and the pale gray began to spread rapidly in all directions. The earth trembled, as if something was about to drill out from it. Crackling, one after another, human skeletons crawled out from the ground, densely packed, and there was no end in sight. Their breath was very weak, but they were merging rapidly. 10, 100, 1,000. When millions of skeletons merged together, a terrifying giant that was hundreds of feet tall and had an aura comparable to that of a human fairyland appeared. And in Li Zhirui's sight, there were more than a dozen such giants. But this is not over yet. A familiar scream resounded through the sky, and the resentment and hatred that filled the sky and the earth seemed to be detonated and boiled up in an instant. The hatred for the heaven and the earth, especially the hatred for the monsters, almost made Li Zhirui sink directly into it. The resentment that condensed into substance, part of it merged into those huge bones, and the other part formed a huge shadow and began to seek revenge on the monsters. What did the elder do again? Seeing this, he knew it was time for him to leave. Thousands of years, countless human hatred, can actually burst out such a terrifying power, Li Zhirui thought absent-mindedly, and suddenly he felt that the method created by the local human race was very suitable for the human method, because they all gathered the power of the crowd, unlike the monks, who were more pursuing personal power. Damn it, where did these monsters come from? Don't kill me. On the way Li Zhirui left, he heard the pleas and roars of countless monsters, smelled the strong smell of blood, and saw the remains of monsters all over the ground. The scene that only appeared in the human race before appeared in the monster race for the first time. He couldn't help but feel a little pleasure of successful revenge in his heart. But the next moment, a purifying spiritual light flashed in his body, dispelling this abnormal emotion. This made Li Zhirui's heart alarm bells, and he immediately sped up to leave. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, he would be more affected. Chapter 1157 Incident. In the place that Li Zhirui couldn't see, in the core area of Hongshuzhou, most of the high-level monsters lived here, and they were also the main targets of the curse of the Great Elders. Many high-level monsters who were cultivating were destroyed by the sudden curse of resentment, and their mana rioted, hurting their bodies. But the most important thing is not them, but some monsters who are striving for a higher realm. Not only did they destroy the opportunity to break through, but they also attracted the inner demon. Under the dual erosion of the curse and the inner demon, they finally failed to survive this disaster. Their cultivation and mana were devoured by the inner demon, and they became the inner demon. Gagan, accompanied by a creepy strange laugh, a group of extremely dark shadows appeared and rushed straight to the central core of the monster clan. As long as I can complete this devouring, I can break through the shackles of the celestial fairy and get rid of the control of the Yuanling world. So, let me help you. As an extraterritorial demon in the celestial fairy realm, the moment it appeared, it saw through the cause and effect. Although there is still some fog in the middle, what does this have to do with it? It didn't care whether this was a plot by other immortals. Children, come out. Wreak havoc as much as you want. This is a feast for you. Before the words fell, shadows appeared and scattered in all directions. But if you look closely, you will find that the places where the shadows went were all the caves of a demon beast. Roar. Those hypocrites of the immortal way who go back on their words, and you, damn demon. Get out of here!" A roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, set off a lot of sound waves and spread in all directions. The rocks and plants within a radius of dozens of miles were damaged to varying degrees. This demon beast in the immortal realm also failed to see through Li Zhirui's cover-up, but found the traces left by the immortal way, and naturally misunderstood the nearby Dongyun sect and other immortal forces. "You have struggled for so many years and still can't break through. Instead of continuing to linger like this, why not become a part of me? I will help you fulfill the wish that you can't do." "Isn't it great?" the demon said in a voice full of temptation. "Get lost," but the inner demon laughed strangely and stopped talking, and went straight into the other party's sea of consciousness. The great demon of the heavenly fairy did not dare to neglect it at all, and hurriedly closed the cave to prevent the immortal from taking the opportunity to attack, and gathered his mind to fight against the inner demon. The battle between the two great immortals, even if it was only in the body of the great demon, produced various strange phenomena around, and the terrifying pressure made it impossible for ordinary creatures to get close. Other fairyland monsters were also caught in the battle with the inner demon, and they didn't care about the situation outside. The curse of the Great Elder and others caused a large number of extraterritorial demons to come down to the world, harassing and hindering the monsters. This was an unexpected change that Li Zhirui and others could not have expected. But for them, this was actually a good thing. Because a large number of fairyland monsters would die in the hands of the inner demon. And even the fairyland monster was at risk of perishing, which was regarded as a part of their blood feud. The Great Elder, who mobilized a large amount of resentment in Hongshuzhou, his perception range at this time covered the entire area, so he saw the miserable state of the monsters. Ha 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 ha! He couldn't help but burst into laughter, but his voice was filled with sadness, misery, and strong hatred. He shouted hoarsely, "Thousands of years. We have lived under the control of these beasts for generations. I want to peel your skin and drink your blood every moment, but for all my people, I have endured for decades. Today, I can finally take revenge regardless of anything." Die? These words were heard by Li Zhirui intermittently along the wind, making him pause. He knew that the Great Elder was affected by the power of resentment and had changed his mind. But even so, he still hated the demon race. It seemed to have become his obsession. The huge resentful spirits and skeletons controlled by the Great Elder rushed into the demon beast group at the fastest speed and launched an attack fearlessly. Because there was a huge amount of resentment power covering the entire Hongshui state, there was no need to worry about exhaustion. Moreover, even if they encounter a monster beast that is not their opponent, they will also self-destruct as a means of attack. Anyway, it won't take long for them to breed again. For a time, the monster beasts and the demons, the monster beasts and the human race in Hongshuzhou, broke out in extremely fierce battles. Such a huge movement naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding immortal forces. Although the surrounding immortal forces and the monster race have a tacit understanding, they still need to be on guard. What's going on? Everyone looked at Hongshuzhou in confusion. The whole area was like a boiling oil pan, with countless battles taking place at the same time. They subconsciously felt that it was very important, and hurriedly passed the news back to the sector family, and raised the alert to the maximum level. Only on the side bordering Wanjiazhou, there were no other cultivators, because no cultivator was willing to come to this barren area, and they didn't care whether it would affect this place. Only Li Zhirui and Zhang Yi were here with a few generals. National Master, what happened inside Hongshuzhou? Standing so far away, they could feel the terrible pressure coming from Hongshuzhou, which made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Those elders used their lives to avenge the demons, saved all the human race in Hongshuzhou, and created a good period of development for the Great Zhou dynasty. So you must not let them down. If you have the chance in the future, you must destroy these demons and avenge them. Li Zhirui said this to them in a heavy and serious tone. What? Zhang Yi and others were shocked, because they had contact with one of the elders before, and they only thought that he was an ordinary old man. How could he have such a powerful power? Let's go. The next thing is not something we can get involved in. What the dynasty has to do is to seize the opportunity and do its best to develop and strengthen itself. After saying that, Li Zhirui flew to the capital that had moved east. However, the capital is still located in the mountains, hidden as much as possible, and not discovered by outsiders. At the same time, a humane law network has been established around the capital. In addition to providing those humane monks, such as Confucian scholars and magicians, to speed up their cultivation. It is also to enhance the concealment of the capital. Wei Changming brought all the officials to the outside of the capital to greet them. He knew that Li Zhirui didn't like to waste time talking nonsense, so he said very directly, "National Master, the places for the resettlement of many new citizens have been arranged. I brought nearly 4 million people this time. Are you sure they can be properly resettled?" Wei Changming's face changed slightly. He originally thought that 1 million people would be a lot, but he didn't expect it to be 4 times more. The officials behind him were in an even worse state of mind, and they couldn't help but whispered. "Today, the weather is hot, and everyone can rest, but there is not so much food. You know, this is not a supply for 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 months, at least it has to be provided for these 4 million people until the autumn harvest next year. The upper limit of the food prepared before is to carry an additional 1.2 million people. As for the others, please ask the National Master to take action." Wei Changming had no choice. 2 or 3 million people, more than a year's rations, is not something he can change just by thinking about it. Fortunately, because the spiritual energy in this world is rich, the grain has been improved for many years, and the yield is very high, otherwise he can't even take out the food for the current 1.2 million people. I can use the secret method to maintain it for 2 months at most. You must give me an answer as soon as possible. The food they brought out should be able to last for half a year, if they are thrifty. The remaining months are up to you. This is the limit that Li Zhirui can do for the Great Zhou dynasty. Wei Changming began to calculate frantically in his mind, including all the existing resources of the dynasty and all the methods he could think of. After a long while, he said, "Please rest assured, Master, we will definitely cherish these citizens. The most important thing for the humane dynasty is the population, and then the degree of recognition of the dynasty. With a population of more than 4 million, the power of the Great Zhou dynasty will leap up. If they are still loyal to the Great Zhou dynasty, the dynasty's luck will become even greater. And how to arrange so many people is the first test that the Great Zhou dynasty has to face. As long as it can be successfully completed, it will definitely win a large number of people's hearts. When all these more than 4 million people join the Great Zhou dynasty, its power will surge instantly, and it is very likely that they will have power comparable to that of human immortals. Once successful, Li Zhirui's purpose of going south this time will be completed. Speaking of which, since Wei Changming said that he could resettle 1.2 million people, let them do it." Li Zhirui was busy at each resettlement site, checking whether what Wei Changming said was true. After all, no matter what, these people were brought up by him, and he naturally hoped that they would have a good result. It may be because the elders had told them in advance when they were in Hongshizhao, so they were not surprised that they suddenly appeared in the new environment and quickly adapted. Moreover, they were very hard-working. They did not take a good rest for a few days before they went to reclaim wasteland. Although it was impossible to grow food now, some grains, such as soybeans and vegetables, could be grown. At the same time, those officials were also trying their best to prepare a large amount of food. To this end, they suspended the purchase of population from the outside world and used the gold and silver to purchase food. Arrange a large number of citizens to reclaim wasteland, grow grains, and so on. The most laborious and busy ones were the students from farming families. In order to prepare a large amount of food, they spent a long time in the wild looking for edible food. Their approach was very effective. Although the quantity of many foods was not too much, the variety made up for this deficiency. It took more than a month for them to barely gather enough food to sustain the survival of 2 to 3 million people. Then they went to a thatched house outside the royal capital and asked Li Zhirui to come out and release the remaining people. Because the human law network had been established, Li Zhirui, as a cultivator, naturally did not want to bear the suppression from humanity, so he simply moved out. At the same time, it was also a further declaration that he would no longer interfere too much in the affairs of the dynasty and stay away from the center of power. During this period of time, in addition to maintaining the lives of those mortals, Li Zhirui spent the rest of his time concentrating on comprehending and studying the methods brought out from Hongshizhao. The content was not very profound, but it was indeed a different approach and very unique. It could actually use emotions to perform secret methods. The stronger the emotions, the greater the power of the secret method. Because Hongshizhao is full of resentment, this aspect is the best developed among all the methods. If Li Zhirui wants to develop the use of other emotions, it is not impossible. With his ability, he should be able to imitate it in a few decades. However, he is not very interested in this development direction. After all, it is too idealistic and requires a high environment. But this still has a lot of inspiration for Li Zhirui, such as doing the opposite, stabilizing his emotions, and ensuring that his state of mind is not affected. Wei Changming brought a large number of officials to knock on the door. They came specially to ask Li Zhirui to release the remaining human race. After a while, Li Zhirui came out, and the ethereal aura on his body became more and more intense, giving people a feeling that he was about to leave the secular world. Other officials would only think that his cultivation was more profound, but Wei Changming had other insights. Is the national teacher planning to leave? In fact, all kinds of signs can prove his guess, and many people have the same feeling, but they subconsciously avoided this answer. Because no matter what Li Zhirui's purposes, the Great Zhou dynasty can have its current strength because of his support, which is beyond doubt. There is no need to elaborate on the resettlement process. Li Zhirui ran around and released all the mortals in the space. It was completed, and all the subsequent matters were handed over to Wei Changming and other officials to solve. He went to Dong Yuan's house to inquire about the news of Hongshu's house during this period. Li Zhirui found the market at random and found that all the cultivators were in a hurry and very anxious, so he grabbed someone at random and asked, "What happened? Release." Before he finished speaking, he found that the person who caught him had a high level of cultivation and was not someone he could offend. In addition, a 6th level spiritual object that Li Zhirui took out casually, his attitude instantly became respectful and flattering. "Senior, you don't know what happened more than a month ago. The demons of Hongshu's house suddenly had a fierce battle with the demons from outside the domain. A large number of demon beasts were devoured by the demons. It is rumored that the injury of the great demon of the heavenly fairy was also very serious, because someone heard that the great demon of the heavenly demon left with a wild laugh, and when the demons fought, some demon cultivators also participated in it, setting off a brutal massacre. Not only the demon beasts, but also the mortals living in the local area were almost slaughtered." A dark light flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes. He didn't expect that Dongyuan sect would conceal the great elders and others and put the blame on the demon cultivators. "Then why are you so anxious, senior? You don't know that the group of demon beasts were like crazy and started to attack Dongyuan's house. How dare we, the weak cultivators, stay in the border area? We all want to escape from here before the demon beasts appear nearby." Li Zhirui understood and waved his hand to let him go. Chapter 1158 Departure. The demons of Hongshu's house must have thought that the immortals were behind all this, and when Li Zhirui took action, he let go of several demon beasts, which could prove this. Moreover, the demons certainly would not think that those vengeful spirits and skeletons were the mortals of the great elders who could make such a big noise. If Li Zhirui had not seen it with his own eyes and inherited it, he would not have thought that mortals could have such powerful means. As for the fact that it looked like the magical power of the demons, but they suspected the immortals, it must be that the demons thought that the immortals did it on purpose to distance themselves from the relationship. Otherwise, how to explain that millions of mortals could disappear quietly in such a short time? Besides, the demons were not good people either. They themselves were raising mortals in captivity. Although they were not for food, they were even more cruel. They came all the way to rescue millions of mortals? Just think about it and you will know it is impossible. So the demons vented their anger on the nearby mortal forces. The demons' immortal forces suffered a lot of losses, but the low-level demon beasts, which were the largest in number, did not suffer much damage, and they were the main force of this attack. Before the demons attacked Dongyuan sect, they had destroyed several small immortal forces. The local monks were powerless to resist the massive demon beasts. Those who were lucky could flee, while those who were unlucky were directly buried in the beasts. As the real mastermind behind these things, Li Zhirui, after hearing a lot of news, deduced the current situation in his mind and felt relieved. In the next few years, or even longer, the Great Zhou dynasty can develop with peace of mind. As long as the Great Zhou dynasty survives this period and makes these millions of human races return to their hearts, it can be called a very powerful human dynasty. At the same time, the pressure on the family will be reduced a lot. After all, in recent years, because of Li Zhirui's operation in tossing, Dongyuan sect's energy has been focused on the south, and there has been no long period of peace. I don't know what the family is like now. Li Zhirui looked at the distant north, with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes, and murmured, "It won't be long before I can go back." Speaking of two inns, on Dongyuan Mountain, The head of the sect summoned the elders to discuss the war with the demons. At present, there are two voices in the Dongyun sect. One is that the demon race has been calculated by someone and has joined forces with the outer demons to attack the demon race, which has greatly reduced its strength. The sect should take this opportunity to eliminate it and occupy Hongshizhao. The other is that since the demon race dares to enter the palace, it means that its strength is still strong. The sect should follow the previous measures to resist them and ensure that the territory is not violated. Everyone, what do you think is the best way to benefit the sect? The demon race must be strong on the outside but weak on the inside, otherwise the demon beasts sent out would not be like now, and there are almost no fairyland demon beasts. We should seize this great opportunity to drive away the demon beasts and take over Hongshizhao, the elders of the pro-war faction said loudly and passionately. That's right, several elders echoed. Among the elders, the pro-war faction has an absolute upper hand, because even if a war breaks out, they will hardly go to the battlefield in person. On the contrary, if they take over new territory, they can gain benefits from it. What if the demon tribe's strength is not greatly damaged? Aren't we trapped by the demon tribe? Humph. Junior brother Leo is always timid. What do you mean? In the sect's main hall, two powerful elders started arguing. Enough, the head of the sect said coldly. Since everyone has different opinions, let's vote by raising hands. Without a doubt, the elders who agreed to go to war accounted for the majority. Since the decision was made, everyone got up and left, preparing for their own. Speaking of which, the sect has been unlucky in recent years. First, the ghost tribe rioted, and within a few years, the group of beasts attacked again. We didn't even have time to practice in peace, an elder complained subconsciously. But it attracted the attention of many elders. They thought about it carefully for a moment and found that it was just as he said. The sect has not been peaceful in recent years. Is it caused by the loss of luck, or is there someone behind the scenes? But the Dongyun sect has spiritual objects that suppress luck, and the magic weapon that monitors the deduction of the heavenly secrets did not find any clues of someone's calculations. It's not that there are no forces that can be spared, but there are only a few in the entire Yunling realm, and the closest one is the Hai clan. Even the human He clan in the south can't do it, because in terms of overall strength, the He clan is still a little inferior. But even if the Hai clan takes action, it will cost a lot to leave no trace. But is it necessary? It's not the first time that the Hai clan has lost the offshore area. They didn't do it before. Did they change their minds this time? It's indeed a bit strange. I'll ask the two uncles to investigate and see if there is really someone secretly calculating. The head of the sect didn't dare to ignore the speculation caused by casual words. If this is the truth, the mastermind behind the scenes will definitely have other calculations, and they must be on guard. After saying that, the head of the sect didn't care about arranging the next battle, and hurriedly flew to the sect's cave. Disciple has an important matter to ask the two uncles. Even if he is the head of the sect, he has to wait obediently at the door. After a while, a flash of light flashed, and the door to the cave slowly appeared. The next moment he stepped into the portal, he appeared in front of the two celestial beings. Go ahead. After the headmaster greeted them, he told them their guesses. Please trouble the two uncles to investigate. Got it. Then, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and he was driven out of the cave. The headmaster had no dissatisfaction at all, and stood there waiting honestly. About an hour later, a jade slip appeared in front of him, with only a few big words in it. No one calculated. The monster tribe in Hongshizhao suffered heavy losses. This reply not only made the headmaster feel at ease, but also gave him a surprise. With this affirmative answer, the next step is to defeat the monster tribe. Li Zhirui, who had already returned to the Great Zhou dynasty, had no idea that the Dongyun sect had become suspicious and attached so much importance to it. Fortunately, they did not find anything and turned around and focused their energy on the monster tribe. The flames of war ignited on the land of Hongshizhao, but this had nothing to do with the Great Zhou dynasty, because it still needed to sort out and accumulate strength. After hearing this, Li Zhirui was completely relieved. The Great Zhou dynasty could avoid the side of the Dongyun sect for several more years, and so could his family. Moreover, he had no way to further enhance the strength of the Great Zhou dynasty in a short period of time, so he simply closed himself in the thatched house and ignored the affairs of the dynasty. Just as the battle between the Dongyun sect and the demon clan intensified, the human He family could no longer hold back. Hongshizhao was a large state. Not only was it vast, but it was also rich in spiritual energy. It was a good blessed land, and neither side could give it up. That is to say, the demon clan had not been eliminated or driven away yet, otherwise the two families would have almost fought directly for the territory. After a long period of clearing and siege, a large number of demon beasts died in the hands of the monks. In fact, many fairyland demon beasts chose to escape as soon as possible when they saw the situation was not good. Otherwise, they would need more time and strength to take over Hongshizhao. But the matter did not end here. Instead, the atmosphere became more and more tense. The two major immortal forces, the Dongyun sect and the human He family, began to confront each other, hoping that they could occupy larger and more territories and spiritual veins. Fortunately, both sides were relatively restrained and did not take direct action. But as time went on, the contradictions between the two sides continued to accumulate and escalate, and finally, in a conflict, the two sides took action. It was like a little fire thrown into a haystack, instantly igniting all the hay and turning it into a raging fire. Get out of Hongshizhao, this is the territory we conquered first, the fairyland of Dongyun sect shouted angrily. This place originally belonged to the demon clan, and more demon beasts died in our hands than you. Logically, it should belong to my He family. In this case, let's see who is stronger. Boom. The two human immortals attacked at the same time, and their powerful magical powers burst into collision. A strong shock wave made those mortal realms dare not stay, because they could easily become cannon fodder. Hongshizhao, which had just calmed down, was once again stained with the war. When Li Zhirui came out of retreat and received this great news, his face was calm, but his heart was ecstatic. This could delay it for a few more years. When he came out of retreat again, the ownership of Hongshizhao had been determined. 60% of the area, and all of it is the essence of the land, all belongs to the Dongyun sect, and the rest belongs to the human He family. After all these years of precipitation and development, the power that the great Zhou dynasty now possesses has exceeded Li Zhirui's expectations, giving him a great surprise. It actually has a power comparable to that of an earthly immortal. Although there is only one chance to attack, this is already a very strong threat to many forces. It's a pity that the great Zhou dynasty is not in a good position. It is between the two major celestial immortal forces, and there is an ocean to the east. If it wants to expand, it can only go in the northwest and southwest. On this day, Wei Changming, who is already gray-haired and looked like he was about to die, appeared outside Li Zhirui's thatched house. The first time I saw him, I heard him ask, "National Master, are you leaving soon?" Yes, Li Zhirui did not hide it. It was meaningless to hide it from a smart person. Besides, the various signs he showed over the years were already very clear. He smiled and said, "I believe many of you know that my identity is not sent by the Dacian dynasty to spread the humane dharma. As a free and easy cultivator, the humane dynasty with strict laws and strict order is not only incompatible, but also conflicting. Although I have been using your ideas from the beginning to now, I still want to give you some advice before you leave. Expansion is certainly the best and most effective way to enhance your strength, but this road is very difficult for you, so you should focus on digging deep inside." "Thank you, National Master." Li Zhirui smiled and shook his head, saying, "After I leave, you should completely erase my traces. You can also use this to add a mysterious color to the royal family, saying that I was enlightened by heaven, obtained the humane dharma, and led you, the founding ministers, to establish the great Zhou dynasty." After saying that, without waiting for Wei Changming's response, he waved his hand and sent him out. As the prime minister of a country, with the blessing of human luck and the dragon energy of the dynasty, Wei Changming, whose strength is comparable to that of a scattered immortal, did not resist. It's time to leave. Li Zhirui still has some feelings for the great Zhou dynasty, but compared with this little feeling, the family is many times more important. Now the great Zhou dynasty no longer needs him. On the contrary, his existence has become an obstacle. That's why Wei Changming was sent to visit. In name, it was a visit, but in fact it was a secret reminder to remind him to leave early. Li Zhirui didn't need to pack anything, and he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Wei Changming noticed something, turned around slowly, and looked at the empty thatched house. A complex emotion of helplessness, regret, and pity appeared on his face. Thousands of words were stuck in his throat, and finally turned into a sigh. After all, they are not fellow travelers on the same road. On the second day after Li Zhirui left, the plaque of the State Master's mansion in the royal capital was directly removed, and all books and texts related to him were sealed and confiscated. All his contributions to the Great Zhou dynasty were erased and placed on the royal family and other founding ministers. Perhaps many people still remember Li Zhirui, but how long can they remember him under the erosion of time? After more than half a year, after some internal trivial matters were dealt with, the Great Zhou dynasty no longer concealed and officially stepped onto the big stage of the Yuanling realm. However, it was not discovered by the cultivators at first, because Wanjiazhao was still very barren for cultivators, and no cultivator was willing to get involved. It was not until some cultivators were chased by water monsters and came to Wanjiazhao in a panic that they felt a strong suppression and were questioned and driven away by some humane cultivators that the Great Zhou dynasty began to spread among the cultivators. What did you say? The head of the Duangyan school, the patriarch of the Yuanhe family, and some small forces received the news after several days. But no matter who they were, their first reaction was shock and questioning. A humane dynasty with a population of 5 or 6 million people appeared quietly under our noses. Before this, no cultivator discovered it. In fact, the concealment of the humane dynasty is still very strong. As long as the humane law network is not established and the observation is not on depth, it is impossible to know whether it is a humane dynasty or a gathering place for mortals. And the spiritual energy of Wanjiazhao is so thin that even casual cultivators are unwilling to come. How could there be cultivators willing to go deep into it and explore the mountains? The current Great Zhou dynasty has become stronger and is no longer an existence that can be destroyed at will. This is the reason why the nearby mortal forces are worried. Due to the unspoken rules of various forces, the strongest Duangyan sect and Yuanhe family cannot send earthly immortals to directly destroy the Great Zhou dynasty. And other forces are not opponents, but have to be wary of their invasion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1159 Tough. Fortunately, the Great Zhou dynasty did not show its aggressiveness. It just did not allow monks to enter the territory of the dynasty, and seemed to be intent on internal development. But this attitude did not let the immortal forces put down their guard, because all the human dynasties have strong external expansion factors. After all, this is the simplest and crudest way to grow stronger. In fact, the Great Zhou dynasty did have a debate on whether to expand the territory or keep in touch with the people, and the latter won with a slight advantage. But as long as you study the conservatives a little, you can understand why the immortal forces are so worried. The leaders of the civil and military parties, Wei Changming and Zhang Yi, both chose to keep in touch with the people, emphasizing that they should not rush to act, but should continue to accumulate internal strength, develop the land, and wait until the country's strength is further improved before expanding externally. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty now has a shallow foundation and was completely promoted by Li Zhirui in a short period of time. This makes the first foreign war particularly important. If they lose, it will be a heavy blow to the people's hearts and national strength. So both of them are extremely cautious and dare not start a war easily. As the leaders of civil officials and military generals, both chose to support the conservatives, but they only led by a slight advantage. It can be imagined how strong the desire of others to expand is. However, Wei Changming and Zhang Yi knew that those officials were just pawns. The one who really wanted to expand was the young and vigorous king of the day. National Master. You left too early. Without you, I can't suppress the king's ambition at all. Wei Changming looked at the empty throne in the hall and sighed in his heart. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Li Zhirui is a transcendent existence and the real master. Even though he has not appeared for many years, no one dares to ignore him. The dynasty has always been running under his will. Perhaps it won't be long before he will take the initiative to resign and retire. General Zhang, in some time, please go and apologize to the king. The Great Zhou can do without me, but it can't do without you. Zhang Yi heard this old voice, his face changed slightly, as if he understood something in his heart, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. Wei Changming bowed to the empty throne and slowly left the hall. In the next month, the talk of war never ceased in the court, and the momentum became more and more powerful. Even the people in the capital were talking about it, and under the spread of people with ulterior motives, it began to spread to other places. I am old and weak, and I can't see. I begged the king to agree to let me return home. This was the third time Wei Changming begged for his bones, and he cooperated with the young king to complete the drama of 3 begs and 3 denials. I am still young, I hope the teacher will stay and assist me. Wei Changming leaned his head against the hall and said nothing. Zhu Hong's face was a little ugly, and his voice was a little hard. He said, since the teacher insists on this, I can't force you to stay. Please take care of yourself, the great Zhou still needs you. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Wei Changming kowtowed, slowly stood up, and returned to the position he had stood for more than 10 years. After today, he will not appear again. With such a minister resigning and returning home, there was nothing to discuss in the next court meeting, and it ended hastily. At noon that day, all the civil and military officials of the court came to the Zhou River to send this founding minister home. General Zhang, you will have to work hard in the days to come. Wei Changming did not speak to his disciples and students, but only said so to Zhang Yi. Then he left the most magnificent city of the Great Zhou with his family and a few properties. Only 10 days after he left, the court once again discussed the expedition to open up. This time, Zhu Hong got what he wanted, and more than 80% of the civil and military officials chose to agree. At this time, Li Zhirui had already returned to Wangsan Mountain. After not seeing each other for many years, Zhang Fengwu, Daking and others were very curious about his experience and wanted to know what he had done. But Li Zhirui kept silent about it. Some things were tantamount to leaking secrets when they were spoken out. They just waited for the news and they would understand it at that time. And asked them not to discuss the matter, just know it in their hearts. How has the family been doing over the years? With the Dongyian sect's attention shifting south, the pressure on the family has become less severe, so we have also recovered a lot of territory. The clan leader Li Zhirui immediately spoke up and said, at the same time, we are preparing to recover the Wanling Sea within a few years. It's just that with a reduction of territory, the benefits are not as lucrative as before, so the family's development has slowed down a bit. Li Zhirui had been prepared for this, so he didn't react. Under the suppression of the Dongyian sect, it was good for the family to not retreat. If everything goes well, the Dongyian sect should not care about us for a long time to come, so we can develop boldly, but we have to wait for the news to come before we can act. Just be prepared first. Got it? Zhaoqing, Li Zhirui and others were the most excited. They had long wanted to recover the lost territory. The former was because he couldn't bear this breath, and the latter, as the clan leader, of course hoped that the family would become stronger and stronger. It's just that Li Zhirui has not come back, and they are worried that their actions will destroy his plan, so they have not taken action for a long time. Now that he has spoken in person, the so-called concerns naturally do not exist. Time flies. 3 months after Li Zhirui returned to the family, everyone received an important intelligence. The content was roughly that the great Zhou dynasty that suddenly appeared some time ago launched a war. Didn't you listen to my advice? Li Zhirui thought to himself, which was a pity. If he followed his last reminder, the great Zhou dynasty would have 10 years to settle down internally, consolidate its political power and rule, and then launch a war. Even if it loses, it won't matter much. But if it loses now, it will really cause turmoil in the country and be detrimental to the rule of the great Zhou. However, these have nothing to do with Li Zhirui, who has already left the great Zhou. He immediately cleared those thoughts and considered what the family should do to get the most benefit from it. Take advantage of the fact that a group of people in the Wanling Sea area noticed something wrong and withdrew in advance, and the family attacked in advance, so that they had no time to react, and they could easily recover. Ruizu, the family has prepared a large number of war spirits and can act at any time, Li Zhirui replied in a sonorous and powerful voice. In that case, we will attack tomorrow and recapture the Wanling Sea as quickly as possible. If we encounter a cultivator who deliberately destroys it, no matter who he is, we will do our best to kill him. This is a situation that must not be allowed to happen. We must use the most cruel means to punish and warn other cultivators so that they dare not follow suit. After all, the Li family still has a large piece of territory to recapture. If someone deliberately destroys the spiritual veins, it will be a huge loss for the Li family. Yes, Li Zhirui began to summon the clan members. Li Zhirui also went back to prepare, just in case. He planned to fight in person. There was no conversation at night. When the sky was slightly bright, huge cloud ships appeared above Wangsan Mountain, and the clan members had already boarded the ships and waited. Let's go. When the last person arrived, Li Zhirui gave an order, and all the cloud ships were like an arrow from the bow. piercing through the clouds and heading straight for the Wanling Sea. Rumble. In just half an hour, the first explosion sounded over the sea. An island occupied by a sect of scattered immortals was almost shattered without any defense, and the spiritual light of defense was almost shattered, which also awakened the cultivators on the island. Who is so bold as to dare to attack King Shi sect? When the scattered immortals saw the cloud boat hanging with the flag of the Li family and engraved with the emblem of the Li family, he trembled all over, and he knew that the revenge of the Li family was coming. After so many years, the Li family, which had been unable to shrink, once again showed its fangs and claws to the outside world. Please show mercy, fellow Taoists. My King Shi sect is willing to give up this place, and I only hope to leave safely with my disciples. The pressure on the cloud boat that was so strong that he dared not have the slightest anger in his heart, for fear that the Li family would take action directly in the next moment. Yes, Li Zhirui's voice echoed over the sea, you cannot take away any immature spiritual objects, and you cannot destroy the spiritual veins. If you violate it, even if you are thousands of miles away, my Li family will never let you go. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The cloud boat did not stop and left directly. Fortunately, there has been no conflict between the sect and the Li family over the years, otherwise I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to get out safely this time. The immortal looked at the huge fleet and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When the Li family withdrew from the Wanling Sea, there was no fighting between them. Later, when the two sides' territories were bordering each other, they were very restrained. There really was no fighting between the two families, not even a small conflict. If the King Shi sect hadn't occupied a part of the Wanling Sea, the two families might have become friendly forces. But some people are going to be unlucky. Thinking of some forces, he couldn't help but laugh with gloating. Those families have always been arrogant and domineering. Relying on their stronger strength, they think they are the lords of other forces, bossing them around, and asking them to pay tribute. He will see their unlucky scenes later, which will immediately dispel his depression. On the other side, the Li family's fleet is still moving forward. Wherever they pass, no force is willing to resist, and almost chooses to give up immediately after contact. Because this is just the other prefecture of their force, the garrison strength is insufficient, and it is no match for the Li family who launched the army this time. If they were to confront them forcefully, they would definitely be the losers, and it would also affect another territory near the sea. The Li family did not make it difficult for them, and let them leave empty-handed, leaving behind those spiritual objects. But this process was not always smooth sailing. For example, this time, the Li family encountered the powerful Su family, and they did not choose to admit defeat. Stupid, some cultivators who were following the Li family's fleet in the distance could not help but curse when they saw this scene. The Su family only had 3 or 4 scattered immortals in the sea area, and they did not see how many people the Li family had dispatched this time. They did not admit defeat and surrender honestly, but actually wanted to hold on. Don't know whether to live or die. This time, the Li family had not yet established their prestige, and it happened that the Su family jumped out by themselves. It was no wonder that Li Zhirui used him as the chicken to scare the monkey. Boom. As soon as Li Zhirui made a move, the defensive aura that protected the island shook violently and became much dimmer. The second attack directly shattered the defensive aura. How is this possible? Although it was not a large formation to protect the island, it was also a formation of a scattered immortal realm, but it couldn't withstand 2 moves from Li Zhirui. Not to mention the Su family cultivators who faced Li Zhirui directly. Even the people who followed behind couldn't help but hold their breath when they saw this scene. A long time ago, they heard that Li Zhirui's strength was very strong and ordinary scattered immortals were no match for him, but they had never had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes. Now they finally have it, and his strength is indeed very terrifying. They are no match for him at all. If they had fought before, they would probably have become corpses now. Die? With just one word, the scattered immortal who faced Li Zhirui's attack was in great fear. He seemed to see the scene of himself dying under this blow. He hurriedly tried his best to resist, and said in surrender, "We were wrong before, please forgive us, fellow Taoists of the Li family, we will evacuate now. If you can block 3 of my moves, I will grant your request." The immortal dared not refuse, and could only grit his teeth and agree. Although the power of the previous attack was strong, it was not impossible to resist. He should be able to withstand 3 more moves. Li Zhirui stretched out his hand and a bright green light broke through the air. Su Yi did not dare to underestimate it at all, and offered several magic weapons to resist. With a click, The 3 magic weapons were instantly pierced like thin paper, but their power was completely offset. And finally intercepted at the 4th magic weapon. Su Yi looked at the magic weapons that had scattered their spiritual light and broken into pieces, and his heart was indescribable. But the current situation did not allow him to be distracted anymore, and he forced himself to gather his thoughts and resist the next attack. Facing the powerful Li Zhirui, Su Yi used all his means and finally blocked the second attack. The price was that most of his mana was consumed. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows. The 2 attacks just now were enough to show his strength. After thinking about it, he did not continue to increase the power. However, it seemed that the power was still terrifying, which made the faces of the cultivators watching from a distance change greatly. I'm afraid Su Yi can't withstand this attack. I didn't expect that Li Daoyao's strength is so terrifying. He can defeat the cultivator of the same level in 3 moves. What a pity, humph. When the Su family relies on their own strength to bully us at will they feel pity? But the results surprised everyone. Su Yi, who was originally thought to be unstoppable, actually survived. However, the price he paid was also very high. He used the secret method of blood essence, and his whole face was terribly pale, as if he would die directly in the next moment. Ahem. Su Yi supported his shaky body and said, "Thank you Daoyao for showing mercy. If it weren't for the gentleman's agreement of 3 moves, if Li Zhirui didn't mean to kill him, he would not be able to stand up now, and would have become a corpse. Leave as soon as possible." After saying that, Li Zhirui led the family fleet to continue eastward. But before they took action, some monks who had watched the battle had already informed some forces in the east in advance and asked them to admit defeat honestly. Chapter 1160 Gap. The news that he defeated a Sancsin in 3 moves and almost killed him spread to the ears of countless cultivators like wings. If it was just a few people saying it, it might not be credible, but this time it was seen by dozens of cultivators and could not be questioned at all. For a time, Li Zhirui's reputation spread all around. As soon as many forces saw the Li family fleet, they directly closed the defense formation and stood in the air honestly to show their answers and sincerity. It took only half a day to recover the lost Wanling Sea, and in this process, there were very few real moves, and the tribesmen were unharmed. Finally back, looking at the original side of the island chain that had been split, all the tribesmen felt a little emotional. Zhaoking, Xiaokeng, this place is left to you two to take charge. In your free time, you can think about how to incorporate this place into your own divine domain, Li Zhirui urged. The reason for doing so is that the 2 people's cultivation path can be smoother. As gods, expanding the area of the divine domain and holding more power is the most orthodox and fastest way of cultivation. Second, the 2 people become the water god and wind god of the Wanling Sea. At that time, even if the immortal way loses the offshore, the Li family can rely on the 2 gods to gain a share of the benefits. But this is by no means easy. Zhaoking is not bad. There is no wind god in the Wanling Sea, and no one competes with him. However, because the Sea clan has previously divided the water god, there is a water god here. It's just that because he was born in the Sea clan, he was afraid of being plotted against by the immortal way. In order to save his life, he fled to the open sea. We will keep an eye on this sea area and will never lose it, the 2 promised seriously. I believe in your ability. Li Zhirui left a group of clansmen responsible for rebuilding the garrison. When the temporary formation was successfully arranged, he took the other clansmen back to the clan. After this battle, Li Zhirui closed himself off and no longer appeared in front of everyone. If it is not necessary, he is actually not willing to be in the limelight, because in Li Zhirui's view, with his time, it is better to practice in seclusion and strive to increase a little more mana. But even so, Li Zhirui's dazzling record still cannot be erased, and there is even a trend of intensifying, and in the end it seems to be hiding the intention of flattery. 2 sides. In order to hone her heart, Li Zhixuan, who has transformed into a chivalrous swordsman, is still traveling in the world of mortals in the Dacian dynasty. Because of the existence of a strong humanitarian law network, the Dacian dynasty suppresses the strength of cultivators very much. Even if you walk on a country road, your strength will be suppressed by 60-70%. If it were someone else, they might not be able to hold on for long. After all, as a cultivator, they have long been accustomed to the sense of security brought to them by the mana in their bodies. But Li Zhixuan is different. She also regards this as a means of tempering herself. She walks in Dacian with only 30-40% of her strength and his swordsmanship. Even so, She has made a great reputation and is called the Sword Saint in the martial arts world. Many people are chasing her in order to learn from her. Have you heard? The dynasty has developed a way to burst out powerful power even if you leave the territory. Is it true? This important news has attracted the attention of many people. Not only monks, but also ordinary people are scrambling to inquire. In a tea house, a young man who heard this had a little excitement on his face, thinking in his heart, after lurking for many years, there is finally hope to complete the task. After hearing this, Li Zhirui immediately gave up her original plan and came to the magic weapon auction house, which was rumored to be able to exert human power outside the country, as quickly as possible. She wanted to witness it with her own eyes, to see the pros and cons, and whether it would affect the situation in Dongzhou. A few days later, the auction was lively and opened, and even because there were too many people who wanted to participate, various restrictions were made for this. Li Zhirui was well known, so she entered smoothly. However, even she could only sit in the crowded hall with everyone. The private rooms above were all occupied by powerful and wealthy people. Everyone, please look, the auction house seemed to have known everyone's curiosity for a long time, so it had made preparations early. A video was shown, showing a Confucian scholar who could still use powerful Confucian magic outside the imperial territory and easily kill the demon cultivator. Boom, the scene that countless human cultivators thought about day and night finally appeared today. They had been restricted by the human luck and the dragon energy of the dynasty, and could only use their methods and talents in their own territory. Although they were powerful, once they left these two blessings, their strength would fall sharply. Therefore, countless human cultivators were looking forward to a solution, and after so many years, there was finally hope of success. Therefore, the human cultivators present were extremely excited, as if they were facing a holy object, and their expressions showed fanaticism. I believe you all know the function of this magic weapon. That's right. It can allow human cultivators to leave the imperial territory and still mobilize dragon energy and luck to enhance their power. Moreover, they don't need to do much. Each time they consume it, they can be placed outside at will to slowly absorb the surrounding energy to replenish it. The auctioneer shouted loudly, promoting its advantages in all aspects, but also deliberately ignored its shortcomings. Soon, this human magic weapon was auctioned at a sky-high price. Regardless of whether the price was inflated or not, the bidding never stopped. As for whether there would be any disadvantages, no one cared. It seems that the difficulty of refining this kind of human magic weapon is not low, otherwise the Dacian dynasty should directly promote it instead of auctioning it like it is now. Li Zhirui watched them raise the price boredly. The price was too high, and she didn't even have the qualifications to bid. There was no way. Who told her that she didn't know any skills, only the swordsmanship of killing? There was not much spiritual stone left. Not only Li Zhirui, but all the immortal forces who value the Dacian dynasty thought so, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the humane magic weapon becomes popular, then the humane monks will also be qualified to practice and study in nearby states. And it is very likely that conflicts will break out with the monks. In the case of limited resources and fierce competition, no one wants to have a group of opponents. After a long time, this humane magic weapon was bought at a sky-high price. There was nothing worth paying attention to in the subsequent auctions, and everyone's attention was focused on this treasure that looked no different from ordinary magic weapons. The auction is over. Thank you all for your support. In fact, after the humane magic weapon was auctioned, many people left early. Their purpose was also very clear, that is, to take it away. Li Zhirui watched the entire auction, and during the period, she also won a spiritual material that could increase the sharpness of the magic weapon, and spent most of her already limited spiritual stones. At the same time that Li Zhirui embarked on the journey of practice again, at the foot of a mountain in the distance, the group of Confucian monks who spent a huge price to win the humane magic weapon were stopped by a group of monks. Hand over your magic weapon, and I'll spare your life, the leading immortal shouted sternly. Ha, I didn't expect that in my Dacian territory, there would be cultivators who dared to threaten us Confucian scholars. What a big joke, the leading great scholar couldn't help laughing. The brush in his hand danced wildly in the air, and a murderous poem was written between the strokes of the pen. The description in the poem seemed to come alive, and a sword immortal rushed out. The Confucian scholars behind the great scholar chanted something, blessing the sword immortal with more power, and at the same time evolved other killing moves to deal with the remaining cultivators. As soon as the group of cultivators made a move, the human law network covering every corner of the Dacian dynasty's territory instantly sensed it, and mobilized more dynasty luck from the surroundings to suppress their strength. This is why many cultivators are unwilling to stay in the Dacian dynasty. When they don't make a move, their strength is suppressed by 60% to 70%. Once they make a move, especially against officials, they will be suppressed by more than half, and their strength will be reduced by only 20%, and they will be completely at the mercy of others. However, these cultivators seem to have found a way to reduce the suppression of the dynasty's luck. They sacrificed a small seal, gathering the power of the surrounding mountains and rivers to help them bear part of the suppression. However, even so, the strength of these cultivators was only 40% to 50%. So that's it. The immortal way has found a way to deal with it, so you dare to be so presumptuous. The great scholar was slightly surprised. No wonder they had such courage. But it also increased a murderous intention in the great scholar's heart. He wanted to take down the small seal and study its principle clearly. Maybe it would be helpful to Dacian. This is public interest, and if it is from a private point of view, he can also become famous because of this matter, and maybe he will be conferred by the court, and his lineage will also benefit from it. Speaking of it, it is really a mutual promotion and restraint. The Dacian dynasty has just developed a humane magic weapon, and the immortal way has also appeared under the humane law net, which can maintain more power. Kill. Both sides did not waste any more words, fighting hard, hoping to kill each other. Bang! But this is the home field of the human cultivators. The cultivators are at a huge disadvantage and are no match for them. Not only were they knocked out, but the small seal was also taken away. Just as the group of Confucian cultivators were chasing them and eradicating them, several spiritual lights came flying from a distance. Let's go. Seeing this, the great Confucian took the students and left quickly with his magical powers without hesitation, no matter who the person was. Not to mention the defeated cultivators. In their current situation, if they encounter a little wind and waves, they will be in danger. How dare they stay? Damn it. I'm still a step late. When the other group of people arrived, the place was empty, and both sides were very cautious. They wiped out all the breath of themselves and others, making it difficult to track them. On the other side, Li Zhirui also encountered a little trouble. She was spotted by a human cultivator. In my Dacian territory, you are definitely not my opponent. You'd better surrender obediently and hand over all the treasures on you. I promise to let you go. Li Zi's eyes were full of greed. In fact, such words are useless, but just like the principle of surrounding three sides and leaving one side, they knew that an ambush was arranged at the gap, but for the tiny chance of survival, they had no other choice. The purpose of doing this is to let them see a glimmer of hope, so as not to really fight to the death. Huh. Just you, Li Zhirui sneered, not wanting to waste words with this person, and moved her body, becoming a residual image. The black sword appeared in her hand at some point and slashed directly at this person. Shield. Li Zi's face changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, pouring out the mana in his body, mobilizing the surrounding imperial luck to block this attack. The source of power for human cultivators is not entirely spiritual energy, but a mixture of spiritual energy, luck and heart energy, so they are less dependent on spiritual energy. But they never thought that the means that were originally extremely restrained against cultivators were so vulnerable in front of Li Zhirui, and were directly chopped to pieces. If it weren't for Li Zi's strong will to survive, which allowed him to dodge it dangerously, I'm afraid he would have become a dead soul under the sword now. With this kind of strength, you dare to imitate others to kill and rob treasures. You really don't know how to live or die? Li Zhirui sneered, and another sword light flew out, directly cutting off his head. During the period of training in Dacian, she was surprised to find that her magic power could easily crush the means of the humane monks. And the reason for this, Li Zhirui thought it was related to her sword energy filled with evil spirit and murderous intent. So even though her strength was suppressed, she was defenseless when outsiders didn't know her special magic power, so it was very easy to be killed by sneak attacks. Huh? When Li Zhirui put away Li Zi's relics, he suddenly felt a little strange, and immediately took a closer look at the magic weapon that he didn't have time to use. This is different from the magic weapon I have seen before, but it is a bit like the humane magic weapon I saw at the auction. After a long while, he slowly spoke. After 100 thoughts, he had a vague guess in his heart. I am afraid that the Dacian dynasty has already developed the humane magic weapon, but it has been hidden and has not been released. It is very likely that they are planning something. This grand auction is also one of them. Perhaps the Dacian dynasty has already started to act. But what does this have to do with her? Li Zhirui shook her head disapprovingly. She just used the mortal world to hone her heart and didn't want to get involved in some calculations. And the development of things was just as she thought. Tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of great Confucian scholars quietly appeared in the rear of Wanlingzhao. When Dacian attacked and attracted a large number of local monks to resist, they suddenly launched an attack. Under the attack from both sides, the huge Wanlingzhao was defeated at an incredible speed, and the monks suffered heavy losses. If nothing unexpected happened, they could no longer save this place. While the Dacian dynasty continued to clear out and drive away the monks, it sent people to set up counties and establish rule, and incorporated it into the governance of the court, giving people a feeling that it was not a war at all. This move frightened the monks in other states, and they began to prohibit mortals from the Dacian direction from entering, and at the same time prepared for battle. They didn't know that the Dacian dynasty had no plans to continue expanding its territory. The reason they attacked Wanling Prefecture was not to test how much power the human magic weapon could bring to the people in actual combat. That's right. This brutal battle that caused countless cultivators to die, get injured, and flee was just an experiment in the eyes of the Dacian dynasty. Chapter 1161, Journey. The power of the humane magic weapon can be further improved, but that is a matter for the future. The current version has already begun to be sold to the public. We must find a way to sell it to other humane dynasties, to let them know that there is such a powerful Dacian dynasty in the Yuanling realm. In the court discussion between the Dacian emperor and several ministers, he said, "We must make the Dacian dynasty the center of humanity. Use other means to complete their rule. At present, except for the Dezhao established and supported by Li Zhirui, the other humane dynasties in the Yuanling realm all came from Dacian. It's just that after hundreds of years, some still exist, while others have been overthrown and rebuilt. In addition, there is almost no communication between them due to the long distance. But now the Dacian dynasty is ready to change this situation. Because in terms of territory, the Dacian dynasty has almost reached the limit of expansion, and the surrounding immortal forces are no longer as weak as before, but a truly powerful force. In the situation of being surrounded by enemies, they dare not act rashly, otherwise they are likely to be besieged by a joint attack. At that time, the Dacian dynasty may be at risk of overthrow. Like the previous action against Wanlingzhao, they took a certain risk. Unless the Dacian dynasty is willing to expand to the north, it is easy to expand, but the subsequent maintenance and governance is a big problem. Once some ambitious people appear, they only need to guard the tall mountains that separate Dongzhao and the northern region, and the scattered and steep trails, and they can easily cut off the connection with the Dacian dynasty and establish an independent dynasty. If this happens, everything the Dacian dynasty has done before will become someone else's wedding dress, and there may be one more enemy. After all, the environment in the northern region is harsh, and they are likely to go south to make grass and valleys frequently. So when the internal development is continuous, but the external expansion is impossible, the Dacian dynasty chose another method. Imitating the previous way of driving away a large number of royal families and aristocratic families and establishing a new dynasty outside, it is hoped that this will ease internal conflicts and reduce the pressure on the Dacian dynasty facing the immortal way. The reason why such an action was carried out after the research of the human magic weapon was because of the hostility of the major camps in the Yuanling realm to the human dynasty. After all, those royal children and noble families are not fools. Without means to save their lives, under extreme suppression from the outside world, establishing a new dynasty with bare hands is almost equivalent to sending themselves to death. Once this decision was announced, it received support from a large number of noble families. Who would be willing to be a minister if they could be the emperor? Not to mention those royal children. They had almost no power in the Dacian dynasty. They were kept in captivity like fat pigs, and they had to worry about when they would be slaughtered. Now there is a chance to escape from this tragic fate. How could they refuse? So under the promotion of this group of high-level officials, a large number of people began to migrate with their families, including some ambitious people from poor backgrounds who wanted to become new noble families in the new dynasty. Li Zhirui, who was training in Dacian, witnessed several scenes of hundreds of thousands of people migrating. After a little inquiry, I knew their purpose and couldn't help but sighed. It seems that Dongzhao is about to start another wave of war. It's a pity that these wars are too low level and can't move her warlike heart. During this period, some people recognized Li Zhirui and invited her to participate, and promised her very generous rewards, but she was not moved at all. It is very dangerous to help an ambitious person. You have to worry about whether the other party will take action against you at any time, not to mention that Li Zhirui is a cultivator and is born to be incompatible with humanity. Avoid these migration teams and continue to hone your Taoism in the territory of Daqian. The immortal forces in the outside world also discovered this move and made various attacks at the same time. They don't want to be surrounded by the human dynasty in the future. However, there are some exceptions. For example, several teams plan to establish a dynasty in the territory of the demon Dao in Zizhao. Those immortal forces will not only not stop them, but will help them so that they can reach their destination faster. After the news spread, many migration teams announced that their destination was not on Dongzhao, but in the North Territory and the South Territory. There are even two families who plan to cross most of Dongzhao to establish a dynasty in the East China Sea. The flames of war that had just been ignited were extinguished in an instant, which made all parties feel relieved. As for letting these human dynasties to harm other continents, the immortal way is naturally happy to see it happen. After all, the weakening of the opponent's strength is equivalent to the improvement of its own strength. Moreover, everyone is human. Although there is a dispute over the concept of Taoism, it is also an internal matter of the human race. Since the contradiction can be transferred to the outside world and internal fighting and consumption can be avoided, why not do it? Among them, there is a team that came to Dazhou, a dynasty far away from Dajin and newly established, after a long journey. Both sides were very shocked when they met. The people of Dajin did not expect to see the human dynasty in a remote and distant place. The people of Dazhou did not expect to see people from Dajin. After a period of contact, the two sides began to conclude an alliance and help each other. One side provides various advanced concepts and cultivation methods, and the other side temporarily provides a place to stay and helps to establish a country in the East China Sea. The interior of Dongzhao has calmed down, but if you look at this Yuanling world, you will find that wars of various degrees have occurred everywhere. Most of these wars were caused by the struggles between those who migrated from the Dajin dynasty and local forces. While the Humane dynasty was busy sowing seeds and expanding its overall strength, the Li family was also busy recovering the lost territories. Without the interference of the Dongyan sect, this operation went very smoothly. Facing the powerful army of Li family monks, those forces showed a well-behaved attitude and did not show any resistance. They did not even have a single immortal. And without the help of the Dongyan sect, resisting the Li family was no different from committing suicide. Bring food and drink to welcome the king's army. These 8 words are the most true portrayal. And the previous behavior gave the Li family a good reason to settle accounts. In order to prevent similar situations from happening again in the future, the Li family further expanded the directly governed territory and established a 500-mile outer defense belt to keep the war out of the core hinterland as much as possible. As for the original forces in this 500-mile wide territory, they were all driven out, and took a little meager compensation to go to the west where the Li family's rule was weakest to re-establish the family sect. When the Dongyan sect reacted, the Li family had already recovered the original large territory. This made the Dongyan sect quite angry, but they could do nothing about it, because the Great Zhou dynasty in the south, another wave of humanitarian forces seeking to establish a country in the sea, and the sea in the east, involved a lot of their energy, so they could not take care of the Li family. Even the Dongyan sect could not calmly deal with the multi-line struggles, and they still had to make some choices. Compared with a humanitarian dynasty fighting for the Tao philosophy, the Sea clan fighting for racial blood feuds and territory, the Li family seemed not so important. After all, the threat of the Li family does not even exist now, and it is unknown how many years later, or even if it will not appear. It doesn't matter if you suppress it when you are free, but now there are more important enemies to deal with, and the Dongyan sect is unwilling to waste energy on the Li family. It is precisely in this external peaceful environment that the Li family has developed rapidly for decades. Although no new scattered immortals were born during this period, many clansmen in the combination and Mahayana realms appeared, not to mention clansmen in other realms, which made the Li family's strength ladder more stable. Alice, sitting cross-legged on the futon, Li Zhirui, who had been in seclusion for many years, couldn't help but sigh. He encountered a bottleneck when he broke through the late stage of sanction. This made him a little dazed, as he had been smooth and unimpeded since breaking through the sanction, and had never worried about the bottleneck. Maybe I should go out for some experience, Li Zhirui murmured to himself. Although he had not lacked experience, most of it was fighting. He had always been confined to the family and Dongyun sect. He had not gone far away to gain knowledge for a long time. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui began to prepare for the next long journey. Family affairs were handled by Li Zind and others, and safety was guarded by Jiang Fengwu, Daking and others. He didn't need to worry about these. He just needed to prepare enough spiritual objects for himself. A month later, Li Zhirui told everyone his decision the day before he left. They were not worried about his safety, but worried that after he left, there would be no one in the family with super strength to suppress him, and something bad would happen. There are the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Zhao dynasty in the south, and the Sea tribe in the east has been dormant for many years and is ready to move recently. The Dongyun sect has no energy to deal with the family. We must be cautious against the Sea tribe. In short, you should be careful and protect the family with peace of mind, Li Zhirui comforted everyone. Seeing them like this made him more determined to go on a long journey. Li Zhirui himself did not expect that staying in the family for so many years would make the family so dependent on him. But if you think about it carefully, this situation is also normal. Since he broke through the immortal, he has hardly left the family for too long, and all kinds of major events were settled by him. In this way, how could the tribe members not rely on him? Then I wish Brother Jiayuruzu all the best and get what he wants. You should also practice well and don't be lazy. Seeing that Li Zhirui had made up his mind, they did not continue to entangle and soon said goodbye and left. That night, Li Zhirui left Wongsun Mountain quietly without disturbing anyone. He did not have an exact destination. He summoned a cloud that moved with the wind. Anyway, the main purpose of his journey this time was to increase his knowledge and polish his heart. He did not need too much training in terms of strength. After floating for a few months, Li Zhirui finally landed. He took out the map jade slip and looked at it. He was a little surprised and said to himself, I didn't expect to come to Hongshuzhao. This land, which buried countless mortals, now belongs to Dongyun sect and Yumanhe family, but neither family seems to have the intention to completely resolve the resentment here. They just cleared some of the resentment on the surface, and then established a formation to open up a quiet place in the spirit vein so that they can practice and plant spiritual objects with peace of mind. How could these two major forces make such a stupid move? Li Zhirui said in disbelief. You know, the endless resentment contained in Hongshuzhao is not only directed at the demon race, but also at the monks. Resent the monks for not saving them and letting them become food for the monsters. It's just that because of the existence of the demon clan before, this part of the resentment power did not appear, but now it is rising rapidly. If they don't solve it, I'm afraid they will suffer the consequences. Li Zhirui thought about it, but did not remind them out loud. Instead, he went to Dazhou and asked them to seize the opportunity to bring a bigger disaster to Dongyun sect. He was very enthusiastic about anything that would cause trouble to Dongyun sect. As for whether Dazhou believed it or not, Li Zhirui didn't care. After dropping a piece casually, Li Zhirui once again rode the cloud and followed the wind. But what he didn't know was how much damage the Dongyun sect had caused because of the information he left behind. Everyone, what do you think of this sudden letter and the content on it? The new king asked calmly. It is likely to be true. We should consider whether we can gain benefits from it. We can take this opportunity to drive the Dongyun sect out of Hongshuzhao and occupy it. By then, the territory of the dynasty will be expanded by half, which can accommodate more citizens, and at the same time, it will make the dynasty move towards the direction of the imperial dynasty. Almost all the officials present had similar ideas. The reason for this is that many people present are from Hongshuzhao, the batch of children back then. Whether it is from public or private interests, they all hope to take over Hongshuzhao. Okay. In this case, then reorganize the army and ask those wizards to stir up the resentment of Hongshuzhao and target Dongyun sect. The young king is always confident and thinks that the world is under his control. Yes, although the actions of the Great Zhou dynasty were concealed, they still could not escape the eyes of Dongyun sect. They thought that the Great Zhou dynasty wanted to take the initiative to attack and began to organize a large army to resist. But the development of things was beyond their expectations. The Great Zhou dynasty was not targeting Dongyuanzhao at all, but Hongshuzhao on the other side. The resentful power was detonated, and the monks who originally lived here were not prepared at all and were seriously injured. It was at this time that the Great Zhou dynasty sent out a large army to attack and occupy Hongshijiao. The strength of Dongyuan sect in this place was greatly reduced, and a large amount of territory was robbed when it was caught off guard. When they reacted, they found that it was too late to save the situation. The Great Zhou dynasty had actually established a humane legal network in such a short time. Damn the Great Zhou dynasty. And that group of lazy and stupid disciples, knowing that the resentment in Hongshijiao was huge, they didn't make any move to purify it. Now they are suffering the consequences and dying here, right? The head of the sect was furious and cursed angrily. The elders in the hall were silent, waiting for him to vent his anger. No. We can't let the Great Zhou dynasty continue to grow. We must find a way to contain them. Chapter 1162. On the road to curbing the Great Zhou dynasty, the Dongyuan sect did not personally come forward as before, but provoked the relationship between the two dynasties, causing them to conflict, and finally a war broke out, weakening each other's strength. But the Dongyuan sect overlooked a crucial point. The immortals near the two dynasties were very powerful, and the relationship between them could not be easily destroyed, especially since this person was born in the immortal way. How could the top leaders of both sides be so stupid as to fall into the trap? It can be said that the decision of the Dongyuan sect not only failed to take effect, but also became a joke. However, Li Zhirui, who dropped a child casually, floated to a place where a war was breaking out with the wind. Both sides of the battle were cultivators, but they were like mortal enemies, and they must completely eliminate each other. Because they were all ordinary cultivators, they could not find Li Zhirui's existence, so he stopped above the battlefield and learned a little about the reason. It seems that the war was caused by the fact that a certain family finally gave birth to a young man with a heavenly spirit root, but he died inexplicably on the territory of another family. Li Zhirui shook his head in boredom. He had no intention of intervening. He was not here to do good deeds. Besides, sometimes doing good deeds would not be appreciated. So he continued to let Feng lead him. But sometimes, he didn't want to cause trouble, but he was found. A demon cultivator from the scattered fairyland lurking on the edge of the battlefield found Li Zhirui and launched a killing move without saying a word, trying to catch him off guard and quickly take him down. HMPH, Li Zhirui's mind moved, and countless white lotuses bloomed in front of him, overlapping. The attack was completely wiped out before he could reach him. I thought it was a conflict between the two forces, but now it seems that you are behind it. This kind of method is very skillful for demon cultivators. After a war, they can harvest a lot of blood, flesh, bones and other spiritual materials. Whether it is used as cultivation resources or to refine spiritual objects, they can let them squander for a while. Not to mention that immortals and demons cannot coexist. Just because he took the initiative to attack just now, Li Zhirui will never let him go. Hey. I didn't expect to catch a big fish by accident. After I catch you, I don't have to worry about my cultivation not being able to grow. The demon cultivator Lin Chang laughed strangely, not taking Li Zhirui, a cultivator in the middle stage of sanction, seriously at all. After all, his cultivation was at a higher level. Then let's see if you have the ability. Li Zhirui's mouth curled up a sneer, and the magic power in his body surged. In an instant, a giant dragon condensed, surrounded by thunder and rain, roaring and killing Lin Chang. You dare to show off your tricks in front of me? Lin Chang clapped his hands, and a thick black mist emerged, turning into a monster with a green face and fangs, opening its smelly bloody mouth and biting the dragon fiercely. Boom boom, the dragon emitted bursts of thunder and shot into the monster's mouth. At the moment of the explosion, a large amount of black smoke was ejected, and the momentum dropped suddenly. Then the dragon swung its tail and hit hard. And the monster wailed and turned into black smoke and completely dissipated. How is it possible? Lin Chang's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe what he saw. There was an obvious gap between the two sides' cultivation, but why could the one with lower cultivation easily break his magical power? And it looked so easy and effortless. This made Lin Chang feel a little scared. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me? Your Excellency is looking down on me too much? Li Zhirui pinched the magic formula in his hand, and giant trees fell from the sky one by one. Countless vines climbed quickly and trapped the opponent in the screen cage in the blink of an eye. This is his most commonly used method. But it must be admitted that only in this way is it more likely to kill the opponent. Especially in the battlefield of the fairyland, No one knows what kind of life-saving means the opponent has. If you don't trap people, the opponent will realize that he is not an opponent and can choose to escape at any time. The trapped Lin Chang was suddenly swept by a strong sense of crisis. There was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that if he didn't escape as soon as possible, he would most likely die here. This made Lin Chang dare not hold back anymore, and he tried his best to attack a certain point, hoping to break the cage and save his life. Don't struggle in vain, you can't break it in a short time, Li Zhirui said confidently. Although he has not yet cultivated the fairyland spirit vine, the use of a large amount of mana and the blessing of the inner world has greatly reduced the service life of the spirit vine, while the toughness and hardness have also been significantly improved. Lin Chang was naturally unwilling to surrender and wait for death. He attacked the cage in front of him frantically, but in the end he had to admit that it was indeed as the other party said, he could not break it in a short time. Especially when he was facing a strong enemy outside, he could not concentrate his strength. But Lin Chang did not give up, and looked at Li Zhirui with a resolute look, as if he was determined to fight him to the death. Li Zhirui did not react much on the surface, and he had begun to mobilize his mana in his body to prevent him from suddenly attacking. But what happened next was greatly unexpected. Lin Chang roared to the sky, and his body began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it expanded several times. It seemed that he was going to self-destruct and die with Li Zhirui. He was so scared that he was ready to hide in space at any time. With a puff, the expanded body began to turn into ashes, and drilled out from the tiny part of the cage, and then disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Li Zhirui didn't understand that the situation that looked like self-destruction just now was just a step in the other party's secret method. His real purpose was to escape. Damn it, Li Zhirui's face was gloomy, and the air around him solidified. This was not because he let Lin Chang escape, but because of his arrogance. He thought that his methods were very powerful, and the scattered immortals could not crack it at all, and the only result was death in his hands. But now he gave Li Zhirui a solid slap. The scattered immortals he met before were only a very small part, and most of them were scattered cultivators and water tribes. It was not something to be proud of to be able to kill them easily. The Yuanling realm is so large and has so many creatures that there are countless geniuses, and even more who are slightly inferior. The late-stage demon cultivator that Li Zhirui encountered this time was not a famous person, but he had the means to crack the moves that he was proud of. And if you look at the whole world, creatures like him may not be common, but they are definitely not rare. Li Zhirui's originally calm state of mind began to fluctuate violently. Fortunately, after he reacted, he immediately started to calm down, so that nothing bad happened. Fortunately, I didn't cause serious problems because of my arrogance, Li Zhirui smiled bitterly and comforted himself. This also proved that his decision to go out for training this time was very correct. It is not advisable to work behind closed doors, especially in Shanghai's Hao, where the Li family is located, which is a very remote and backward area, and there is almost no contact with any outstanding creatures. In this way, it is easy to create such a proud and arrogant mentality. After thinking about these, the originally solid bottleneck began to loosen a little. Although it has not been broken, it is a good sign. Because of Li Zhirui's appearance, the battlefield, which was originally in full swing, suddenly stopped, and everyone was alert to the other side and the two immortal realm masters in the distance. You have been calculated by that demon cultivator, Li Zhirui reminded them casually. It didn't matter whether they believed it or not. Before they could react, he flew out of their sight on the auspicious cloud. A few days later, he suddenly stopped in front of a mountain. You have been following me all the way secretly, and you are not going to show up now, the cold voice spread all around, causing the birds and beasts in the mountains and forests to flee everywhere. He, with a sweet and beautiful laugh like a silver bell, a female cultivator with revealing clothes and a hot body appeared in front of Li Zhirui. A demon cultivator who practices the method of collecting and replenishing. Li Zhirui's eyes were full of disgust. This kind of demon cultivator was the most hateful. Their own magic power did not rely on cultivation, but relied on collecting and replenishing, wantonly harming cultivators and using it to improve their own cultivation. And every cultivator who was killed by them almost did not survive. After all, his spirit and energy have been drained. Unless he takes some kind of natural treasure or a very precious elixir, he will die. Little brother, you probably haven't tasted the real bliss yet. Why don't you let me take you to try it? The voice was full of charm. If a person with a weak heart heard this, he would probably step forward obediently and become the cauldron of this female devil, and then be taken to death. Humph! Li Zhirui snorted coldly and attacked her without hesitation. Countless giant pythons flew over, and giant trees were suspended in the air, which could fall at any time and block her way. Good brother, isn't it good to go to bliss together? Why do you have to fight like this? The female devil's delicate voice constantly eroded his will and heart. You haven't practiced the art of charm yet. Li Zhirui's heart was as solid as a rock, and he was not moved at all. The attacks in his hands became more and more sharp and deadly. Damn it, seeing that her best charm technique didn't work at all. The female demon suddenly became angry and humiliated. With a wave of her hand, countless pink miasma filled the air. The horrible corrosiveness broke through the defenses of the giant pythons the moment they came into contact with them. In just a few breaths, they were completely digested. Li Zhirui's eyes flashed with a gleam of light when he saw this. He liked to fight with such creatures who were good at all kinds of filthy and unclean forces, because the purification law he mastered naturally overwhelmed the other party. Good brother, sister, I will give you another chance to go to paradise with me. In response to her, there were only whistling vines, and they were specifically whipped towards her face. Snap! A vine suddenly emerged from the void and whipped the female demon's face fiercely, leaving a wound where you could see the white bones. It's so itchy. Why is it so itchy? The demon's face changed drastically, and she looked at Li Zhirui with eyes that wanted to devour him. She said in an extremely cold voice, you actually poisoned me and dared to destroy my appearance? I want you to be unable to live or die. In an instant, the originally charming demon turned into a huge demon statue, but the charm power was strangely increased several times, which made Li Zhirui's Taoism heart waver for a moment. Rumble! The earth cracked, countless rocks flew in the air, forming a dense attack net, and flew towards Li Zhirui. At the same time, a large number of poisonous snakes transformed by miasma also pounced on him. Li Zhirui's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that the demon's strength would be so much improved in anger that he was a little difficult to resist. Die! The furious demon attacked Li Zhirui frantically, making a posture that she was absolutely determined to kill him. No. It was not just a posture, but she really wanted to kill him to avenge her disfigurement. But when Li Zhirui got used to the opponent's attack, he began to fight back, with various vines whipping constantly, and the purifying aura on the other side dispelling the miasma. But even so, it still put a lot of pressure on him, because he was much stronger than the demon cultivator he met before. For a while, neither side could do anything to the other, but just kept attacking, hoping to find the opponent's flaws in the process. The battle between the scattered immortals without any restraint will cause great damage to the surrounding environment. As a demon cultivator, the female demon does not care about karma and cause and effect, but Li Zhirui cannot ignore it like her, but the opponent is so powerful that if he is restrained, he may lose and get injured, so he can only think about making up for it afterwards. The two sides are now consuming like this, waiting for the moment when the opponent's magic power is exhausted. The female demon is full of confidence in this. She is a head higher in cultivation and has already begun to attack the human fairyland. Isn't she still an opponent of the middle stage of the scattered immortal in a competition of magic power? If Li Zhirui knew that she was thinking this way, he would definitely laugh. Comparing magic power with him, who had the support of the small thousand worlds, was simply a fool's dream. An hour later, the female demon keenly noticed that something was wrong. Her strength was declining, but her opponent was still in perfect condition. How is this possible? The female demon, who had originally had the upper hand, was counterattacked by Li Zhirui step by step, and was actually in danger. This made her, who is already in a bad state of mind, utter a sharp and piercing question. Now it's finally my turn. Li Zhirui's mouth curled up a trace of sneer. In order to repay her for this hour of discussion and guidance, he would never let the other party go easily. Catcha! A pure white thunder instantly struck the female demon, screaming in pain, and at the same time, a wisp of purifying power drilled into her body. However, Li Zhirui's calculations were discovered at the beginning. The wisp of purifying power was instantly destroyed, making her feel that this was a fatal threat, and she secretly raised her vigilance. The successive defeats also made the female demon, who was blinded by anger, calm down quickly. After judging that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to her, she left without hesitation. Li Zhirui did not chase after her, but stayed to clean up the mess and repair the land as much as possible to prevent himself from being contaminated by karma. But in Dongzhou today, is it so easy to encounter demon cultivators? Chapter 1163 Conspiracy. After repairing the surrounding heaven and earth, Li Zhirui stood in mid-air and murmured, "Are there too many demon cultivators in Dongzhou now?" Since he left his family, he had fought demon cultivators twice, which was indeed a bit frequent. Could it be that the demon cultivators have some conspiracy again? Li Zhirui felt a little regretful that he could not ask something from the demon cultivators, but it also made him keep an eye on them. If he encounters demon cultivators again in the future, he must not let them escape easily. Although he is just a small scattered immortal, immortals and demons are in opposition, and the Li family is still in Dongzhou. If he can know some inside information in advance, it will be helpful to the entire immortal way. With this in mind, Li Zhirui moved with the wind again. But what he didn't know was that because of these two battles, he became famous among the nearby demon cultivators. "Senior Sister Yan, you are not the opponent of that person." When the demon cultivators saw Yan Qilian returning injured, they were all shocked. You know, among them, Yan Qilian is a perfect scattered immortal, who is expected to break through the human immortal realm. His strength is very strong, but he was injured by an unknown cultivator and fled back in embarrassment. Humph! Yan Qilian snorted coldly, shook off everyone, and returned to his cave to heal his wounds. Everyone looked at each other and hurried to inquire about Li Zhirui's appearance to avoid running into him. If they were injured, it would be a small matter. If they were beaten to death, they would lose their lives. However, there were also a few arrogant and rebellious people. They felt that they were powerful and not inferior to Yan Qilian, so they thought of taking the initiative to find someone to bring back his head. So after a little preparation, they left this hidden place and went out to look for Li Zhirui's trace. Since Li Zhirui was going out to practice without a destination, he was not in a hurry to come, and his speed was slow. So a few days later, he was really met by a demon cultivator. Huh? Li Zhirui frowned slightly. He didn't expect to meet a demon cultivator again, and the other party took the initiative to provoke trouble. Die, the demon cultivator used a killing move without saying a word. A jet black, hair-raising sword energy flew and slashed. Wherever it passed, thousands of ghosts cried and black smoke followed closely behind. Li Zhirui's eyes condensed. The strength of this demon was also quite powerful. It was probably not weaker than the female demon cultivator he met before. He made a seal with both hands, and a heavy water curtain blocked in front of him. In an instant, several pure white thunderbolts fell from the air, eliminating all the demons and evil spirits behind the sword energy. The sword energy fell on the water curtain, just like falling into a swamp, being swallowed up layer by layer until it completely lost its power. You are really capable. No wonder you can injure Senior Sister Yan. But today, Chang Hong, will take your life. In the fierce battle, this person actually put on a look of recognition of Li Zhirui, which made him feel very funny. With his strength, when did he need the recognition of a demon cultivator in a scattered fairyland? You are so arrogant, let's see who is stronger. Li Zhirui sneered, stretched out his hand and clapped his hands. Countless blue waters surged. Countless huge waves rolled, and dense water monsters appeared from them, roaring and attacking each other. How? Chang Hong sneered disdainfully, and a black fog covering the sky and the sun appeared behind him, in which countless ghosts were flying, and bursts of shrill sounds were made from time to time. As his mind moved, thousands of ghosts burst into a creepy roar, and Li Zhirui's eyes flickered, and he was uneasy. He hurriedly used the purification spirit to bless himself, and turned into white lotuses and appeared beside him. Go! Chang Hong frowned slightly, not expecting that his method could not cause any harm to him. He quickly put away his contempt and secretly increased his mana input. Tens of thousands of strange ghosts roared out and pounced on Li Zhirui. Various spells were cast from their hands, but they failed to break through the heavy water curtain in front of him. I thought you were quite powerful, but now it seems that you are just so-so. Li Zhirui shook his head, pinched the magic formula, and a pure white and flawless spiritual light bloomed in the air. The power of purification spread instantly, and the ghosts covered screamed, and finally turned into wisps of gray smoke and dissipated. Chang Hong's face changed drastically. At this time, he realized that the ghost control he was good at was completely restrained by the other party. But what he didn't know was that not only ghost control, but all magical powers involving evil were naturally restrained by the purification law mastered by Li Zhirui. Chang Hong saw that the situation was not good, so he planned to fly away, but he didn't know that Li Zhirui had been on guard all the time. Seeing that he was about to escape, he immediately cast a spell to stop him. Are you planning to fight me to death? Chang Hong said with a gloomy face. Even if the laws you master are very restraining to me, it is absolutely impossible to take me down without getting hurt. By then, other brothers will definitely come to avenge me. Ha! Li Zhirui sneered and said disdainfully, I'm afraid you don't even believe what you said. If it was an immortal cultivator who avenged his brothers, he would believe it, but the demon cultivators who are constantly fighting and harming each other would avenge a dead person? It's simply a fantasy. If you want me to spare your life, it's not impossible, but you have to tell me the purpose of the demon cultivators gathering here. Otherwise, even if I risk getting hurt, I won't let you leave alive. Chang Hong struggled, and after a long while, he was willing to speak. I don't know the specific reason, I just know that some elders are planning a way to destroy the Humane dynasty. Against the Humane dynasty, Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows, as if he thought of something, and asked, is the Dazhang dynasty in Zizhao such a threat to you? You actually came to Dongzhao to experiment, Dazhang dynasty. Chang Hong's face was indescribably miserable, and with a strong fear, he said, this is the name many years ago. They have long been promoted to an imperial dynasty, and they are feared by the world. 2 celestial beings have died in the hands of the human emperor. I heard that the prime minister of the current dynasty also has the power to kill celestial beings. Li Zhirui's pupils shrank suddenly. It has only been a few years since the Dazhang dynasty was established, and it has such a terrifying power. Killing celestial beings. And more than one, and now the prime minister also has this power. The power of humanity is really extraordinary. However, it can also be seen from the side that the lives of the mortals living in Zizhao are very difficult and hard. They probably have a strong centripetal force as soon as they join the Dazhang dynasty, and can provide their own luck and strength for the dynasty. From the perspective of mortals, the emergence of the humane method has greatly improved their living environment. Not to mention the demons and monsters who completely treat mortals as consumables and food and slaughter them at will. Even the immortals, including most of the immortal families, are unfriendly to mortals. If they are slightly unhappy, they will punish or even kill a mortal directly. There are not many immortal families like the Li family who treat mortals well and do not oppress mortals. But with the emergence of the Humane dynasty, especially the blossoming of the East continent, the immortal monks no longer dare to treat mortals as before, for fear that they will surrender to the Humane dynasty. So for mortals, this is a great thing. All kinds of thoughts, but only a moment. Then do you know the content of the method? Li Zhirui asked casually without hope. I don't know the details, but I occasionally heard the elders say that the power of the Humane Law Network and dragon energy comes from the vast grassroots people, and we should start with them. It seems that there is another method specifically targeting dignitaries. Chang Hong frantically dug into his memory and said these words intermittently. Li Zhirui's heart moved slightly. It seemed that the magic way really found a useful method. He also wanted to get it and make a precaution. If the family really faced an attack from the Humane dynasty one day, there would be a way to restrain it. Unfortunately, the man in front of him was just a pawn who crossed the river first, and he didn't know the details. He shook his head helplessly and left first. It's not that Li Zhirui didn't want to kill him, but as Chang Hong said, this is not a battle that can be resolved in a short time, and it will cost some price. There is no need for this. He is not a person who hates evil and wants to kill the magic cultivators when he sees them. After Chang Hong fled back to the hiding place of the demon cultivators in a panic, he once again shocked the other demon cultivators. They were curious about what kind of existence Li Zhirui was. His strength was so strong that he defeated 3 fellow disciples with superior combat power in succession. Li Zhirui, who continued his journey of training, did not appreciate the scenery along the way, but fell into contemplation of what method the demons planned to use to restrain the Taisho dynasty. If it is to attack those lower-class people, then the best way is plague, war, natural disasters, and other terrible disasters that they are simply unable to resist. It can be seen that the demons really put a lot of effort into studying humanity, knowing that the reason why the Humane dynasty is so powerful is because it has gathered the power of all the people. As for the secret method for the dignitaries who are protected by dragon energy and luck, Li Zhirui thought of the witchcraft in the previous life, which was rumored to have caused huge waves and mountains of corpses and blood every time it appeared. To be more precise, it should be the art of nightmare victory. Li Zhirui suppressed many thoughts and stopped thinking about the distant Dazhang dynasty. Since he didn't have to do anything to the immortals, he would not bother about it and continued to practice his skills. Perhaps because Yan Chilian, Chang Hong and others were all defeated. Those demon cultivators were afraid of him, so that he didn't meet any more demon cultivators for a long time. It was really boring. After practicing to Li Zhirui's level, he had lost his sensitivity to time. Maybe it was a month, or maybe a year. He came to a place called Zishizhao, which was named because of the purple boulders all over the mountains. The geographical location is superior, with rich spiritual resources in the west, a large sect of immortals in the north, a place occupied by the demons in the south, and close to the East China Sea in the east. It is well connected and has a very superior geographical location. In addition, the spiritual energy here is rich, so the immortals are also quite prosperous, and a large number of cultivators gather here. After walking for a while, Li Zhirui planned to stay here, rest for a while, and also experience the local customs. Senior, you must be from another place, right? Li Zhirui suppressed his cultivation to the Mahayana realm, and as soon as he entered the city, a cultivator came up to chat with him. Yes, I heard that the immortal way here is prosperous, so I traveled here. You must be a local, why don't you give me a detailed introduction? When you first arrived, you can get to know the place faster with a local introduction, and he was quite generous, directly giving a bottle of 7th level medium quality precious pill. This was because Li Zhirui deliberately made a little mistake in the process of refining the pill, otherwise with his current ability, pills below the 8th level would not appear in the middle or low grades, which were already useless pills in his eyes. The man used his spiritual sense to explore, and instantly found ecstasy and excitement on his face. His attitude became more enthusiastic and respectful, and he said, Senior, you should know that Zishizhao is very suitable for training, treasure hunting, and exorcising demons. Let me tell you in detail, everyone knows that Gulingzhao in the west was a holy place of immortals 10,000 years ago. Countless immortal forces gathered there, but a war suddenly broke out in the end, with countless casualties and a large number of forces buried. Even today, caves can be dug out from it. Just over 100 years ago, a casual cultivator obtained a profound inheritance from it, and he was unstoppable all the way. Now he is a senior casual immortal. When he said this, he couldn't help showing a trace of envy and longing on his face. This kind of story is indeed very inspiring to casual cultivators, making them feel that they are very hopeful, and maybe the next lucky person will be themselves. But Gulingzhao is also very strange. So far, no immortal forces have taken root there. It is said that any immortal forces that dare to stay there for a long time will disappear for no reason. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows. From this point of view, it is indeed very strange. He doesn't believe that there is no force that would not be tempted to dig out so many treasures. Especially with his understanding of those big forces, they will definitely take it for themselves out of greed. But they didn't do so. Which means that even they can't solve the threat of Gulingzhao, so they can only let it go. The Sanlingzhao in the south is the territory of the demon clan, but there are also some immortal forces and even the existence of the demon sect. The situation is very complicated and the most dangerous. It is also the best trial place for cultivators who have encountered bottlenecks. The cultivator paused and said, the Sanlingzhao is a truly dangerous place. It is very dangerous. There are often cultivators who go there to train, but they die inexplicably, so if you have this plan, you must be fully prepared and don't be impulsive or reckless. Li Zhirui nodded and thanked him for his kindness. He was even more eager to try. If it was really like what the man said, then he would be sure to break through the bottleneck. As for the immortal sects in the north and the coastal areas in the east, there is no need to waste words. They are all common places. Senior, I wonder if you plan to rest for a few days or have plans to live here permanently? I can provide a suitable inn or rent a cave according to your needs. Find a cave with rich spiritual energy. I will stay for a while, okay? Senior, please follow me. Chapter 1164 Smuggled Goods. Li Zhirui certainly knew that the other party could profit from it, but he had to admit that as a local who had been here for many years, the cave house he recommended for rent was very good in all aspects. So much so that when he finished the service, he gave another bottle of treasure pills at a lower price. Thank you, Senior. If you have anything else you want to know, you can contact me at any time. The man was overjoyed and quickly gave a communication talisman, saying, in half a year, Zishizhao will hold a large-scale auction. If you want to participate, I can find a way to get you a regular ticket. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows and looked at him meaningfully. He had also heard about the Zishi auction and knew that it was one of the most famous auctions in Guangzhou. Its feature was that there would be a large number of spiritual objects that were not suitable to appear in the open, that is, the so-called black goods. Moreover, the degree of confidentiality and security was extremely high. Over the years, there was almost no rumor that someone had successfully ambushed and killed people to steal treasures. It is said that this is because the auction site has set up a special formation to conceal the secrets of heaven and delay the cognition of time and space, and there are a large number of secret exits. Because of these special features, tickets are required to enter the Purple Stone auction. And a broker of ordinary status was able to get an admission ticket. It seems that Li Zhirui still underestimated him. It just so happens that I also want to see the famous Purple Stone auction. If you need anything, just tell me. Li Zhirui originally had no such plan. After all, he didn't know the time of the auction, but since he happened to meet it, he didn't have to spend any energy, so he naturally wanted to take a look. By the way, please help me collect some information about the 3 spiritual states. Zhang San's smile became even brighter. Even if he didn't make much profit in this process, the invisible benefits were definitely huge. He said, I'll go and ask first, and come back to bother you in a few days, okay? After watching him leave, Li Zhirui rearranged a formation in the cave, and then he recuperated. He planned to take advantage of the days when Zhang San was operating the tickets to sort out the gains during this period. Along the way, he saw a lot of scenery and encountered a lot of things, which were all somewhat helpful to his cultivation. Although it is very little, after practicing to a certain level, it has become a slow accumulation process, just like the cicadas underground, which have to accumulate for several years before they can see the light of day. The same is true for high-level creatures, except that the time is stretched dozens or even hundreds of times longer. Moreover, during this period, Li Zhirui's harvest has been rich. He has seen the shortcomings of his methods, improved his mentality and state of mind, and his bottleneck has also loosened. What he is doing now is to integrate these gains and turn them into a ladder for himself to go higher and farther. A few days later, Zhang San visited again. The first time he saw Li Zhirui, he couldn't help but report the good news and said, Senior, I successfully helped you get a ticket. You only need to pay 3 bottles of the 7th level lower grade treasure pill. If converted into spirit stones, this price is not low. But for Li Zhirui, it was just that, and he was too lazy to ask about the details. He directly took out 4 bottles of treasure pills and handed them to Zhang San. The extra bottle was his hard work fee. With such a huge harvest, Zhang Zhirui naturally left happily and promised to send the tickets in the afternoon. In fact, he didn't even wait until the afternoon. Just over an hour later, he came with the tickets. Thank you for your hard work. After Li Zhirui confirmed that there was no problem, he nodded with satisfaction and said, If I have any other needs, I will contact you as soon as possible. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Senior. I will help you with anything you need in the future, Zhang Zhirui promised hurriedly, unwilling to lose this generous high-level alchemy master. Okay, in fact, with the tickets and the details of the 3 spiritual states in hand, Li Zhirui no longer needed him. Moreover, Li Zhirui planned to go to practice for a period of time after understanding the 3 spiritual states, and come back before the auction starts. After seeing him off, he turned back to the quiet room, sat cross-legged on the futon, and checked the jade slips that Zhang Zhirui brought, which recorded in detail the distribution of forces in the 3 spiritual states, which were dangerous areas, what dangers there were, what kind of rare spiritual objects were produced, and so on. Li Zhirui memorized all of this and quickly chose the place he would go to in the next 6 months, a place called Luoxia Mountain Range, which is the border between the demon race and the immortal path. If you are not brave enough, you can find some spiritual objects nearby, or fight with demon beasts, or you can choose to directly enter the demon race's territory. Given the fierceness of the demon race, as long as you encounter a cultivator with the same cultivation level, you will attack. If you can't get out as soon as possible, you are likely to be besieged by a large number of demon beasts. Many cultivators died in this way. There was no conversation at night. On the morning of the next day, Li Zhirui left the Immortal City and headed straight for the Luoxia Mountain Range. Dao, I see that you have reached the level of Mahayana cultivation. I guess you are here to find an opportunity to break through the immortal realm. Why don't you and I join forces and take care of each other? It will not only be safer, but you may also gain more. As soon as he landed, A Mahayana cultivator came up to him and said enthusiastically, "Okay, with a fellow Taoist accompanying me, I think I will be able to return safely. Shall we set off now?" The monk's eyes suddenly lit up. Worried that something might go wrong, he nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay." In a place he couldn't see, Li Zhirui's mouth curled up a sneer, and the two flew into the depths of the mountains at the same time. In fact, this monk was not looking for someone to team up with for training, but was specifically trying to harm the monks who were alone. And the reason why he can live to this day is that he has good eyesight and will not choose those who have higher cultivation than him or those who have extraordinary backgrounds. Secondly, he has mastered a secret method that can not only change his appearance at any time, but also modify the fluctuations of his soul, so every time he appears, he is a brand new monk. But what he didn't know was that Li Zhirui saw the clues of his identity. He mastered the law of purification and was very sensitive to evil spirits and resentment. This man was surrounded by thick resentment and death, and even launched attacks from time to time, which was abnormal at first glance. Because creatures that died in normal battles and fights would not leave such a strong resentment. If there were no other cultivators nearby, Li Zhirui would have wanted to slap him to death, but the moment he led him into the depths of the mountains, he instantly took him down. As soon as he uttered a word, he seemed to understand something, and his face was full of despair. Li Zhirui certainly did not have good intentions. The biggest factor was to know how he could harm so many cultivators and still be alive and well. Not long after, he got a mysterious method of 10,000 faces and 10,000 phases. As for other spiritual objects, there were only a few that he could take a fancy to, only a 9th level spiritual medicine that he had not had before, and a piece of scattered immortal level spiritual ore. From Li Zhirui's perspective, this can be called an extremely good secret method, which can better modify the identity without worrying about flaws. If he had not mastered the law of purification, he would probably not have noticed that the man was wrong. There is a huge gap between the two people's cultivation and realm, but Li Zhirui didn't notice it at all, which shows how powerful the secret method is. He didn't know much about the methods of earthly immortals, but human immortals should not be able to find any clues about the secret methods. After all, although Li Zhirui was not a human immortal, his two children were both gods in the human immortal realm, and he had gained a lot of knowledge from them. Speaking of which, he had a clear understanding of human immortals. Maybe he would not encounter too many obstacles and thresholds when he broke through to the human immortal realm in the future. Roar. An angry roar sounded in the mountains and forests, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose into the air, followed by a loud bang and the shaking of the earth. Finally, this monster beast was solved. Li Zhirui looked at the monster corpse in front of him, which was more than 100 feet in size and like a small mountain, and gently exhaled a foul breath. It has been 5 months since he entered the falling mountains. In the past 100 days, he has been looking for monsters to fight and fight. Including the one in front of him, there are already 5 monsters in the scattered immortal realm who died in Li Zhirui's hands. The one in front of him was the most powerful. He had to use a lot of tricks and even a lot of mana to kill it. Otherwise, he might not be able to kill it here. The battle had an effect on Li Zhirui's bottleneck, but it was not significant. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry to break through, so he could tolerate it. He also took this time to sort out his own practice and polish it slowly. In addition, he found a lot of spiritual objects, but they were all ordinary and there were no treasures. It's time to go back. As the purple stone auction approached, Li Zhirui did not forget the tickets he got by buying a few bottles of treasure pills. But he didn't expect that the way back would be so bumpy. Along the way, Li Zhirui ran into several scattered fairyland monsters. And the number was so large that he couldn't help but be surprised. What is the demon clan planning to do? Is it going to launch a beast tide? But if it is a beast tide, there won't be only a few high-level monsters. Could it be that some treasure has come out? These high-level monsters came here to protect the spiritual objects, which makes sense. Do you want to follow them and see? Li Zhirui's strong curiosity made him answer quickly, and he followed quietly to see what spiritual objects the demons had found. Not long after, he followed the demons to the destination, and saw the spiritual objects guarded by the demons, and he couldn't help but be shocked. There were more demons than he had imagined, and they were also very powerful, with several demons from the human fairyland. Blood transforming root. As an alchemy master, Li Zhirui remembered all the recorded spiritual objects. And from its name, it can be seen that this is a spiritual object that can transform the blood in the body. For cultivators, This is not important, but if it is a demon, then it is a very important treasure. Although there are only a few demons from the human fairyland now, it won't be long before the number will double, and maybe there will be earth immortals. So Li Zhirui chose to evacuate as soon as he recognized the spiritual object, and did not dare to delay too much. But what he didn't expect was that just a few days after he returned to the temporary cave, a piece of news quickly spread, saying that the earthly immortal had defeated the demon beast and seized the blood-transforming root. It's amazing. He was able to snatch the spiritual object from so many demon beasts. Li Zhirui sighed, then couldn't help shaking his head, muttering, with the temperament of the demon race, they will definitely launch a beast tide in a short time to retaliate against the immortals. I just hope it won't break out a few days before the auction. Once affected by the war, the situation will be tense, and it is unknown whether the auction will be held smoothly. Wouldn't he have wasted those spiritual objects in vain? Fortunately, the auction was held smoothly. When the day of the auction started, countless cultivators had already put on clothes that blocked other people's consciousness and eyes, and after verifying the tickets, there would be another layer of protection to ensure that everyone's privacy would not be leaked. Li Zhirui naturally followed the crowd and entered the interior. There was a wide hall that could accommodate at least 2,000 people, and there were 6 floors. The higher you go, the fewer private rooms there are, and the more powerful the cultivators inside. Ding, ding, ding. With a series of crisp sounds, the originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet, and a white-haired old man appeared in front of everyone. Without any greetings, the first auction started directly. The 9th level Twinksin Mingzi treasure pill can greatly improve the understanding in a short period of time and help break through the small realm, but it is limited to the fairyland. Of course, it is still useful for breaking through the scattered fairyland. This person's auction was very calm, and there was no intention to mobilize the atmosphere. However, this 9th level treasure pill was still popular among the crowd. A large number of cultivators opened their bids and the price rose wildly, which made Li Zhirui dumbfounded. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed normal. This is a treasure that can help improve and break through the scattered fairyland. Those cultivators who have been trapped in the mortal realm for many years may be able to break through the scattered fairyland by taking this treasure pill, and enjoy limited immortality from then on, and almost no longer worry about their lifespan. It would be great if I could get the pill formula, then the family would not have to worry about the problem of insufficient spirit stones, Li Zhirui thought a little whimsically. But even if he got it, he would not show it publicly, because with the current strength of the Li family, it is not certain that they can keep it. In the end, this 9th level treasure pill was bought by someone on the 3rd floor at a sky-high price of spirit stones. Although the next few auction items were not as good, they were all high-level spiritual objects of superior quality, which made Li Zhirui very jealous. But so far, he has not seen the characteristic of the purple stone auction, black goods. But unexpectedly, the next one is. This sword is called Changhong, an 8th level magic weapon. It is the natal spirit sword of the true disciple of the Zhujian Xianzong. Although that person died and the power of the spirit sword dropped significantly, it is still a top-level attack magic weapon. The starting price is 1 million spirit stones. Generally speaking, the natal magic weapon will be broken due to the death of the owner, but there are also some special cases, such as stripping the magic weapon before death. This will only cause a sharp drop in spirituality and power, but it will not be broken. This price is almost a free gift for an 8th level magic weapon. But considering the source of the spirit sword, this price is appropriate. After all, the person who bids for it will be hunted down by the Zhujian Xianzong. Chapter 1165 End. But even though it was dangerous, many people still started bidding, and the price slowly rose. The next items to appear were all those illicit goods that could not be sold openly, but at the purple stone auction, they had no concerns at all. Even if there were cultivators from that faction, or even close teachers and brothers, among the people sitting in the audience, they did not dare to speak out and could only watch. The next item to be auctioned is a special 9th level recipe, called the 5 Elements Nourishing Spirit Pill. The reason why it is special is that the recipe can be divided into 5 types, corresponding to the 5 elements, and each has a different effect. The auctioneer continued in a calm tone, and this is a series of recipes. If the alchemist is gifted, it is very likely that a higher level recipe can be deduced. Li Zhirui, who was not very interested at first, suddenly brightened up when he heard the last sentence. He had broken through the Sanxin realm for so many years and had also tried to deduce the Sanxin level recipe. So far, although he had some gains, He had not succeeded. And if it is true as he said, and it can be deduced from this, maybe the Li family will have the first recipe of sanction level pill. As for the talent of pill, Li Zhirui dare not call himself the top, but at least he is first rate, so he is not worried about failure at all. After all, he can deduce some content from nothing, which is enough to prove his talent. 2 bottles of 9th level top grade Chongyunking Baodan. Chongyunking Baodan is the best soul restoring Baodan below the fairyland. Its medicinal effect is mild and heavy. Only 1 pill can restore 80% of the mana of the monk who crosses the tribulation, and it also has the effects of healing and meditation. As soon as Li Zhirui opened his mouth, the scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. This is no longer a treasure that can be measured with spirit stones. Perhaps there are other monks present who can take it out, but they will not do so. Li Zhirui, who has mastered the law of purification and can remove impurities in the treasure pill, does not care about whether it is top grade or not, because as long as he wants, all treasure pills can be top grade. After a long while, no one started bidding, and he successfully won the pill formula. Li Zhirui was not very interested in the following auction items. After all, he was a scattered immortal, not a mortal Mahayana. Although these spiritual objects were precious, they did not attract him. Next, all the spiritual objects on the stage are from the fairyland, including 38 scattered immortal level items, 21 human immortal level items, 12 earth immortal level items, 3 heavenly immortal level items, and a special method. Most of the monks sitting in the hall lost the qualification to bid, because they simply could not afford so many spiritual stones, but it was the time for the real fighting in the private rooms upstairs. However, everyone was quite excited, as this was a rare opportunity to increase their knowledge. The first item is a set of scattered immortal level top grade 9 palaces 1000 spirits heart-shaking mother and son bells. This treasure is composed of 9 bronze bells, which can defend oneself, attack, shake the soul, and disturb the mind. It can also set up formations and summon tamed demon spirits. The starting price is a spiritual object or magic weapon of the same value, or 100,000 top grade spiritual stones. The so-called demon spirit is actually the soul of the demon race. Li Zhirui shook his head secretly in the audience. This set of magic weapons sounded very extraordinary, but the functions were too complex and there was no special highlight. In other words, everything was sparse and ordinary. Maybe it could be dealt with by ordinary immortals, but if it encountered some powerful ones, it might become a flaw in the eyes of the other party. However, in his opinion, ordinary magic weapons were quite good in the eyes of some immortals, and the bidding was still quite fierce. One by one, immortal-level spiritual objects appeared on the stage and were auctioned off. There has never been a phenomenon of unsold. It's a pity that so far, no spiritual object has appeared that can make Li Zhirui's eyes light up and move his heart. The 35th immortal-level spiritual object, the Huanglian Wraith Awakening Pillow, can make people comprehend the laws in the real dream and improve their realm. However, this treasure has been used several times. It is inferred that it can also enter the dream to practice for more than 150 years. The starting price is the experience of breaking through the middle stage of the immortal, or 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones, breakthrough experience, plus a 5-element fairy fruit. Li Zhirui spoke first. The 5 elements immortal fruit was the fruit of his 5 elements immortal root, which was the foundation of his cultivation. After refining, it could increase his mana and allow him to comprehend the corresponding laws in an instant. Even if that person did not comprehend the 5 elements law, it did not matter. This basic and fundamental law was beneficial to his own realm. In the past, Li Zhirui used it to strengthen the 5 internal organs and perfect the 5 elements law of the small 1,000 worlds, but he still kept a few sets in hand for emergencies. The cultivators in the hall focused their attention again. They did not expect that this was actually a scattered immortal. No wonder he could take out the 9th level top grade treasure pill. 250,000 top grade spirit stones, add 2 more 5 elements immortal fruits, Li Zhirui said calmly. This was a treasure that could save more than 150 years of cultivation time. At present, it was still worth it. He was ready to continue to raise the price. But he did not expect that no one would bid. Although he was a little surprised, as a beneficiary, he was of course very happy. It was worthwhile to participate in this auction, it was very cost-effective. Not only did he see the hope of the sanction level elixir recipe, but he also got the Huanglian Wraith Awakening Pillow at a low price. Maybe there would be other gains next. Unfortunately, The next 3 sanction level spiritual objects were all very precious. They could either help one to realize the truth or increase one's mana. They were all highly competitive treasures. Li Zhirui also tried to bid once, but was quickly overtaken. He knew that this was not something he could afford with his current financial resources. It was normal to think about it. These cultivators had their forces behind them to support them, and Li Zhirui was just alone. How could he possibly compete with them, unless he was willing to pay an excessive price? When the last sanction level spiritual object was auctioned, there was no delay at all, and the auction of the human level spiritual objects began directly. Luang Gem, Tian Starstone, Jiwang Purple Gold Ginseng, Earth Lung Poison Fire, each spiritual object was extraordinary, and everyone was dazzled and excited, imagining how great it would be if they could own it. All 21 human-level spiritual objects were sold in just 1 hour. Li Zhirui took a fancy to one of the spiritual objects, but found that he had no right to participate in the process, as those human immortal seniors had blocked the way. Although the bidding was very dull and not exciting at all, the things they took out were more precious than one another, feasting the eyes of everyone. Not to mention the next 12 Earth immortal spiritual objects, Li Zhirui and others could only watch as those unattainable treasures were taken one by one. Thank you for your hard work. There are only 4 items left, and the auction is about to end. Daoists and seniors who have won spiritual objects before, remember to prepare your things. As soon as the voice fell, he began to introduce the first heaven immortal spiritual object. The Bijiao Yun Shui Lingzhu. If a cultivator with water spiritual roots can obtain this object and refine it, the danshan in the body will be greatly expanded, the ability to control water will be enhanced, the magic power will become more powerful, and most importantly, you will have a Bijiao spiritual body. A spiritual object can complete the transformation of the human body, no wonder it can become a heaven immortal spiritual object. Although the scope of use of this treasure is limited and only for cultivators with water spiritual roots, it still cannot offset the popularity it has received. Several forces with strong enough financial resources to compete almost fought for this Bijiao Lingzhu. In the end, it was won by a cultivator with an old voice. The second celestial level spiritual object, the Black Goldstone Mother, is the hardest spiritual material and is known as the best spiritual material for refining defensive magic weapons. The last spiritual object is a practice method, which goes all the way from the key training stage to the perfection of the celestial realm. Wow! When the old man announced the last auction item, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone was shocked and surprised. They didn't understand why someone was willing to show up such a precious practice method, and it was a complete celestial practice method. Who is so stupid to take out such a precious practice method for auction? It's really a waste of natural resources. I don't know how rare it is. If I got this practice method, I don't need to worry about the practice method anymore. Buzz buzz buzz. Because of the appearance of this technique, everyone has no time to abide by the rules of the auction, and they all started to discuss it, their words full of envy and anger. With a clang, the scene instantly became quiet. A complete and flawless celestial level technique. The starting price is 10 million high-grade spirit stones, or various spiritual objects and precious pills of equivalent value. Is it expensive at such a high price? Not at all. There are only a few cultivators in the entire auction who can afford this price, but the competition is extremely fierce. Li Zhirui guessed that it should be the earthly immortal forces, or the newly promoted celestial immortal forces, who really took out their old bottoms and fought desperately just to get this technique. Several families lingered, and the price rose all the way. In the end, they won it at an extremely expensive price, beating all the cultivators. At this point, all the spiritual objects in the auction were sold. The last auction is a special method. According to the client's request, it can be obtained with only 1,000 spirit stones. Everyone present should be able to afford it, the auctioneer said slowly. This is a method that targets the humane dynasty and restrains the humane law network and luck. Li Zhirui's heart moved. Isn't this the news he learned from a certain demon cultivator? In the past few months, they have already perfected it, and it spread quickly during the purple stone auction. After all, the humane dynasty is also a huge threat to many immortal forces. The casual cultivators may not have any ideas, but as long as they come from a certain force, no one will not want it, not to mention that it is so cheap, only 1,000 spirit stones can be obtained. Li Zhirui is naturally no exception, and he is curious about the method. Okay. The auction is over. Daoists and seniors who have won the spiritual objects, Please come to the backstage to settle the account. Others can leave." With a hum, the formation was activated, and a spiritual light that made people's consciousness produce illusions enveloped the entire auction venue. At the same time, there were dozens of exits for everyone to choose. Li Zhirui went to the backstage to settle the accounts, and soon got the 5 elements nourishing spirit pills and the Huanglian Wraith awakening pillow, as well as the method to deal with the humane dynasty. When he left, there were still many cultivators in the venue, and with so many exits, no one knew that he was the cultivator who had bought several spiritual objects. The first thing he did when he returned to the rental cave was to check the method. Not long after, Li Zhirui opened his eyes slowly, and whispered in an inexplicable manner, "I didn't expect the demon cultivators to find such a method," but then he thought, what kind of people are the demon cultivators? How could the method they deduced be peaceful and elegant? It was full of a strong smell of blood from beginning to end. The core content of the method is very simple, that is, to collect the resentment and hatred of the mortals, so as to pollute the humane law network and weaken the dragon energy. As for how to collect it quickly, the magic way also gave a solution, which is to cruelly kill the mortals, let them be tortured before they die, and resentment will naturally arise. This is similar to the inheritance that Li Zhirui got in Hong Shijiao. Both use emotions such as resentment and the power of the mind. If the demon Dao continues to follow the path, it is very likely that it will create a more complete and more powerful method than the one deduced by the human race in Hong Shijiao. It's a pity that the demon Dao will not continue to deduce it. After all, their goal is to deal with the human Dao dynasty. Now that it has been completed, there is no motivation, so how can they continue to advance? However, the demon cultivator is so kind to pass the skills to the immortal way, and the purpose may not be simple. Maybe he wants to take this opportunity to provoke the relationship between the immortal way and the human Dao dynasty. After all, overall, the human way and the immortal way in Dongzhou still live in peace. But if more and more cultivators use this secret method, the two camps will sooner or later be completely opposed, and finally a large-scale battle will break out. Thinking about it, Li Zhirui shook his head. These major events have nothing to do with him, a small scattered immortal. There is no human Dao dynasty near the family, so he is not very worried about being affected by the war. Moreover, I think that many cultivators will see the evil intentions of the demon cultivators and will exercise more restraint. Li Zhirui erased the bloody part, leaving only the most critical and core content. He can modify it into a method more suitable for cultivators. This is not a difficult task for him. After spending some time to master this secret method, Li Zhirui once again cleared his mind of distractions and began to comprehend the recipe of the 5 elements Yangshen Baodan. Let's see what's going on. It can actually deduce the recipe of the sanction level. Time flies, and more than a month has passed in a flash. Li Zhirui has been staying in the quiet room to comprehend the recipe. Finally, he figured out why the auctioneer said that a higher level recipe could be deduced. Because it was originally derived from a simplified high-level recipe. What needs to be done now is to restore it to its original appearance. However, this is also a very time-consuming and labor-intensive project. It cannot be completed in a short time. Li Zhirui just wrote down his ideas and will do it when he has time in the future. Speaking of both ends, in a hidden area, a large number of demon cultivators gathered there. How to raise them? Has the secret method been spread? Are there any cultivators using it? A demon cultivator asked excitedly. He couldn't help but be excited, because this was the method he came up with. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1166 Desperate. If he succeeds, he will become the biggest hero and get a lot of benefits, but if he fails, then all the efforts they made to use the purple stone auction will become the consequences he has to bear. At the auction, almost everyone had a copy, and they spread it to the outside world. Many cultivators have known about this secret method, but we haven't heard of anyone trying it yet, the demon cultivator in charge of intelligence said coldly. This is normal. After all, those cultivators pay attention to cause and effect and karma, so they are naturally unwilling to kill mortals. But I think they should be trying to modify and eliminate those methods. It shouldn't take long for us to get the news, the demon cultivator explained hurriedly. I hope it's as you said, Otherwise you know the consequences, that is to say, seeing that the situation is indeed developing in the direction they hope, otherwise it will not be a light warning, but a substantial punishment. Of course, don't worry, the contradiction between the human way and the immortal way is no less than ours. All the demon cultivators have no doubt about this. After all, Dongshao is so small. The more territory the human Dao dynasty occupies, the less territory the immortal Dao will occupy. Moreover, in the process of the human Dao dynasty's expansion, they have destroyed many cultivators and immortal Dao forces. And those cultivators who escaped death must have always hated the human Dao dynasty and wanted to take revenge. What the demon cultivators are doing now is to give them this opportunity. Even if those cultivators know that this is the calculation of the demon Dao, they are unwilling to refuse. In fact, it is not just this group of demon cultivators who are collecting intelligence, many immortal Dao forces are doing the same thing. They wanted to fight back a long time ago. It's just that it has been difficult to do it. The suppression of the cultivators by the human Dao law network is too great, while the strength of the human Dao cultivators will be greatly enhanced. With one increase and one decrease, the combat power of the two sides has opened up a huge gap. Therefore, these immortal Dao sects are also secretly helping to promote this matter, and actively spreading the secret method of removing impurities, the Emperor's Anfa. Soon, in a corner of the border of the Dacian dynasty, a group of cultivators gathered here to discuss revenge for their teachers and fellow disciples. I know you all want to overthrow the Dacian dynasty immediately and kill the murderers who caused us to be in such a situation to comfort their souls in heaven, a monk with a resolute expression said in a deep voice, but everyone. The Dacian dynasty is powerful, we must act carefully, safety is the most important, and we must preserve our useful bodies. Only in this way can we hope to avenge our great hatred, that's right. We can't be driven by anger, that will only put us in danger, so we must act carefully before we achieve our goals. Don't worry, we will never lose our lives before we succeed in revenge. 20 or 30 people present spoke up one after another to express their determination. After a little preparation, they sneaked into the interior of the Dacian dynasty. They didn't need to take action against mortals, but they had to work harder and go to those corrupt officials, or areas where natural disasters broke out but did not receive timely rescue, to collect the resentment of the local people towards the Dacian dynasty. Before collecting enough resentment power, they had to hide their identities. In this way, everyone worked for more than a month and finally gathered enough to temporarily ineffective the humanitarian law network in 8 places. It's not that they don't want to collect more resentment power, but they can only find so many murderers. The others are either dead of old age, in the imperial capital, or they can't find any news about them. 20 or 30 monks were divided into 8 groups and agreed to meet at a certain place after they succeeded. I believe everyone knows that we are actually pioneers and experimenters, and we are very dangerous, but as long as there is an effect, those big forces will definitely take action one after another. At that time, the restrained Dacian dynasty will definitely not be a match, and it will be overthrown sooner or later. Before the action, the leading monk said in a resolute and heroic tone, maybe many of us will not see that day coming, but remember that the blood feud we carry will definitely be resolved. Start the action. After that, all the monks began to run towards the target location. There was no communication between them, and there was no way to communicate. After they arrived at their destination and restored their status to perfection, they did not hesitate to start directly. Kill, several monks shouted, but they were suppressed by the humanitarian law network and could not exert their true strength at all. Don't know whether to live or die? The attacked humanitarian monk was a Confucian cultivator. When he opened his mouth, he was full of righteousness, ink was flying, and all kinds of sharp and deadly attacks were coming towards them. But a sticky gray-black substance hit them head-on, and with a bang, it turned into countless ashes and spread around. Buzz! The humanitarian law network that originally covered the city was invalid at this moment. Without the endless humanitarian luck and the suppression of the law network, the offensive and defensive situation of the monks and Confucian cultivators was reversed instantly. What's going on? Damn it! This is impossible. How can the humanitarian law network be invalid? The Confucian cultivator was shaken and uneasy, and shouted in fear, with a strong fear in his heart. That strange massive matter can make the humanitarian law network here invalid. What about other areas? And if there is enough, can the entire imperial law network be rendered ineffective? If this really happens, what will be the end of the Dacian dynasty? He didn't dare to think about it anymore, And there was no way to think about it. Because in a flash, the Confucian cultivator had been killed by several cultivators. Ho ha, fellow teachers and fellow disciples, did you see that? I will avenge you today, one of the cultivators laughed wildly. Zudao, let's go. The human law network seems to be repaired quickly, the other cultivators shouted and took him away quickly. During this period of time, battles broke out in various parts of the Dacian dynasty, and almost every one of them was a cultivator fighting a human cultivator, and all of them won. This abnormal situation naturally alarmed the entire dynasty, especially the emperor in the imperial capital, who was extremely angry and immediately issued a decree to capture all these cultivators, alive or dead. But after the anger, there was fear and worry about the unknown. My dear ministers, do you know what methods those monks used to make the human law network ineffective? This is why it poses such a huge threat to the dynasty. If they can't find a reason as soon as possible, it is very likely that the entire dynasty will be dragged into the water. At that time, they don't know whether they can still sit here and point out the country and make decisions. Your Majesty, at present, we only know that it is a special spiritual object, which is specially used to deal with a human law network. The emperor looked ugly. Didn't he know what he said? It was a complete waste of time. He suddenly interrupted and said, I want practical solutions, not these useless reports. The ministers fell silent for a moment. They didn't even catch the person, so how could they know what it was? Order to be on guard in all places. Once the monks take action again, they must be captured at all costs. The emperor was a little bored and announced helplessly. Yes, but then, after confirming that the resentful power had an effect on the human law network, the immortals did not act in a hurry. Because the Dacian dynasty has become a powerful force, it is not something that can be destroyed just because they want to. It is unknown how difficult it is, and the power of resentment is not so easy to collect. What they want to do now is actually to slowly erode, and let the Dacian dynasty lose the surrounding territory bit by bit, and finally launch a general attack. This is a very slow process. As for whether this strategy is completely effective, it depends on whether the Dacian dynasty can develop countermeasures. However, Li Zhirui took a breath in the city, and the next day he continued to go to Sanlingzhou to look for opportunities to fight. He did not forget the purpose of his training this time, so he naturally would not stay in a safe place for a long time. This time, Li Zhirui did not go to trouble the monsters again, but went to the territory of the demon Dao. The strength of the demon cultivators is very strong, far more powerful than the monsters on the side, but the number is too small, so the frequency of encounter is relatively low. Fortunately, the pressure they bring makes up for this point. It's good. But this little pressure is not enough for Li Zhirui to break through the bottleneck. Fortunately, he is not in a hurry. Breakthrough cannot be achieved overnight. Slowly accumulate, and one day he will succeed. But to Li Zhirui's surprise, the demon Dao was preparing to send a human fairyland demon cultivator to secretly kill him because of the recent deaths of many fairyland demon cultivators. After all, Sanlingzhou is not the demon Dao base camp like Zizhou, and the number of demon cultivators is limited. In just 1 month, 3 or 4 scattered fairyland demon cultivators have fallen. This is not something they can bear, so they want to break the unspoken rules. As long as Li Zhirui is killed cleanly, naturally no news will spread. On this day, he was looking for the traces of the demon cultivator as usual. It took him a lot of effort to find it and followed carefully. Not long after, Li Zhirui saw the demon cultivator and rushed out without hesitation to attack. But when the demon cultivator turned around, he was immediately frightened and his face changed drastically. This is actually a human fairyland demon cultivator. And judging from his aura, he is at least in the middle stage of the human fairy. Damn it, in an instant, Li Zhirui understood everything in his heart. This was a trap set specifically for him. It's really an honor to be able to ask the demons to ask the immortals to help. As for breaking the unspoken rules, there is a possibility of accidents in the contract signed in black and white, so how can the unspoken rules be unbreakable? Just do a good job and wipe out the traces. Indeed, you should feel honored. The demon cultivator nodded proudly, but his tone was full of murderous intent, and said, if you are willing to commit suicide, I can keep your body intact for you. How? Li Zhirui sneered and said firmly, there is no word surrender in my dictionary. Even if I die here, I will not give up. What's more, he is not without a completely safe retreat. If he really encounters life-threatening danger, he can just hide in space. Not bad, You are still a bit courageous, but if you are not strong enough, what's the use of being bold? The cultivator's eyes flashed, and he praised him, but his move was a fatal killing move. Die! A large palm condensed from a ball of black air descended from the sky and smashed down towards Li Zhirui quickly. Not only was the speed extremely fast, but it also had a special power that made it impossible for him to dodge. Today, let me experience the power of the human fairyland, Li Zhirui shouted in a low voice, and the mana in his body was madly poured out, and the power of the small world was also fully blessed, but from the momentum, it seemed that he had surpassed the boundaries of scattered immortals. A bright and dazzling spiritual light burst out, just like the sun, but more pure than the sun, and collided with a large palm. Boom boom, a deafening explosion sounded, and the powerful airflow directly broke the surrounding trees, but the much smaller palm still smashed towards Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui's full strength attack did not completely block the opponent's magical power, and he had to attack a second time to completely solve it. This is normal. The cultivation between the two is a whole realm apart. Those who can cross the border to fight are all geniuses among geniuses. Li Zhirui can indeed be included in the list, but this is only a short-term fight. Over time, he will eventually lose. He knew this very well, so he planned to fight with the opponent before he had enough strength, and use the strong pressure brought by the opponent to shake his bottleneck. Interesting. You, a scattered immortal, can actually burst out a killing move comparable to that of a human immortal. It seems that you should be a true disciple of a certain immortal sect if you are given some time to grow. After breaking through the human immortal realm, you may be able to threaten my safety. The demon cultivator looked regretful, but his eyes were full of greed when he looked at Li Zhirui. This was because he felt that if he was refined into a yin corpse, it would definitely greatly improve his own combat power. Come again. Li Zhirui took the initiative to charge, desperately wanting to hurt the opponent. Bang! But before he got close, he was slapped away by the demon cultivator. The gap in strength cannot be made up by courage alone. Li Zhirui continued to attack actively as if he had not hurt anything, desperately squeezing out his own mana. The demon cultivator thought it was quite interesting at first and played along, but soon, he got tired of it and didn't want to waste any more time. Okay. The time is up, and it's time for you to get going. Don't worry, I will definitely leave you an intact body. He moved his hand casually, and a ghost with a green face and fangs, more than 100 feet tall, appeared, roaring and rushing towards Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui did not retreat, but just stood there, using all his strength to fight. That force was extremely powerful, and he could not destroy it at all, so he could only bear it with his life. At this moment, he seemed to see death, but found that the bottleneck was slowly loosening, so he gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Chapter 1167 Turbulence. When the demon cultivator saw Li Zhirui fighting so hard, he couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise and admiration in his eyes, but what followed was a strong desire to kill. If such a person is not dealt with before he has fully grown up, he will surely become a big worry in the future. Especially what he did today seriously threatened Li Zhirui's life and safety, and became his mortal enemy. So despite admiration, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, and continued to increase the input of mana, wanting to end this battle quickly. How can I die here? Li Zhirui gritted his teeth and roared, squeezing himself madly, and the small world in his body also rioted because of him. There was no perfect world, but because of his excessive extraction of spiritual energy, various natural disasters began to appear. Fortunately, the 5 internal organs gods he cultivated, most of the time, sat in the small world, in order to perfect the 5 elements law, and now they can also help suppress the world and prevent the world from further deteriorating. Give up. You should know how big the gap is between a great realm. There is no need to persist so hard. Give up early and be free early. The voice of the demon cultivator was like the voice of the devil, constantly knocking on Li Zhirui's mind, trying to make him show a flaw. Haha, Li Zhirui shouted violently, and a dazzling pure white spiritual light burst out of his body. He isolated his 5 senses from the outside world and concentrated on dealing with the attack in front of him that he could not resist. HMPH. Stubborn, the demon cultivator snorted coldly, his face became more and more ugly. Originally thought that it would be easy to deal with the scattered immortal cultivator, and there would be no accidents. As a result, the opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations, and was extremely tenacious. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Li Zhirui had pushed himself into a desperate situation? If this continued, he would collapse in a short time. Literally collapse, turning into a pool of flesh and blood. But this result was not what the demon cultivator wanted to see. Not to mention that he was a human immortal, it was so difficult to deal with the scattered immortal, which was really embarrassing. Moreover, he wanted to get a complete corpse and refine a perfect yin corpse. And now Li Zhirui's situation was very bad. The whole body was oozing blood, the meridians were wailing and breaking, the danshan was dim, and the world inside his body was also constantly suffering from natural disasters. Even the 5-element immortal root was slowly dropping leaves. Ha. Just as he was about to increase his magic power and take down Li Zhirui in one fell swoop, he suddenly burst into laughter. Finally succeeded, after saying this almost silent murmur, the next moment, such a big person disappeared out of thin air. The demon cultivator's pupils suddenly dilated, his eyes were full of disbelief. How is this possible? All his spiritual consciousness burst out and expanded outward crazily, but even if he saw 100 miles away, he could not find Li Zhirui's figure. Impossible. How can there be a magical power or secret method without any spiritual energy fluctuations? Soon, he realized that Li Zhirui must be hiding a huge secret, and a strong sense of annoyance swept through his body. But what's the use of being annoyed? The person has disappeared. Even if he digs 3 feet deep in the ground nearby and turns the world upside down, he can't find Li Zhirui. At this moment, Li Zhirui has fainted in the space. In the last moment before he fainted, he used the last bit of strength he had left to operate the skills and absorb the spiritual energy in the space to heal his wounds. What? You missed? The head of the 10,000 corpses sect exclaimed in disbelief. The demon cultivator searched back and forth in the vicinity for several hours, but did not find any trace of Li Zhirui. In desperation, he could only return to the sect and report the matter. You didn't let him go on purpose, did you? A demon cultivator elder couldn't help but say. Otherwise, how could a scattered immortal escape from the palm of the hand of a human immortal? Not to mention him, many elders present thought so. The demon cultivator wanted to defend himself, but he didn't know where to start, because no matter what he said, he was very embarrassed. After a long while of groaning, he said, he must have a huge secret. I saw it with my own eyes. He disappeared without a trace of spiritual energy. Really? This is not a reason you made up, right? He didn't want to pay attention to these words, and just stood there silently, waiting for the headmaster to give the final punishment. Rewards and punishments are clear, and they are heavy rewards and severe punishments. This is the rule of the entire demon sect. Junior brother Gu, you will stay in Yinfeng Cave for half a year as a small punishment and a big warning. Yes, hearing this, he was relieved. Yinfeng Cave is naturally not a good place to go. The endless Yinfeng not only hurts the body, but also hurts the soul. But if it is only half a year, it will be fine to retreat for a while after coming out. After he left, an elder who was sitting there said dissatisfiedly, Master, do you really believe his unreliable words? What else? Do you really want to use severe punishment on junior brother Gu? The matter of sending human immortals and demons to secretly solve Li Zhirui's problem cannot be made public, so the punishment naturally does not need to be too harsh. At this time, Li Zhirui had no idea about the situation in the outside world, because he was still in a coma. The rich and pure spiritual energy in the space slowly entered his body, nourishing the dry danshan, the withered consciousness, and healing the nearly collapsed body and broken meridians. This is a very slow process, especially when Li Zhirui has not woken up and actively healed his injuries. It is unknown how long it will take to heal. Time flies, and I don't know how long it has passed. Li Zhirui's disappearance did not attract anyone's attention. The cave he rented was taken back the next day after it expired. At this time, he has turned into a huge light cocoon. This is what Li Zhirui built with purification laws and spiritual energy after he recovered a little strength to create a better healing environment for him. Yes. Until now, several years have passed since the battle that almost took his life, but Li Zhirui's injuries are still very serious. You know, in the battle, except for his foundation, he was seriously injured everywhere else. Without a few decades of recuperation, I'm afraid he can't recover completely. Fortunately, Li Zhirui doesn't have to worry about his lifespan now, and it doesn't matter if he spends decades healing. Before he recovers enough strength to protect himself, he doesn't plan to leave the space. After all, the place he came in is a dangerous magic territory. If he is unlucky and encounters a magic cultivator, he will have to hide back in the space. There is no need to go to great lengths. The only thing worth being happy about is that he has broken through the bottleneck, and the road to the human fairyland is smooth from now on. Although this is the bottleneck of the late stage of sanction, under normal circumstances, it will not appear in succession. And Li Zhirui still has the Huanglian Daja pillow in his hand. Once he consolidates the realm of the late stage of sanction, he can try to impact the human fairyland at the fastest speed. This time, he did not plan to go back to Wangsan Mountain to break through, but to find a fairy city of a big fairy sect, spend a sum of spirit stones, and ask them to help protect the law. The reason for such a big effort is that Dongyun sect is watching the Li family too closely. If Li Zhirui breaks through to the human fairy, no one knows whether they will destroy it or send stronger cultivators to attack the Li family afterwards. That's why he wanted to conceal his own cultivation. Maybe he could give Dongyun sect a big surprise someday. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own branch. Now Dongzhou is full of smoke and war. The reason why it has become like this is because those demon cultivators are tinkering behind the scenes. The method of beheading the emperor they studied has now spread to all the fairy forces of all sizes in Dongzhou. And many cultivators who have grudges against the human Dao dynasty, they only made some simple preparations and rushed in without hesitation. You can imagine how miserable their end is. But it was they who used their blood and lives to detonate the dissatisfaction of the entire fairy way with those human dynasties. Old dynasties like the Dacian dynasty may still be able to stand firm in the storm, but most dynasties are not so powerful that they cannot withstand the impact of a large number of cultivators. So in a very short period of time, some of the territories occupied by the Humane dynasty returned to the hands of the immortals. This incident greatly stimulated the Dacian dynasty. Although they can still exist now, they can no longer have an advantage in the battle with the cultivators. If there is no advantage, the humane law network will lose its suppressive effect, and the Dacian dynasty will never be the opponent of the immortals. You haven't found out what the strange black smoke is yet, the emperor asked with an ugly face. Your Majesty, I have found out that it was a secret method deliberately spread by the demon cultivators a few years ago, specifically targeting us. A minister stood up and reported, the content of the secret method is how to make something that makes the humane law network ineffective. That is a special spiritual object refined by the resentful thoughts of the people. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The spiritual object that made them suffer a great loss actually came from those people. The minister ignored the commotion in the hall and continued, Your Majesty, I propose to investigate corrupt officials, reduce taxes for the people, so that they will no longer resent the dynasty, and at the same time drive out all the cultivators in the country to prevent them from collecting resentful power. Approved. Although this series of suggestions will harm the interests of many people and is quite difficult, he must implement it in order for the Dacian dynasty to be passed down for thousands of years. By the way, this matter must be widely publicized, so that the other dynasties that still exist will know, so as to prevent them from being overthrown by the immortal way, the emperor added. If the Dacian dynasty is the only one left in the land of Dongzhou, then the immortal way will definitely target them specifically, which is not a good thing for them. Yes, the Dacian dynasty dispersed the cultivators in the country, affecting Li Zhirui who was still training. She knew that Dacian was in turmoil during this period, and she would definitely find a way to solve it, but she didn't expect it to be such a way. However, Li Zhirui did not resist, because she knew in her heart that taking action against the officials in the dynasty would only put herself in danger. Besides, she has been honing her Taoist heart in the world for so many years, and it is time to leave. Where should we go next? Li Zhirui was a little confused for a moment. As far as she knew, except for the battle with the Humane dynasty, other places in Dongzhou were quite peaceful. After thinking for a while, she couldn't think of any good place to go, so she had to look around and make a decision when the time came. After walking and stopping, Li Zhirui suddenly heard that the Sea clan had summoned a large army to try to retake the coastal area. She immediately made a decision and rushed to the family as fast as possible. Damn water monster. Why did you choose this time when you could have taken action any other day? An elder of the Dongyun faction cursed angrily. The reason why he was so angry was that they had already conquered many territories of the Great Zhou dynasty, and it was a great opportunity to advance and destroy it. As a result, the Sea clan began to attack the coastal area. As a result, they had to give up destroying the Great Zhou dynasty and concentrate their efforts on dealing with a more important and more powerful water monster. But now the Dongyun faction didn't know that they had missed the best time to destroy the Great Zhou dynasty. Shortly after they left, the news that the Great Jin dynasty had sent out came to Wan Jia's Hao, letting all the ministers know the reasons for their continuous defeat and the solutions. While the Dongyun sect and the Sea clan are fighting, we must complete this series of reforms, otherwise when they come back, we will be in danger. Seeing that no one responded in the hall, the Prime Minister said coldly with an ugly face, "Now is not the time for the personal interests of each family. Don't you know what will happen to your family after the dynasty is overthrown? The Prime Minister is right. My Zhao family fully supports it, my Liu family does the same." Everyone was shocked and broke into cold sweat, and hurriedly spoke to express their feelings. Soon, various reform measures were promoted, greatly improving the lives of local people and making them more trusting and proud of the great Zhou dynasty. On the other side, Li Zhirui, who was running wildly, finally returned to Wangsun Mountain after more than half a year of rushing. Even though she was already in the late stage of sanction, she was now exhausted. The one guarding the family at Wangsun Mountain was Li Mingyao. He immediately showed up to greet them and said, "Zhuanzu, are you okay?" "No problem. I just want to rush back to the family as soon as possible to help resist the Sea tribe. I'm just exhausted." Hearing her purpose, Li Mingyao was very moved. He could imagine what Li Zhirui did to rush back to the family as soon as possible. "Zhuanzu, you take a day off first, and then go to the front line after you recover. From the current news, the family has not suffered any loss on the battlefield, okay?" In this case, Li Zhirui doesn't have to be so anxious. At the same time, she also knew that Li's hair was not on the family, which made Li Zhirui secretly relieved. Fortunately, she came back in time, otherwise the family would not even have a late-stage sanction. There was no conversation at night. The next morning, she went straight to the battlefield. The 600-mile sea area occupied by the family was located behind the battlefield, but in order to resist the Sea tribe, most of the clan members were sent to the front line. "Zhirui? Why are you back?" Zhang Fengwu looked at Li Zhirui, who suddenly appeared in front of her with a look of surprise. The next moment, she noticed that her cultivation had made another breakthrough. She said, "It seems that you have gained a lot in these years outside. It just so happens that the family urgently needs someone as powerful as you to take charge." Chapter 1168 Recovery. What's wrong? Is the situation on the battlefield not favorable to the family? Li Zhirui asked curiously. But in her opinion, there is no problem. The defense line is still strong, and the casualties of the cultivators are not too large. "Alice," Zhang Fengwu sighed and said helplessly, "before, the family had Yuan's hero in charge, and their strength was far beyond that of ordinary scattered immortal cultivators. The Sea clan also knew this, so they sent more than 50 scattered immortal water monsters to attack this place. Among these more than 50 water monsters, more than 30 were specifically for the Li family, and the rest were responsible for targeting other immortal forces. But because you have not shown up, those water monsters are worried that you will suddenly attack in the fierce battle, so they did not send out all their strength, so the family did not suffer too much loss. However, this kind of thing can't be concealed for long. In fact, the Sea clan has already noticed it and tried it once or twice. Once they are sure, they will definitely not be as cautious as before. At that time, the family will face real danger. If Li Zhirui had not arrived in time, Zhang Fengwu would have planned to abandon the sea area and return to the Wanling Sea area to defend it. You know, since the Li family took back the Wanling Sea area, Zhang Fengwu has led all the formation masters of the family to set up a large formation of scattered immortals to protect the entire sea area, and superimposed a large formation that is smaller in scale but more powerful on the front line to resist the water monster. As long as he retreats to the Wanling Sea area, Zhang Fengwu is confident that with these two large formations, plus the power of a group of clansmen, he can completely resist the Sea clan. However, this will cause great disadvantages to the family in the future. Without the help of other immortal forces in the outer sea area to resist the daily attacks of the water monster, the Wanling Sea area can't think of farming in peace and creating a lot of profits for the family. So Zhang Fengwu is unwilling to withdraw unless it is absolutely necessary. Li Zhirui quickly learned about the situation on the battlefield. She was also very surprised by the unusual importance of the Sea clan. She didn't expect that the water monsters in the scattered immortal realm would be so afraid of her and Brother Nine. In this case, she will not be in a hurry to show up, and then give those water monsters a huge surprise. Li Zhirui expressed her idea, and immediately got Zhang Fengwu's approval, and said with a smile, "In this way, It will definitely greatly deter the group of water monsters and make them dare not show up easily again, as long as the scattered immortal water monsters, which are 2 or 3 times more than the number of Li's fairyland, do not take action. This line of defense will not be so easy to break. Then don't show up in the next few days and let the water monsters test you, okay? After the two of them discussed it, Zhang Fengwu flew away. Facing the temptation of the water monster, she had to be prepared to reduce the casualties of the tribesmen. Not far away in the deep sea, more than 30 water monsters gathered here to discuss the next action. After so many attempts, we didn't find the figures of Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun. They must be either practicing in seclusion or training outside. We don't need to be so afraid, a water monster said very dissatisfiedly. They have been avoiding fighting and hiding here for a while. It's really too aggrieved. It would rather die in the hands of the cultivators than hide like this, listening to the sarcasm and ridicule of other members of the same clan. One last test, the leading water monster was Mochu, who had escaped death from Li Zhirui and others several times. It was unknown whether it had any unclear cause and effect with the Li family. Every time the Sea clan started a war, it would be sent to deal with the Li family. However, it was precisely because of this that it was so cautious, even a little too cautious, which made other water monsters quite dissatisfied with it. If the two people have not shown up this time, it means that they are indeed not on the Li family. At that time, everyone can do whatever they want. I will not restrict your actions anymore, Mochu said with a serious face. Okay. This is what you said. Don't find any excuses to avoid the war at that time, and let everyone embarrass you. Another water monster immediately spoke up and confirmed the matter. The next day, they sent more than 20 water monsters to target the Li family. The powerful and fierce attack made it very difficult for the tribesmen to deal with it. Zhang Fengwu gritted his teeth to strengthen the defense of the formation to reduce the casualties of the tribesmen. After 2 or 3 hours, the defense formation had become bumpy, as if it would break through and collapse in the next moment. Zhang Fengwu, Daking, Zhaoqing and others also consumed a lot of energy and their strength began to decline. As for the other tribesmen, a large number of them were already rushing to recover their mana. The water monsters did not see the figures of Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun, and immediately concluded that the two were not in the Li family. Seeing that the Li family members were tired and their mana was exhausted, they did not plan to go back and wait for the next opportunity to attack. They immediately notified more than a dozen fellow tribesmen who were hiding in the seabed and did not show up, and asked them to attack with all their strength to try to take down this sea area today. But just when they relaxed their vigilance, Li Zhixun, who had been hiding on the island, cut out the long-prepared killing move. When the water monsters took action, she began to gather momentum, constantly brewing the killing intent in her heart, and was looking for the right opportunity to attack. Crack, the world seemed to be split by this sword, and a sharp and piercing sound of breaking reached the ears of every living being nearby. They seemed to hear the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, and the sound of raging waves. Damn it, the 20 or so water monsters did not hesitate at all, and decisively retreated and returned to the bottom of the sea at the fastest speed, hoping to avoid the sword energy that made them feel dead. But even if they reacted faster, how could they compare to Li Zhixun? He immediately jumped out, holding the black sword in his hand, chasing and killing the water monsters who fled in panic. As a result, a very strange scene formed on the sea at this time. Li Zhixun chased and killed more than 20 water monsters alone, and they did not dare to turn around and fight back. She specifically targeted 3 water monsters. And all kinds of sharp and powerful sword energy were easily displayed in her hands. Before they escaped, they didn't know how many wounds they had on their bodies and lost half of their lives. In fact, Li Zhixun wanted to kill the water monsters, not because she couldn't do it, but because according to the previous plan, the main purpose was not to kill the water monsters, but to create a strong deterrent so that they would not dare to attack the Li family again. Leaving a few seriously injured survivors to remind other water monsters at all times that it was obviously a good idea for the Li family to have Li Zhixun in charge. Zhixun, you've worked hard, Zhang Fengwu said excitedly when he saw her coming back. The scene of Li Zhixun chasing a group of water monsters alone just now was really exciting and thrilling, and at the same time she was quite envious. Will she be able to achieve such a daunting level one day? She is not the only one who has this idea. Zhaoqing, Xiaokang and most of the tribesmen are looking forward to such a day in the future. It's okay, how are the casualties of the tribesmen? Li Zhirui asked with concern. Zhang Fengwu sighed and said with some discomfort, "No one in the tribe died, but most of them consumed too much mana and injured their meridians. I'm afraid they won't be able to fight fiercely in a short time. This is not your fault. Besides, didn't no one in the tribe die? Don't blame yourself. Everyone has tried their best." Li Zhirui was not good at comforting people, so she chose to change the subject and said, "While the water monsters retreat, we should seize the time to restore our mana and repair the defense facilities on the island. After all, no matter how scared the water monsters are, they can't avoid fighting all the time." "You're right." Zhang Fengwu hurriedly began to make arrangements. Li Zhirui naturally had nothing to do, mainly because she didn't know any other skills except practicing swords and killing people. Just when the Li family was actively preparing for the war, the atmosphere of the underwater water monsters fell to the bottom. And the murderer who caused all this was Li Zhirui, who suddenly took action. How could she be here? Humph. Which of those cultivators is not a person with ulterior motives and good at conspiracy? Maybe they didn't take action in the previous few times just to deceive us and make us suffer heavy losses. What should we do now? Li Zhirui is in charge of the sea area. If she dares to take action, I'm afraid. He didn't finish his words, but everyone understood that he was afraid of dying here. Of course, none of the water monsters present were not afraid. But now, thinking back to the fact that there were so many water monsters, they were chased by Li Zhirui alone. Not only did they flee in embarrassment, but they also didn't have the courage to resist. It was really embarrassing. But now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter if they lose some face. Anyway, it's not us who decide the ownership of the offshore area, so there's no need to fight so hard. Yeah, just deal with it. The water monsters quickly reached a consensus that the next battle would focus on ensuring their own safety and no longer take risks. After all, no one wants to be a dead soul under the sword. And when they returned to the battlefield, Zhang Fengwu, Li Zhirui and others understood this at the first time. "I didn't expect the Sea Clan to be so timid," Zhang Fengwu said disdainfully, but he did not relax his vigilance. Who knows if this group of water monsters also designed a trap and waited for them to jump in. However, the Li family was also happy with this. They didn't have to fight so many scattered immortals and water monsters, and their lives would be more secure. "I don't know what the current situation of the main battlefield is, and which side has the advantage," Zhang Fengwu murmured. "The decision to end the battle has nothing to do with them. And the main battlefield that she was thinking about, the cultivators were slightly at a disadvantage. The reason was that they had fought against the Great Zhou dynasty before. The strength of the Great Zhou dynasty was indeed limited, but it still had a certain impact on them. In addition, they rushed to the front line without stopping, and it was inevitable that their strength would decline. Fortunately, the cultivators of the Dongying school were still quite reliable. They firmly guarded the border and did not give up any place for the water monsters to occupy. The two sides fell into a stalemate. As a result, both sides began to invest more power, and they were bound to take over the sea area or drive away the group of water monsters. In the next month, battles broke out every day, but the intensity was not too great, so not many disciples were sacrificed. On the other hand, the Sea Clan was in chaos, and all kinds of problems emerged, such as the lack of a main leader and the deep hatred between the two races. These problems did not appear at the beginning, but they surfaced one after another as time went on, causing the Sea Clan's combat effectiveness to begin to decline. The Dongying school was keenly aware of this, but they pretended not to notice it and continued to entangle with the Sea Clan, wanting to make the conflict among the Sea Clan more serious, so that they could drive the Sea Clan away at a lower price. This wait lasted for more than half a month. "It's time to end this war," the elder of the Dongying school said heavily. "Now the conflict among the Sea Clan is serious enough, and they are consuming each other internally. If they don't seize this great opportunity, wouldn't they let the opportunity slip away in vain? Kill, charge, drive all these water monsters out. This is our territory. After holding back for so long, they can finally go out." The disciples of the Dongying school are very excited and can't hold back their emotions at all, intending to finish the battle. Damn it, the water monsters didn't expect that the Dongying sect would dare to take the initiative to attack. They were in a panic for a while and didn't know who to notify, which caused great harm to the water monsters. How could the unprepared and constantly infighting Sea Clan be the opponent of the Dongying sect that had been carefully preparing for many days? In the end, the Sea Clan was not only defeated, but also driven out of the coastal area. After the battle on the Dongying sect side ended, The water monsters in other places received the news of retreat the next day. Some cultivators discovered the movements of the Sea Clan and wanted to pursue them, but they were counterattacked and their strength was greatly damaged. Some let them leave without taking any action. Among various choices, a water monster that swept the entire coastal area and countless immortal forces finally ended. Although the immortals won the final victory, a large number of cultivators were injured and fell in the process, and the losses of the immortals were not small. So each force was quietly licking their wounds and taking the time to recover. Only the Donggyun sect left. After ending the war with the Sea Clan, they went south again and aimed their heads at the Great Zhou dynasty. But when they came back, they were shocked to find that the situation had changed drastically, and it was difficult for them to collect the power of resentment. If they continued at this speed, it would take a long time to accumulate enough power to break the human law. Damn it! How could the Great Zhou dynasty change so much in just a few months? The elders of the Donggyun sect who were in charge of this matter were very angry, but they were helpless. They knew in their hearts that they had lost the best opportunity to overthrow the Great Zhou. There was no way. They could only take back those disciples, and then find a way to turn the territories they had seized into the territory of the Donggyun sect, and strictly guard against the Great Zhou, not letting them take it back. The Donggyun sect quickly revised its strategy against the Great Zhou. Since there was no advantage in taking action, they would use other methods. For example, secretly supporting some refugees and letting them cause trouble within the dynasty. Time slipped away quietly in the calm atmosphere of the coast, and decades passed in a flash. Li Zhirui, who had been hiding in the space to heal his injuries, finally recovered not long ago after a long period of treatment. After he came out, the first thing he did was to find a fairy city or a market town, rent a cave and practice seclusion in order to break through to the late stage of the loose immortal as soon as possible. Chapter 1169 Breakthrough. Although he had recovered, Li Zhirui was still cautious in his cultivation and did not dare to let go completely. After all, his body was still a little weak. After this period of time, he no longer had such concerns and began to make a full effort to attack the late stage of sanction. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered towards him as Li Zhirui practiced his skills, forming a small vortex around him. The blue and green spiritual light rotated rapidly, excluding other spiritual energy. And this method has another advantage, that is, it can roughly refine spiritual energy outside the body, saving some time for the next practice. This little trick was also developed by Li Zhirui after he broke through the sanction realm and had a strong enough soul to do two things at the same time. From this point, we can understand why some emerging forces have a huge gap with those old forces in terms of foundation. After thousands or tens of thousands of years of uninterrupted inheritance, I don't know how many similar little tricks they have accumulated, and they also understand their own inherited skills very thoroughly. This is not something that can be caught up in a short time. But most of the emerging forces are because of the birth of a genius, and they suddenly rise up. If this person encounters any accident, they will quickly decline. Fortunately, the Li family is supported by not only Li Zhirui, but also Li Zhixuan, Zhang Fengwu, Li Chengshin, Li Chengshu, Li Mingyao and other outstanding clansmen, and the entire family has maintained a positive and enterprising spirit for many years, which has allowed the Li family to move towards an old family. However, even so, there is still a certain distance between the Li family and the real old families. And this is the accumulation and precipitation of time, which cannot be easily made up. Speaking of which, Li Zhirui's wanton absorption of spiritual energy naturally excited the personnel responsible for renting the cave house, but after noticing that he had paid enough spiritual stones, he retracted his gaze and ignored it. He didn't know how many breakthroughs of such scattered immortals he had seen, so how could he take it to heart? In a safe situation without interference, Li Zhirui spent several years and successfully improved his own cultivation to a small realm. But he didn't rush to get up. The lease of the cave house was less than a year away, so he naturally had to seize the time to consolidate his cultivation. And what Li Zhirui was going to do next was very important, which was to deduce the subsequent exercises. Although he had formulated a general outline for the Immortal Realm exercises in the Dealing Daolu when he broke through the scattered Immortal Realm, his realm was not enough at that time, and it was inevitable that there would be some mistakes. So what he had to do now was to perfect it and then launch the exercises for the human Immortal Realm. Fortunately, there was no bottleneck in the subsequent cultivation, and with a Huanglian Gadra pillow in hand, it could save Li Zhirui more than 100 years. Otherwise, he wanted to break through the human immortal realm. I don't know how many years it would take to do it. Time flies. On the night before the lease of the cave house expired, Li Zhirui stopped indulging in cultivation and counted the existing spiritual objects on his body. Then he was surprised to find that he had become a pure ghost. It was a bit exaggerated, but compared with his previous spiritual objects, the storage magic treasures that were now empty for more than half were indeed pure ghosts. The biggest expense was renting the cultivation cave. In 5 years, Li Zhirui paid an astronomical figure. If he was not a master of alchemy, his wealth would have been emptied long ago. Of course, this kind of rental cave for retreat and breakthrough is different from ordinary caves. It will not only ensure your safety and provide sufficient spiritual energy, but also help protect the law. So the next day, Li Zhirui rented an ordinary cave. He planned to stay here for a while and refine a batch of precious pills. After all, with spiritual stones, he can buy some special spiritual objects nearby to supplement the spiritual objects he lacks. As for alchemy materials, there is a whole space full of various spiritual objects. He will not lack such things at all. And it is just the right opportunity to take care of the spiritual objects that have been allowed to grow wantonly for decades. It took a lot of effort for Li Zhirui to sort out the spiritual objects in various places in the space. At the same time, there are a lot of spiritual objects in the storage magic weapon to prepare for the next alchemy. As a rare water alchemist, the biggest difference from ordinary alchemists is that he can refine a large number of precious pills at one time. Of course, not every water alchemist can do it. This requires extremely strong spiritual control ability, huge mana support, and superb alchemy level. And it just so happens that Li Zhirui meets all three conditions at the same time. The average alchemist can only refine 10 pills at most, but he can refine dozens of pills. He once tested his limit ability and could refine up to 7 materials at the same time, but the price was that the success rate would drop to 60%. In addition, the impurities of the treasure pills refined by the water refining method are naturally less. However, it is not without flaws, such as the longer time for refining pills, and the effect will be slightly worse when refining explosive treasure pills. In the next month, Li Zhirui spent his time practicing and refining pills. But this also brought him great gains. From the 6th level to the 9th level, he refined a batch of treasure pills, and the worst were all medium quality. If all were sold, it would be a huge fortune. The next day, Li Zhirui set up a stall in the city, poured a bottle of various grades of precious pills, marked the price next to it, and put up a sign with a line of big characters saying priority is given to exchanging various spiritual objects and spiritual seeds, followed by spiritual stones. His behavior was like dropping a bomb on the ground, instantly attracting the attention of a large number of cultivators, and the news spread wildly, and more cultivators gathered around him. Among them, there were some people with bad intentions, but most of them gave up honestly after seeing Li Zhirui's cultivation. A cultivator in the late stage of sanction was not someone they could provoke. Of course, there were also some cultivators who did not give up, or were blinded by greed and planned to rob the rich and help the poor. Senior, what do you think the value of this spiritual object is? Can it be exchanged for a bottle of Mingguan King Zhuo precious pill? A combined cultivator respectfully took out the jade box and asked. Li Zhirui took a quick glance and found that it was not a spiritual object he had, and he did not recognize it. Just looking at the spiritual light emanating from it, the grade would not be lower than the 8th grade at least. What kind of spiritual object is this? What effect does it have? It is normal to encounter a spiritual object that you do not recognize. You know, the Yuanling realm is vast and rich in spiritual energy, and a new spiritual object may be born at any time and anywhere. This spiritual object is called the God Replenishing Wood. It can be used to quickly replenish the consumption of spiritual consciousness and soul. It is very precious. In recent years, it has become very rare. The cultivator subconsciously raised the value of the spiritual object in his hand. Li Zhirui nodded without thinking and agreed to the deal. With a successful example, other cultivators spoke up one after another, hoping to get the spiritual objects they needed faster, and avoid disputes with others, which would only be disadvantageous to themselves and let him pick up a bargain. After a transaction, there were still a lot of precious pills left on Li Zhirui's stall, and finally several cultivators were able to buy them with spiritual stones. His purpose of staying here had been achieved, so he naturally would not stay any longer. He left the Immortal City in the evening of the same day. At the same time, several waves of cultivators followed Li Zhirui. They were all cultivators who wanted to kill people and steal treasures. There is no need to hide behind and be sneaky. Come out. After leaving the immortal city for a distance, Li Zhirui took the initiative to call them out. Dao, you are too high profile. Are you so confident? Do you think that with so many of us, we can't take you down? Since he was seen through, there was nothing to hide. A group of cultivators quickly flew in front of him, and one of the immortals cautiously tested him. With your strength, even if you attack together, you can't stop me. What's more, you belong to different forces, don't trust each other, and hold each other back. How can you be my opponent? Li Zhirui said with a smile. With his current strength, he really couldn't defeat the 20 or so immortals in front of him, but if he wanted to leave, they couldn't stop him. HMPH. Then let us experience your strength. After saying that, he took the initiative to attack. A mountain suddenly appeared above Li Zhirui's head and fell rapidly. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed, using all kinds of magical powers to block his retreat from all directions. You still want to stop me with this strength? Li Zhirui sneered, pinched the magic formula, and a large amount of seawater appeared out of thin air, raising huge waves and swallowing up all the magical powers in the east. I won't waste time with you. Before I leave, I will give you a small gift. I hope you will like it. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Rumble. Countless Keshu Yinli exploded instantly, and the roar was endless, making many people look dirty and embarrassed. Damn it, when they wanted to chase him again, they had no idea where Li Zhirui was going, so they could only curse indignantly and lead people away. The news that more than 20 scattered immortals joined forces to besiege one person, but unfortunately failed to take him down and were teased spread like wildfire and spread rapidly. Not only did Li Zhirui's reputation in this area become great, but it also brought them more shame and ridicule. Many years later, when Li Zhirui passed by this place, he could still hear the legend about him. As for where Li Zhirui is going now? Of course, he's going back to Wangsan Mountain. This experience not only perfectly solved the bottleneck, but also got a lot of good things. The most important thing is that he needs a safe and quiet environment to retreat and deduce the exercises and pill recipes. However, the sky above Wangsan Mountain ushered in the immortal thunder tribulation that had not appeared for many years. The heavy tribulation clouds spread over dozens of miles, and the terrifying aura made many creatures dare not stay. Li Zhixun, Zhang Fengwu and others were all startled by the sudden thunder tribulation, and they immediately stopped their exercises to see who was going through the tribulation. Is it Asan? They immediately identified the person who was going through the tribulation, and then they couldn't help but feel worried. Because as a ginseng spirit, his body is restrained by the thunder tribulation, which means that the difficulty of Asan's tribulation will increase by 20% to 30%. Unfortunately, now that Asan has begun to cross the tribulation, it is too late for them to do anything. They can only do what they can, such as protecting the law. Boom boom, the first thunder of tribulation struck very suddenly, and the dazzling white light cut through the sky, like a dancing silver snake, which has opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Asan in one bite. But no matter how weak Asan's strength is, he is a real Mahayanic perfection. How could he be defeated by this least powerful thunder? Next, everyone watched Asan use all kinds of means to overcome one thunder after another. Unknowingly, they came to the last thunder of tribulation. But at this time, Asan's condition was not very good. Those thunders of tribulation still caused some damage to him. Seeing this, Zhang Fengwu, Li Zhixun and others were very worried, fearing that he could not withstand the last thunder of tribulation and die from then on. Boom! Crack! A low explosion sounded, accompanied by a crack, and it was the ninth thunderbolt that poked its head out of the thunder cloud. Wow! The crowd watching the Guardians not far away saw the huge size of this thunderbolt and couldn't help but start to discuss. Why is the thunderbolt of Asan Lingzhu so strange? The power of the last thunderbolt is too terrifying. Yes, Lingzhu rarely goes out, and he is not contaminated by any cause and effect or karma, but from the beginning, the power of the thunderbolt seems to be stronger. Alice. I don't know if Lingzhu can survive this calamity. Many clansmen looked at Asan in the center of the thunderbolt with worried expressions, and silently prayed in their hearts, hoping that he could successfully survive this calamity. If the first thunderbolt was just a silver snake, then the last thunderbolt was a giant python that swallowed the sky, and the size alone was unknown. Come on, Asan looked determined, without any fear or retreat. He had no way out, so he could only fight with his back to the wall and go all out. He mobilized all his body, including the power of the cave in his body, and turned it into a yellow dragon formed by countless earthen stones, taking the initiative to face the last thunder. The yellow dragon was completely vulnerable to the thunder. A lot of earthen stones kept falling, but they quickly returned to its body, using this method to consume the power of the thunder. But even so, Akin had no hope of surviving the thunder. As a last resort, he could only use his immature magical power that he had accidentally comprehended. Akin, who was originally full of vitality, suddenly lost all vitality, as if he had turned into a dead tree, which made some tribesmen who were not good at seeing subconsciously exclaim, "Quiet!" Li Zhirui shouted coldly, and the scene instantly became silent. Buzz! A pale spiritual light shot out from Akin, who had lost his vitality, and went straight to the thunder. But this spiritual light seemed to have no effect. As soon as it approached the thunder, it turned into a little spiritual light and dissipated. Cough cough cough, Asan coughed laboriously, looking at the thunder with gleaming eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, "Success." Everyone couldn't hear what he said, but they could find that the thunder, which was originally powerful, was actually on par with the yellow dragon. Chapter 1170 Development. This magical power was comprehended by Akin during a certain advancement of his body, when he went from flourishing to withering and then radiating vigor again. The greatest effect is that it can make the opponent's vitality wither and energy disintegrate. However, Akin is not good at fighting, and he has been concentrating on cultivation in recent years, so he has not been able to further improve it. There is no other way to use it at this time, so he can only take a gamble. Fortunately, he won the gamble. The power of the robbery thunder began to weaken continuously. It was originally able to completely defeat Wang Long, and the two sides became stalemate, but now it is no longer an opponent. Woo! The robbery thunder finally burst out with a humming sound, and was completely destroyed by Wang Long. Then a black light flashed and sank into Akin's body. It was the outer demon responding to the call of the heaven, descending to disturb his mind, trying to devour all his cultivation. The danger in this is no less than the previous robbery thunder, and it is hidden deeper and more concealed. I don't know how long it has been. Under the worried eyes of Zhang Fengwu, Li Zhirui and other clansmen, Akin finally opened his eyes. The dark and thick clouds in the sky also began to turn into pure spiritual energy, pouring into Asan's body to help him break through. For a moment, the situation changed, and he was like an endless black hole, madly devouring the spiritual energy around him. Does it take so much spiritual energy to break through to the level of a scattered immortal? At first, everyone didn't think there was any problem, but after a long time, they couldn't help but worry. What happened to Asan? Asan's body is also being promoted, so it needs such a huge amount of spiritual energy. In the end, it was Daquing who realized the problem. Many people have forgotten that Asan is not an ordinary spirit beast, but a rare demon spirit clan. Their birth is extremely difficult, but compared with other spirit beasts and demon beasts, they have a great advantage. That is, they don't need to worry about the grade of their bloodline. As long as they improve their cultivation, their own grade will also be improved, and naturally, they will need more spiritual energy. Yes. How could we forget Asan's background? Everyone suddenly realized, and the worries on their faces disappeared. Asan's breakthrough lasted for several years, and he became a true scattered immortal demon spirit. After his breakthrough, he immediately went to the clan leader Li Zhirui and said, "I plan to go to Changli Mountains, practice in seclusion, and try some of my own ideas. I will not be able to stay in the family for many years, nor can I work for the family. Please forgive me, clan leader, ancestor Shenling, can't you stay in Wangsan Mountain to practice?" Asan shook his head. He did not explain the reason, because this was just a wish he had been holding in his heart for many years, or a kind of responsibility. Moreover, the method he was going to try, a brand new way of practice, would occupy a large area of land, which was not suitable for being placed in Wangsan Mountain. This, Li Zhirui hesitated and had to say, "You can go to Zuanzu and Zhangliozhu to discuss it. As long as they agree, I have no other opinions." Okay. Asan turned around and found Li Zhirui and Zhang Fengwu, but the latter was practicing in seclusion. So he could only discuss it with the former. As for Li Zhirui, Asan did not hide his plan and told her, "Are you planning to open up a new path of cultivation for the demon spirits?" Li Zhirui was shocked when she heard this, because this matter was too grand. It was not something that a scattered immortal demon spirit could undertake. She couldn't help but persuade him, The demon spirits may not have no heavenly immortals or earthly immortals, but how can you do what they haven't done? There was no contempt in these words, but just a simple statement of facts. If a new path of cultivation was so easy to open up, how could the Yuanling realm only have a few ways of immortals, gods, demons, monsters, and humans? Moreover, the origin of the human way is a mystery. It doesn't seem to be deduced by the creatures of the Yuanling realm, but more like an inheritance from the outside world. As for the demon spirits, although the demon spirits were born with difficulty and their numbers are rare, there are still a certain number of them after so many years, and there are also some powerful ones among them. How can it be the turn of Asan, a demon spirit who has just broken through to the level of a scattered immortal, to take on the important task of revitalization? I don't want to open up a new path of cultivation, but to rely on the immortal way and open up a small path on it, which can be regarded as a branch of the immortal way, Asan explained. He was not an ignorant demon spirit. How could he not know how huge the gap was between opening up a path of cultivation and opening up a new school? As for the demon spirit clan, this is what I have always wanted to do. The purpose is not as lofty as you think. I just want to cultivate a few people of the same clan. Asan said so. What else can Li Zhirui do? He had to agree. After all, there was no superior-subordinate relationship between the two. He just needed to explain the reason to the family and then find her. When Brother 9 comes back, I will tell him about this. Thank you. After saying that, Asan flew to Changli Mountains. With the strength of the demon beasts in the mountains, it is impossible to cause harm to him, so there is no need to worry about Asan's safety. He can experiment with his ideas with peace of mind. First, he chose a mountain with the most abundant spiritual energy and drove away all the demon beasts, leaving only plants all over the mountain, including various spiritual seeds sown by Asan. And he left with scattered fairyland pressure at the foot of the mountain, so that those nearby were afraid to approach. Then Asan began to retreat and deduce the prototypes in his mind. At the beginning, it was naturally not too smooth, but fortunately he had been prepared to fail thousands of times, and he did not feel discouraged, and continued to deduce calmly. After failing countless times, Asan finally succeeded. He connected the small world in his body with a mountain. In simple terms, it was embedded in the Yuanling realm. The advantage of doing this is that Asan can use the Yuanling realm to quickly improve the laws of the world in his body and accelerate the evolution of the world. In this area, his strength will be greatly enhanced, and his opponents will be suppressed by him. But the disadvantages are also very obvious, because the world in his body is connected to the mountain and embedded in the Yuanling realm. From then on, Asan has a very fatal weakness. Because this mountain has become part of his foundation. In addition, there is another point, that is, the difficulty of his wanting to transcend the Yuanling realm in the future will also skyrocket, and it is very likely that there will be no hope. Asan was very clear about these advantages and disadvantages, but he didn't care. There was no need to talk about the advantages, and he had already thought of countermeasures for the disadvantages. He didn't like to move. That is to say, if nothing unexpected happened, he would stay in Canling Mountain all year round, the mountain where he was currently, and the name he took after becoming his foundation. As for transcending the Yuanling realm, it was an unknown how far away it was, and even Asan himself didn't have any expectations. Speaking of which, at this point, Asan's idea was partially realized, and it was a very important part. Next, he had to continue to improve, consolidate, and deduce the method from the beginning. This requires a long time, strong perseverance and willpower. Fortunately, Asan did not lack these excellent qualities. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Li Zhirui, who had been rushing all the way, finally returned to Wangsan Mountain after several months. He didn't intend to alarm too many people when he came back this time. Brother Jiu, you are finally back, what's wrong? Isn't the family still doing well? Li Zhirui looked at Deking with a puzzled look on his face. He told Asan about his movements and said worriedly, if he continues to develop according to his current situation, I am afraid he will be completely tied to the Shenling Mountain. After hearing this, Li Zhirui was very surprised. He didn't expect Asan to have such a big idea. As for the school he wanted to open up, it was a bit like the way of Earth Immortals in the novels of his previous life. Let him go. Since Asan has chosen this path, it should mean that he has made up his mind and is ready to take the risks of possible failure. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect Li Zhirui to let it go completely. I came back this time to deduce the skills in seclusion, so I will not show up for a long time in the future. The various affairs of the family will be handed over to you. Li Zhirui's idea of cheating the Dongying school has not changed. He chose to return to the family for seclusion in order to save the high cost. After all, he didn't know how many years it would take to complete the deduction of the technique. If it took too long, he didn't know how many spirit stones it would cost. In short, Li Zhirui would stay in Wangsun Mountain to deduce the technique, but he would still unpack the human fairyland in other places to avoid irritating the Dongying sect. After hearing this, everyone left one after another. Brother Jiu, since you are back, I can continue to go out for training. The killing sword art that Li Zhixun mastered destined her to be unable to stay in a peaceful area for a long time, because it would not be of any benefit to her practice. She stayed in the family before because she was worried that the family would encounter danger and she would need to come forward, and she was not very anxious because her cultivation had just broken through not long ago, so she stayed for so many years. Go, be careful. Li Zhirui had no intention of stopping him. This was a personal path of practice, and it was best for him, an outsider, not to interfere. After seeing Li Zhixun off, he entered a deep retreat. Deducing the human fairyland technique, Li Zhirui still followed the set that was formulated at the beginning to perfect the laws of the world in his body. Initially, his plan was to only raise the law of purification to the level of human immortals, and then use his own heart to replace the heart of heaven, leading a newly born small world to take a step towards the middle world. But this is only the practice method of scattered immortals, so the practice of human immortals should be to improve the basic laws of the world and lay a solid foundation for the subsequent breakthrough of the earth immortals. In short, it is to improve the law of the 5 elements. In this regard, Li Zhirui also had some ideas. The law of purification he mastered was originally interwoven with the law of wood and the law of water, and naturally had the nature of the 2 laws of water and wood. Then, based on these 2 laws, the means of mutual generation of the 5 elements can be used to promote the remaining 3 laws. In addition, the 5 internal organs and the spirit method he practiced, as well as the collection of various 5-element spirit objects for the inner world to devour, can further speed up this speed. After having a complete idea, Li Zhirui began to split it into small stages to improve it, and finally integrated it, and checked it over and over again to ensure that there were no problems, and then it was considered a success. It sounds very simple, but it is very difficult to do it, and any point is quite difficult. However, the worst thing about doing things is that there is no goal. If there is a clear and visible goal, Li Zhirui only needs to keep completing it. During the time he was in seclusion, the family also made considerable progress. The number of clan members has further expanded, and now it has exceeded 200,000 people. Such a large number, Wangsun Mountain naturally cannot bear it. Therefore, a long time ago, a series of fairy cities were built around the clan land, and many low-level clan members were placed in them. Only after they have cultivated to a certain level can they have a cave in Wangsun Mountain. Among them, there are also a group of new generation clan members with natural spiritual roots, special spiritual roots, and spiritual bodies. If it were in the past, the family would cherish these clan members very much, because their innate excellent qualifications can be directly seen compared to other aspects of mind and Tao heart. But now, although it is still valued, the degree has greatly decreased. After all, over the years, especially after coming to the Yuanling realm, many clan members with excellent qualifications have appeared every year. With more people, they are naturally no longer precious. Therefore, the Li family now pays more attention to qualities such as mind and Tao heart. Clan members who are excellent in this aspect will receive strong support from the family, because it has been proven that these are the fundamentals that support a cultivator to go further. The representative figure is Li Zhixun. From the fact that many clansmen have argued countless times about who is the first in the family, Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun, it is not difficult to see the status of Li Zhixun in the hearts of the clansmen. Of course, if your Tao heart, character, and spiritual roots are excellent in all aspects, it would be even better. After all, most of the scattered immortals in the Li family have good spiritual roots. The clan members have not only increased in number, but also greatly enhanced in strength. There are hundreds of clan members above the level of transformation, and there are at least hundreds of people in the realm of refining emptiness and fusion. The number of Mahayana clan members has exceeded 100 for the first time. It's a pity that no new scattered immortals have appeared so far. It's not that no one has crossed the tribulation, but that they all ended in failure and all became Tao in the Thunder Tribulation. In addition to the improvement in strength, the family has also seen a small outbreak in the cultivation of the 100 arts. It seems that the essence accumulated over the past hundreds of years has exploded at this time. There are rare geniuses in alchemy, refining, making talismans, array formations, etc. Moreover, most of them have good cultivation qualifications, and now they have at least reached the level of divine transformation. This will definitely not be their end point. After all, they have such huge wealth and their families focus training, so how could they stop at divine transformation? Chapter 1171 Harvest. But the world is full of ups and downs. While the Li family was peaceful and developing, a war broke out again in the Yuanling realm. The demonic path and the Dazhang dynasty launched a life and death battle. Ever since the demonic path created the emperor severing method, it has brought all kinds of troubles to the humanistic dynasty. The most obvious one is that because of being caught off guard, the strength of almost all the humanistic forces has been weakened a lot, and even several have been destroyed. But after the humanistic forces reacted, the effect of the secret method was not so good. Especially for the Dazhang dynasty. As a humanistic dynasty based in Zizhou, many people in the country escaped from the cruel rule of the demon cultivators. Even if the Dazhang dynasty has some problems, for them, this is still a paradise where they can live and work in peace and contentment. So from the beginning, the emperor severing method did not achieve much success for the Dazhang dynasty. This result was far beyond the expectations of the demon cultivators, but helped the immortal path regain a lot of lost territory, which made the demon cultivators even more angry. In desperation, the demon cultivators had to lie in wait for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. It was not until decades later that the demon cultivators saw an opportunity. That was when a tyrant appeared in the Taisho dynasty. Not only did he indulge in wine and sex all day long and ignore state affairs, but he also sold official positions and titles wantonly, causing people everywhere to live in misery and rise up everywhere. How could the demons miss such a great opportunity? They immediately summoned a large army and attacked with all their might, trying to destroy it in one fell swoop and recover this large piece of land. But what the demon cultivators did not expect was that even the Taisho dynasty, which was like a sunset in the west, still caused great harm to them, and a large number of demon cultivators died under the border army formation. It's a pity that the people in the country were angry and resentful, and the luck plummeted. The dragon energy plummeted, and the border army was no longer a match for the demon cultivators without a lot of luck support. For a time, countless mortals were killed by the poisonous hands and died in the hands of the demon cultivators. In the end, it was the old prime minister of the dynasty who took action and dragged the demon cultivator army for a month. At the cost of burning his life, he severely injured 3 celestial demons and killed a celestial. As for the demon cultivators under him, countless people were killed and injured. It was during this month that the 6th prince defeated all the competitors in the imperial capital, and controlled his old father to issue an edict of guilt, and then asked to step down from the throne, and ascended the throne to become the emperor. He issued several edicts in one day, and quelled various rebellions in the country at the fastest speed. The new emperor of the Taisho dynasty was indeed very skilled, but unfortunately, he took over a mess and had to cede a lot of benefits to the aristocratic families, some rebellious rebels, etc., and the prestige of the royal family was unprecedentedly low. But fortunately, the Taisho emperor personally went to the battlefield and repelled the army of demons that entered the imperial territory, which gave him a certain prestige. If it were just this, it would not be able to resolve the crisis they are facing now. After all, how could people's hearts be restored in a short time after being scattered? But fortunately, the immortal way took action at this time. The immortals and demons were old enemies. Knowing that the demons were not having a smooth battle with the Dazhang dynasty and suffered heavy losses, the immortals launched an attack decisively. In a short time, they had a large army and pushed the battlefield of the immortals and demons back 200 miles. This impressive achievement forced the demons to withdraw and stop fighting with the Dazhang dynasty. They immediately went east to fight with the immortals and could not let them continue to advance. Damn it! Humanity is our great enemy. You are helping them now. Aren't you worried that you will raise a tiger and cause trouble, and it will backfire on you? A celestial immortal demon said with a gloomy face. Great enemy? You are the biggest enemy of the immortals. The great powers of the immortals knew how much pressure they would face after the humanities became stronger, but compared to the humanities, weakening the demons was more important. A bunch of short-sighted fools, the demon cursed with an ugly face, but since it was useless to say more, let's use strength to determine who is better. If the immortals fight, if they don't restrain themselves, hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers will be broken, countless lives will be affected, and it is unknown how much karma they will bear. If you want to let go, you can only go to the void to fight, so that you won't have so many concerns. But the immortals on both sides of the fight didn't have this idea. There was no need to really fight desperately, so they fought very restrained. If someone with poor eyesight thought that the two were playing a fake match. But in fact, every move they made was a fatal move. You must concentrate on responding, otherwise you are likely to be injured by the other party. The immortals and earthly immortals need to restrain their strength, but the realms below do not have such strict requirements. After all, the battlefield of immortals and demons is a deadly place and a disparate place. As long as you don't break the heaven and earth, you don't need to worry about karma. Various magical powers and spiritual lights flew in the air, some of which offset each other, and some were scattered, causing considerable damage to the other side. Fighting, wailing, roaring, begging for mercy, all kinds of sounds intertwined, extremely noisy. As for the debris and blood everywhere, let alone, there was no telling how many people were buried in the land under their feet. Li Zhirui held the Xuan sword in her hand, and her killing sword made the demon cultivators dare not approach at all, for fear of losing their lives. I don't know what happened. After leaving Wangsun Mountain to train outside, she unexpectedly came to the battlefield of immortals and demons again. With her further strength, she naturally shined on the battlefield. A large number of cultivators and demon cultivators remembered her name, which can be said to be a big hit again. While the demon cultivators were fighting with the cultivators, they ignored the problems in the rear. That was the Dazhang dynasty. This dynasty that was almost destroyed actually took advantage of the battle between immortals and demons to start attacking the outside world. On the one hand, it was trying to regain its lost position, and on the other hand, it was also for revenge. Damn it! Those bastards, who gave them the courage to stab us in the back. After receiving the news, all the high-level demon cultivators were furious and wanted to flatten the Dazhang dynasty immediately, but how could the immortals let it go easily? They kept sending people to entangle, not giving the demon cultivators a chance to retreat on a large scale. The price was to anger several great demon cultivators, who vented their anger completely on the immortals, causing the number of casualties among the immortal cultivators to rise sharply. It was no wonder that the demon cultivators were so anxious. During the period of fighting and killing with the cultivators, the Dazhang dynasty had already recovered a lot of lost territory. If they knew this was the case, then why did they fight to the death and shed blood and sacrifice with the Dazhang dynasty before? Did they directly or indirectly cause a large number of casualties among the disciples? Although the demon cultivators no longer valued their disciples, they still held back their anger when they saw so many disciples die. Many demon cultivators were thinking that after this battle, they must make the Dazhang dynasty pay a painful price and let it know that demon cultivators are not easy to mess with. At the same time, the immortals' actions also made them very angry, and they soon discussed a way to disgust the immortals, which was to spread some specially modified demon cultivation techniques on a large scale in Duangzhou. The characteristic of this kind of practice is that the speed of practice is extremely fast, but the disadvantage is very fatal. It is very easy to go crazy and become a murderous monster. They plan to spread this practice on a large scale among the scattered cultivators of the immortal way. At that time, this group of scattered cultivators will definitely give the immortal way a huge surprise. The war is still going on, and it was not until half a month later that the demons slowly retreated. But in this battle, the demons were defeated. Not only did it cause a large number of disciples to suffer heavy casualties, but also lost hundreds of miles of territory on the front line. There is no need to think about it next. The immortals will definitely move the defense line forward and get closer to Zizhou. Those great demons are naturally very angry, but they still arrange various means of revenge in an orderly manner. Since the immortals will not let them have an easy time, Duangzhou will not think about peace. So, in the next period of time, various practices suddenly circulated on the market in Duangzhou, with different names, but basically the same content. Many scattered cultivators couldn't help but practice, and after tasting the taste, they became more diligent and hard-working, but what they didn't know was that the more they did so, the faster they died. Before long, a group of monsters appeared in Duangzhou. They were extremely bloodthirsty and greedy. They would cruelly kill and eat living creatures when they saw them. In addition, there were various dirty means such as deliberately letting go of evil spirits and corpses. The main purpose was to disrupt Dongzhao and prevent the immortal monks from having an easy life. Even the remote Shanhaizhao was affected. A large number of casual cultivators became monsters because of practicing the magic quick success method. At first, the Li family did not realize the danger. After the first wave of monsters broke out, coupled with various rumors, they began to take strict precautions. But it was too late. Caught off guard, I don't know how many cultivators and mortals died in the calculations of the magic. But what even the magic cultivators may not have thought of was that because of this situation, the major dynasties that had originally suffered from severe population loss became popular. After all, those cultivators may have teachers and fellow disciples who surrendered and rescued them, but they, the mortals, have nothing. When they encounter bloodthirsty strange things, they can only rely on luck and see who is lucky enough to survive. So for the safety of themselves and their families, they chose to join the nearby dynasties and use the power of humanity to protect themselves, which greatly improved the strength of those dynasties. However, from the point of view of causing trouble for the immortals, the magic path is still very successful. Time flies, and it is fleeting. Unknowingly, hundreds of years have passed. This can allow a mortal to reproduce 5 or 6 generations of descendants, but for high-level cultivators, it is a very normal time for retreat. Li Zhirui retreated for more than 100 years this time, and successfully deduced the early stage of the human immortal. Everything is ready, just waiting for him to break through the human immortal. But he did not rush to come out, but continued to comprehend the 5 elements nourishing spirit treasure pill recipe at hand. He wanted to see if he could draw inferences from it and deduce the fairyland pill recipe. After all, Li Zhirui is about to break through the human immortal, and then take the 8th and 9th level treasure pills. Even if they are top-grade treasure pills, the effect will be greatly reduced. So he got a fairyland recipe as soon as possible and refined a fairy-level treasure pill, so that no matter what he did in the future, he would need it. So that's it. No wonder the auctioneer said that he could comprehend the fairy-level recipe from it. Li Zhirui suspected that someone had succeeded in the purple stone auction, and after years of comprehending, he had a clue. He firmly believed that there was no problem with the direction he chose, and the rest was to slowly improve it over time. More than 10 years later, Li Zhirui finally got the first fairy-level recipe, which was called the 5 Elements Dingyun Fairy Pill. The most unique thing about this recipe is that there is no specific, fixed main medicine. As long as 5 pure 5-element spiritual objects are used as the main medicine, various auxiliary medicines and adjuvants are not rare. But this makes it very difficult to refine the pill, and ordinary immortal alchemists may not be able to refine it. And like the 5 elements Yangshan treasure pill, it can be split into 5 elements and 5 pills. If you don't waste time, taking the Dingyun fairy pill directly will be more beneficial, because the fairy pill is more pure, and it is chaotic energy, and the grade is higher. At the same time, for people like Li Zhirui who need to comprehend and perfect the 5 elements, Dingyun pill also has the effect of strengthening the 5 elements. After adjusting his own state, he tried to open the furnace to refine Dingyun pill. But unfortunately, he failed soon. It's really difficult to refine, Li Zhirui couldn't help but said. It seems that I have returned to the time when I first learned to refine pills. He had a faint feeling in his heart that this time the pill would not be too smooth and would definitely fail many times. With his perseverance and consumption of a large number of spiritual objects, he finally succeeded in the 37th refining. If Li Zhirui didn't have the cheating artifact of space, he had already started to cultivate various immortal level spiritual objects a long time ago, and the immortal pill had no requirements for the main medicine. He would never have succeeded so quickly. Although there were only 3 pills and the quality was very poor, Li Zhirui was still very happy, because from then on, he was a veritable immortal level alchemy master. So far, he only had one last thing to do. That is to use the Huanglian Great Awakening Pillow to realize the truth in his dream for hundreds of years, speeding up his progress towards the human immortal realm. Although Li Zhirui has been busy deducing the exercises and pill formulas over the years, he has never neglected his cultivation, so his realm has been constantly improving. In addition, the hundreds of years of enlightenment in his dream this time are enough to make his realm take a big step forward. He calculated that if nothing unexpected happens, he can try to impact the human immortal realm after practicing for more than 100 years. This kind of practice speed is not only not slow, but very fast. You know, It took Li Zhirui only 1 or 200 years to break through the late stage of scattered immortals, plus the time of later practice. It will not exceed 500 years, and most of the true disciples of the top forces are like this. And he, a member of an emerging family, can do this, which is already very remarkable. But if it is strictly required, Li Zhirui is still not as good as them. After all, he has been a lot of tricks. With a decision in mind, he immediately took action, spent a few days calming down, and then slept on the Huanglian pillow at night. A strange energy emanated from it, enveloping Li Zhirui and bringing him into a real dream. He would spend the next 100 years of his dream time here. Chapter 1172 Black Hole. The dream created by Huanglian pillow is very simple, just a quiet room and a square cushion, but it can magically communicate with the avenue and let people comprehend the law. Since Li Zhirui wants to break through the human immortal, he comprehends the purification law that he has practiced for many years. Although the 5 elements law has many benefits for his future practice, there is no need to rush. What's more, compared with other people, he has already occupied many advantages in this regard, such as the 5 internal organs. The purification law is closely related to the water and wood laws, and even the root of practicing Dealing Daolu is a 5-element immortal root. Speaking of which, in the dream, Li Zhirui was immersed in comprehending the purification law, and the purity that dispelled all evil, dirt, and filth filled his heart. At the same time, soft white light emanated from his body, and everything he shone on became clean, and all unclean things could not get close. As time went on, the spiritual light became brighter and brighter, from illuminating the whole body for more than 10 feet, slowly expanding outward, but finally stopped at 3 feet. This means that Li Zhirui has a better grasp of the purification law. Not only that, in the process of his understanding of the law of purification, his body and soul were also cleansed, and wisps of black smoke came out of his body and finally completely eliminated. These black smokes are the impurities and filth accumulated deep in Li Zhirui's body during his practice. Even if he masters the law of purification and cleans himself frequently, it is inevitable. After all, he is just a casual immortal, and his grasp of the law is just a little bit of fur. If one day Li Zhirui completely masters the law of purification, then such a thing will not happen again. One night passed in a flash, but for Li Zhirui, he spent more than 100 years in his dream. When he opened his eyes couldn't help but flash a trance. But fortunately, he has long been accustomed to this kind of practice and soon calmed down. What a pity. Li Zhirui looked at the Huanglian pillow that had completely lost its spiritual light and turned into an ordinary pillow, with a hint of regret in his tone. Because this treasure has been used many times by others, when it comes to his hands, it can only be used for more than 100 years. If it has more years, his realm will definitely be further improved. Speaking of which, Li Zhirui has also used many similar spiritual objects, such as the original Huanglian dream fruit, the Great Illusion dream fruit, and the Enlightenment Starstone, which has different effects but is more precious. Putting aside the Enlightenment Starstone, among the 3 dream spiritual objects, the Huanglian pillow has the best effect. It's a pity that it's hard to find a treasure. If it weren't for the coincidence that he participated in the purple stone auction, and the Huanglian pillow was used many times, but there were many auction conditions, Li Zhirui would not have been able to get it. If he got another similar spiritual object, wouldn't he be able to break through immediately? As soon as this thought came out, Li Zhirui was shocked in his heart, and he didn't hesitate to shatter the idea of taking shortcuts in his heart. The way of cultivation should still be to climb up step by step and down to earth. It's not that shortcuts can't be taken. But you have to be restrained and be vigilant in your heart at all times, otherwise you will accidentally step into the crooked way. Just like those casual cultivators before, wasn't it because they wanted to take shortcuts and were eager for success that they became ugly and neither human nor ghost? After this incident, Li Zhirui also realized that his cultivation had increased greatly in recent years, so that his state of mind was a little unstable. Alice, Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh, with a bitter smile on his face. In the past, his realm and state of mind were ahead, and his cultivation was catching up behind, but now it was the other way around. Of course, he knew that it was the result of being eager for success and wanting to break through the human immortal realm as soon as possible, but he didn't regret it too much. After all, it was his own choice, and the problem of state of mind was not difficult to solve. In the following days, Li Zhirui polished his Tao heart while refining the 5 elements Tingate immortal pill. Combining the two was also a kind of cultivation. Just when he consumed all the mature immortal spiritual objects in the space, refined dozens of bottles of immortal pills, and was ready to go out for training and try to break through the human immortal realm outside, a violent space fluctuation suddenly broke out between heaven and earth. Swish, swish, swish. With such a huge movement, Li Zhirui, Zhang Fengwu and others flew into the air at the first time and looked around to find out what caused it. The violent spatial fluctuations did not stop, but continued to come from the southeast of Wangsan Mountain, who knows how many miles away. Brother Jiu, do you want to send the Fengxi clan to find out the reason? A gust of wind blew, and Zhao Qing's figure emerged from it, followed by several Fengxi clan members. Since turning to the divine way, Zhao Qing's cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds. Now he is already in the middle stage of Sanction, and even not far from the late stage of Sanction. The reason why his cultivation speed is so fast is inseparable from the support of the Li family. You know, Zhao Qing's current power is no longer limited to Shanhai's Hao, but also includes the Wanling Sea and the surrounding seas, and the area has expanded several times. And the fact that he can become the wind god of so many seas is also the condition set by the Li family to send a large number of clansmen to support the invasion of the Sea clan. In addition to Zhao Qing, Xiaokang also gained a lot from it. Although the expansion of power was not so fast, he also took over several sea areas. The Fengxi people following Zhao Qing were his subordinates and subordinates. After all, the territory he controlled was too large, and it was tens of thousands of miles from east to west. Even if he was the god of wind, he would spend a lot of time on the road. At the same time, doing so could further control the Fengxi people. They didn't need to do anything, just to prevent them from betraying or being bribed. Okay, be careful. Li Zhirui did not refuse, just in case he didn't need to run around in person. Several Fengxi people disappeared in an instant, and the speed was so fast that everyone was amazed and envious. It was a pity that this was the racial talent of others, and they couldn't learn it. Brother Jiu, what do you think caused such a violent spatial fluctuation? Could it be that the immortals were fighting? Daking asked curiously. I don't know, but I think it shouldn't be a fight, because so far, only waves of spatial fluctuations have been spreading outward, and no mana has appeared. But what is going on? But after receiving the order, the Fengxi tribe members flew to the destination as soon as possible, and soon arrived at the surrounding area with their speed. In the shocked and surprised eyes of the crowd, a huge black hole came into view. You know, in the world of Yuanlingji, where the space is solid and the laws are powerful, there will be almost no space cracks that exist for a long time, let alone such a large space black hole. Not only them, but all the creatures who saw the scene were shocked. But the next moment, the two monks moved. They rushed directly to the huge black hole, as if they wanted to find out what was inside and whether there were other mysteries. But the two of them couldn't get too close at all, and were blocked by a strong repulsive force, unable to take another half step forward. One of the scattered immortals was very unwilling, and he shouted in a low voice, bursting out with extremely terrifying power, trying to get closer, but still not moving forward at all. What's going on? Seeing this, other creatures came up one after another, and there were also a few monks who didn't give up and wanted to try, but found that their power couldn't go that far. Sneaky. Get out of here. A certain immortal suddenly attacked the sea area, and a thunderbolt forced out dozens of water monsters. HMPH. You are quite capable. After saying that, he led a group of water monsters into the depths of the sea. On the other side, several Fengxi tribesmen discussed and decided to send one person back to report the situation here, and the rest of them stayed to monitor whether there would be any changes in this strange black hole. Buzz! After the water monster left, a dull sound was suddenly heard. The black hole, which was originally pitch black, suddenly changed and became a not very clear mirror. The picture in the mirror could be seen in the haze. White mist lingered, various high-level spiritual creatures grew, and there were magnificent palaces. It looked like a secret realm. But if a secret realm came out, it shouldn't be so noisy. Regardless of what others thought, everyone sent people back to report, hoping that the sect family could send more monks to come. On the other side of the Wangsan Mountain, the Fengxi tribe member who returned first had already sent back the first wave of news. A huge space black hole, and there is no sign of healing after such a long time, Li Zhirui muttered to himself, and he was thinking about going to see it in person. But before he could do anything, The second wave of people who sent the news had already returned. Is there a secret realm behind the space black hole? Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly, and he had a vague answer in his heart. Maybe it is really a secret realm, but it is definitely not like an ordinary secret realm. It is also a secret realm, but more likely, it is a test for the owner of the secret realm to continue the inheritance. In other words, if you enter the secret realm, there are two ways to choose. One is to collect various spiritual objects, and the other is to participate in the competition for inheritance. Of course, you can also choose to do two things at the same time. But such greed generally does not end well. At the same time, Zhang Fengwu and others also thought of this. They know so much, which has a lot to do with the inheritance and classics she has obtained. Do you want to send some tribesmen to participate? Zhang Fengwu spoke slowly. That is a secret realm that is about to be born. There are countless spiritual objects and profound inheritances in it. No matter which one it is worth being excited about. You know, it is not something that ordinary forces can do to arrange a spiritual realm as a place for inheritance trials. At least several immortals and a terrestrial immortal can do it. Of course, this secret realm battle is definitely a grand event of dragons fighting and tigers fighting. Since the family is the first to discover it, how can we miss it? Li Zhirui smiled and said, tell all the scattered immortals about this and let them choose whether to participate or not. Then the mortals are not allowed to go. Li Zhirui asked hurriedly. It's too dangerous. This secret realm is destined to become a place for fighting in the immortal realm. If they are allowed to participate, it may cost their lives, but after thinking about it, Li Zhirui said, tell them the pros and cons carefully and let them choose for themselves. They are already in the fusion and Mahayana realms, and he shouldn't make decisions for them. This secret realm is indeed dangerous, but it also has many opportunities. Those spiritual objects and inheritances may even help them take a step into the fairyland. Yes, Li Zhirui immediately turned around and left, telling everyone the news and pros and cons of the inheritance secret realm that will appear in the East China Sea, and let them choose whether they are willing to take the risk. Practicing is to defy the will of heaven and change fate. If you don't even dare to face this little risk, what kind of fairy is it? Just lie in the house and wait for death, a certain impulsive tribe member said loudly. Li Zhirui frowned slightly and said, that's too much? Everyone has their own way of practicing. How can you impose your own views on others? Apologize to everyone quickly. Yes, tribe leader. The tribe member shrank his neck and said no to everyone in embarrassment. This shows how high the prestige of Li Zhirui, the tribe leader, is in the family. If you want to participate, go to the mountain gate in half an hour. No more waiting after the deadline. After saying that, he turned around and left. How many of them are willing to take the risk? How many of them will be able to come back alive? Whether there will be any of them who will take the step towards the fairyland. Li Zhirui didn't know all of this, but he hoped to stimulate them with this method. Otherwise, so far, the fairyland people born in the family are all the oldest generations of the family, and there are no slightly younger ones. This situation is very dangerous, because it is also a kind of lack of successors. If they have any accidents, the Li family will have no one to support the facade. So Li Zhirui is also anxious to cultivate a new generation of scattered immortals to ensure the orderly inheritance of the family. On the other side, Li Zhirui and others are still discussing the trip to the secret realm. I want to go in and take a look. Zhao King is eager to try. He has always liked excitement. Even if he has become the god of wind, he has not changed at present. Dao King refused without hesitation and said, no, as a god, you can't leave the divine domain for a long time. Otherwise the heaven will punish you. Since the gods have enjoyed many benefits, they naturally have to bear corresponding responsibilities. For example, the sun god and the moon god, they have a high status and are high above, but they must run the sun and the moon according to the rules. Once they make a mistake, it will lead to a series of problems such as the disorder of the time of heaven and earth. And part of the various karmas generated will fall on them. The same is true for the wind god. He needs to adjust the temperature, transport water vapor, etc. His responsibilities are very busy. It is impossible for him to abandon these and participate in a secret realm that takes an unknown amount of time. Li Zhirui also shook his head slightly and rejected Zhao King's request. Not only him, but also Xiao Kang and Li Mingyao, two gods, could not participate. Li Zhixun was training outside, Asan was in seclusion and ignored worldly affairs, looking detached from the world. In this way, the only three scattered immortals in the family who could participate were Li Zhirui, Jiang Fengwu and Daking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1173 Enter. Li Zhirui naturally needs no further explanation. He wants to go there. If for no other reason, the spiritual creatures in the secret realm are enough to attract him. You know, the secret realm was sealed with great magic power many years ago. It has only reappeared in the world today. Many spiritual creatures have been extinct in the outside world. Perhaps this is the only chance to get them. For an alchemist, it is an irresistible temptation. Jiang Fengwu and Zhao Qing did not hesitate for too long and made up their minds to participate in this secret realm. However, their main purpose is not the spiritual creatures or the inheritance, but to take this opportunity to verify their own cultivation. After the three left the family, Wangsun Mountain was handed over to Zhao Qing, Xia Kang and Li Mingyao to guard. Li Zhirui has nothing to worry about. After all, in the next period of time, the attention of all forces will be focused on this inheritance secret realm that suddenly appeared. With the three of them and the three mountain protecting spiritual beasts in the scattered fairyland, this force is enough to protect the family. The reactions of the combined and Mahayana members of the family after learning about the secret realm were different. Some made up their minds quickly, some were hesitant, and some did not plan to participate. Ancestor Xiangxin, do you want to participate in this secret realm? Hearing the question, Li Xiangxin, who was considered by many members of the family to be the next scattered immortal many years ago, but had stagnated in the Mahayana realm for hundreds of years, had a bright light in his eyes. He suddenly felt that if he failed to take the last step on this trip, that would be the place where he would be buried. Naturally, after throwing out two words concisely and powerfully, Li Xiangxin turned back to the cave. He first took out a piece of jade slips from the storage magic weapon and placed them on the stone table in the cave. These were his many years of practice experience and insights, as well as a self-perfected method that could be practiced to the scattered immortal realm. If he unfortunately died, these jade slips would be Li Xiangxin's reward for the family's years of cultivation, and he wanted to find a suitable successor for his painstakingly perfected method. After doing all this, Li Xiangxin went to the miscellaneous affairs hall and exchanged various precious pills and spiritual objects with the contribution points accumulated over the years. Since he decided to fight to the death, there was no point in keeping these things, so he might as well take them and improve his ability to save his life. Not only Li Xiangxin, but also some clansmen who planned to go to the secret realm also exchanged a large number of spiritual objects, but they did not have the determination to burn their boats like him. Everyone prepared themselves, and it didn't take long before they arrived at the mountain gate. Led by Li Zhirui, Jiang Fengwu and Daking, they flew to the sea where the secret realm was located. Originally, it was thought that the Li family came relatively early, but when they arrived at the destination, they found that the surrounding area was already crowded with all kinds of creatures. In addition to the cultivators, there were also a large number of water monsters, and even the figures of human cultivators, gods and demons could be seen. These gods are different from Zhao Qing, Xia King and others. They are appointed by the heavenly Dao. Although they are managed by the heavenly court, they have a lot of freedom, and they also have subordinate gods who can help them run their duties. Now it is only a few hours away from the secret realm appearing in the world. When it is truly born, I wonder how many more creatures will come here. It can be seen how great the impact of this inheritance secret realm is. After all, everyone knows very well that the power that can seal the secret realm and leave a legacy is at least the existence of earthly immortals. And the inheritance of an earthly immortal power is of great value even to the heavenly immortal forces such as Daingyan sect and human He family. Moreover, this inheritance secret realm is unknown how many years ago. Although the ancient method is not necessarily better than the current method, after all, the method of cultivation is constantly changing with the changes of heaven and earth, but in any case, those ancient methods are the foundation. If used for reflection, they are helpful to each family's method. Things are really as Li Zhirui expected. In the next few days, more and more cultivators, demon cultivators, water monsters, human cultivators, demons, and gods arrived. A rough glance shows that the number is probably no less than 20,000 or 30,000. Brother Jiu, too many creatures have gathered here. I'm afraid that before the gate is opened, Conflicts will break out and they will fight each other. Dockwing suddenly transmitted his voice, and it was not difficult to hear the deep worry in his words. It can be said that all the creatures from various camps in the Yuanling realm are present, and almost all of them have a conflicts. I'm afraid that only a small fuse will instantly ignite the whole scene. Not to mention whether there will be life-threatening safety. If you get injured, the next trip to the secret realm will add a bit of difficulty. Li Zhirui looked around, his eyes slightly lowered, and after a moment, he said, "You are right. Now that the family is not strong enough, it is better to retreat temporarily and stay away from the center of the storm." Before he finished speaking, he controlled the spirit ship to fly away. The actions of the Li family naturally attracted the attention of many forces. Without thinking too much, you know what they are planning. Some forces are self-confident about their strength, and they can't help but smile contemptuously when they see this. Some are more cautious and have also made some preparations for escape in secret. But even Li Zhirui didn't expect that their movement would make the atmosphere even more solemn, as if a fierce battle would break out in the next moment. As a result, the Li family's spiritual ship, which was originally close to the secret realm, is now almost at the edge of the area, and there are few cultivators nearby. If a war really breaks out, it will not affect the family members, Li Zhirui said to himself. Even if they will be affected, it will not be dangerous for them. Time moved slowly, and only a few days have passed, but the sea where the secret realm is located has more and more creatures, and the atmosphere is so solemn that it seems to be solidified, making it difficult to breathe. "Don't you have eyes? You can actually hit me," a burly man shouted in a rough voice, and the sound was like rolling thunder, and even Li Zhirui and others on the periphery could hear it clearly. Clang. But the first one to take action was not this burly man, but an ordinary-looking demon cultivator, who intended to take someone's life as soon as he made a move. After the demon cultivators made their move, the scene instantly became extremely chaotic, with all kinds of magical powers flying, and countless creatures with weak strength died in this melee. For a moment, the sea below was dyed bright red. Some broken bodies and skeletons floated on the sea, looking like hell on earth. But even now, the battle has not stopped, but has become more and more intense. And a large number of creatures have fallen in just a few days since the start of the war, which shows how dangerous this place is. However, these things have nothing to do with the Li family members waiting at the outermost edge. Although there are also a few creatures who come to trouble them, they are also easily solved. "I don't know how long they will fight," Li Zhirui said softly, "until the door to the secret realm is wide open." When he spoke, his eyes never left the battlefield. He was observing the strength of everyone. After all, after entering the secret realm, except for his own family members, everyone else will become an enemy. Now that he can understand something, maybe it will be useful at some point. Especially for Li Zhangxin and other mortals, their cultivation was not strong enough. If they knew nothing about the methods of the immortals, they would have no chance of survival. The battle continued, but more and more creatures began to flee to the periphery, not daring to stay in the center, because some of them were already injured, and if they continued to fight, they would probably die on the spot. They didn't even enter the secret realm, and a cultivator from the immortal realm fell. This huge loss was a huge loss for many forces. But their situation did not become safe. Because of their weakness, they were targeted by some forces outside. There was no quiet place in the vast sea. The Li family did not participate. They just wanted to stay in good condition and take action after entering the secret realm. And with Li Zhirui, a late-stage scattered immortal, other forces would naturally not take the initiative to trouble the Li family. Buzz, after a few days, the secret realm finally moved. Accompanied by a low humming sound, the secret realm's spiritual light shone brightly, and then a portal slowly took shape. At this moment, the creatures that were still confronting each other stopped fighting, and the nearby creatures immediately flew towards the portal at the fastest speed. After nearly half a month of fighting, at least tens of thousands of creatures died, but even so, there were still more than 20,000 to 30,000 living creatures. "Let's go," Li Zhirui glanced around. Because he did not fight, the number of cultivators left in the outside world was relatively small, so they entered the secret realm unimpeded. When the whole body was engulfed by the spiritual light of the portal, the space transmission was activated. For a while, the power of space wrapped Li Zhirui's whole body. After the world turned around, he opened his eyes again and came to the secret realm. The rich spiritual energy and the charming medicinal fragrance between heaven and earth, especially the latter, made him excited. This kind of situation, Li Zhirui had only seen in space, that is, it requires a large number of spiritual species in one place to appear. This shows that there are very rich spiritual objects in the secret realm, and there must be no shortage of rare spiritual objects, or even spiritual objects that have been extinct in the outside world. But now, the top priority is to find the whereabouts of Zhang Fengwu and other clansmen as soon as possible. At the same time, after Li Zhangxin got over the initial dizziness, he quickly figured out where he was, in a dense forest full of vitality. I don't know where Ruzu and the others are, Li Zhangxin whispered to himself, and said, while looking for opportunities to break through, I will meet up with Ruzu and the others. This is his choice. He doesn't want to follow the main force all the time, because it won't help Li Zhangxin's breakthrough much, but he can't completely abandon the family, because there are many creatures in the secret realm that are stronger than him. What if he finally breaks through the bottleneck and is ready to break through after leaving the secret realm, but encounters a group of invincible creatures? The degree of this must be grasped well. The best thing is that he has successfully broken through before gathering with a clansman. If not, he can only continue to go out alone to experience. As for Daking, Zhang Fengwu and other tribesmen, they appeared in various corners of the secret realm. Those who were close to each other quickly gathered together, while those who were far away could only face it alone first, and then find other ways. Li Zhangxin walked in the secret realm, and the faint atmosphere around him could bring him a lot of information, allowing him to avoid some dangers in advance. After all, he was trying to break through the realm, not to die, so there was no need to provoke those powerful or too many creatures. There seems to be no monsters in this secret realm. Many creatures noticed this when the secret realm was projected at the beginning. However, it is precisely because of this that such a rich spiritual object is created, and the inheritance is not disturbed. On this day, Li Zhangxin found an 8th-level spiritual object that he had no impression of at all. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes, but before he could pick it, he was stared at by an 8th-level monster. Boom! A dark fireball suddenly hit Li Zhangxin, and he was narrowly avoided. But the place where the fireball landed was smashed into a big pit. If it hit him, the consequences would be disastrous. Looking for death, Li Zhangxin shouted angrily, and the wind around him suddenly became extremely sharp, and the continuous attack attacked the monster. Fancy, the monster snorted coldly and used his defensive magic to protect himself. But when an attack fell on it, his face changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Puff! The monster suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that the wind entered its body and exploded instantly, but it also completely angered it. With an angry roar, it turned into a black giant python over 100 feet long. Its huge body was extremely agile, so fast that Li Zhangxin didn't even react. With a bang, he was knocked out. Fortunately, Li Zhangxin was often surrounded by wind, which helped him offset a lot of power, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to survive so easily. But before he could react, the giant python appeared in front of him, and its huge body wrapped around Li Zhangxin, constantly shrinking its body, trying to use this extremely painful way to slowly torture him to death. Li Zhangxin's body had not been specially trained. How could it withstand such a huge force? A shrill and painful scream roared from his mouth. The giant python looked at Li Zhangxin, who was struggling and insisting, with sarcasm, and deliberately tortured him. Then he gave up a little strength and grinned. It's better to surrender early, so as not to continue to suffer such pain. Even if I die, I will not bow to a beast. Okay, the giant python said in a cold tone. In this case, then you go to hell. The word beast completely angered it, and it immediately gave up the idea of continuing to torture Li Zhangxin. It opened its bloody mouth and planned to swallow it into its stomach. Boom! But it was the slight force that the giant python released that gave Li Zhangxin the opportunity to break free. A huge amount of magic power burst out from his body, and endless strong winds roared. One strong wind may not be able to break the giant python's defense, but what about 100, or even thousands? No matter how strong the giant python's defense is, it is impossible to withstand Li Zhangxin's killing move. Especially when it is almost close to the body. Puff! The sound of wind blades piercing into flesh and blood was heard. The giant python's body stiffened and it quickly threw him out. Chapter 1174 Surprise. Roar. I want you dead. The giant python roared in pain, ignoring its bloody body, and rushed towards Li Zhangxin with red eyes. It spit out a foul-smelling black-green poisonous mist from its big mouth. Zzz. The strong corrosiveness burned the defense that Li Zhangxin had put in front of him. In just a few breaths, a big hole was pierced through the wind wall. Fortunately, he dodged in advance, otherwise the poisonous mist would make his injuries more serious, and he would even lose the power to resist completely. Before Li Zhirui could catch his breath, he saw a black shadow smashing down. With a bang, he was smashed and flew out. The giant python used the same trick again, trying to strangle him to death. No, when the giant python touched Li Zhirui's body, it found that his body had no heat at all. It thought to itself that it was not good and wanted to throw it out. But it was still a step slower. Boom! The body that was exactly the same as Li Zhirui exploded instantly, and the countless strong winds that were compressed together set off a terrifying storm, and the giant python was at the center of the storm. Li Zhirui stared at it seriously, his mana running fast, waiting for the giant python to show up, and then he would attack again. He knew very well that such an attack would not be able to solve it. A moment later, a large number of scales were broken, and the giant python covered with blood rushed out of the storm. But its breath was much stronger than Li Zhirui expected, as if his killing move did not cause much damage to the giant python. How is this possible? Li Zhirui exclaimed, but his hand did not slow down at all. A burst of wind containing explosions and ruins hit the giant python that had just rushed out. This was his last resort. If this could not solve the giant python, then he could only choose to retreat. Accompanied by an indescribable scream, the giant python's huge body fell with a bang, hitting the ground and stirring up countless smoke and dust. Is it dead? Li Zhirui murmured, but he did not intend to go forward to check, but chose to hide aside and recover the little mana left. Damn it! The giant python pretending to be dead saw that he didn't collect the spoils, so it raised its head and cursed, and then turned into a black light and fled into the distance. Fortunately, I was careful enough. Li Zhirui was relieved when he saw the giant python fall down. He felt strange in his heart. The aura was quite strong the moment before, but it was killed the next moment. This was obviously a problem. Because he had a very clear understanding of his own strength, he knew that his combat power was not strong, and it was impossible to solve an 8th level monster that was not seriously injured and cultivated in the flesh with one blow. In fact, a long time ago, Li Zhirui's strength was very strong, but later in order to improve his skills, he rarely went out to practice. As the saying goes, one day without practice is 10 days of emptiness, not to mention that he didn't do it for hundreds of years, and his strength had dropped a lot. Ahem, Li Zhirui coughed hard twice, turned into a wisp of breeze and disappeared. He had to hurry up to heal his injuries, otherwise he would not be able to participate in the next trip to the secret realm. However, this battle that almost cost him his life was not without benefits. At least he could feel that the bottleneck that was originally as solid as a rock had loosened a little. If he had a few more such experiences, Li Zhirui believed that he would have a chance to break the bottleneck and impact the fairyland. Are you okay? When Li Zhirui arrived with a positioning magic weapon, he happened to see Li Yunrun, a member of the Mahayana clan, fighting with a demon cultivator in the early stage of sanction, and the situation was very dangerous. If he had not arrived in time, he would have died in the hands of the demon cultivator. As soon as he appeared, the demon cultivator fled in panic. Li Zhirui was concerned about Li Yunrun's injuries, so he did not chase him and let him go. Thank you Ruzu for saving my life, Li Yunrun greeted with gratitude, his heart beating wildly, and he was about to die in the hands of the demon cultivator in a moment. It's okay, you should take the time to heal your wounds. This trip to the secret realm is full of crises, and even I dare not guarantee my own safety. Li Zhirui's tone was very solemn. Although he didn't have to worry about losing his life because of the space, he was probably unavoidable to get hurt. Yes, Li Yunrun's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to delay. He quickly took out the treasure pill and swallowed it, and began to practice to heal his wounds. I don't know what the situation of other tribesmen is like. Li Zhirui saw this and set up a band around him, and then hid his body to see if he could use him as bait to catch a few fish. I don't know if it was a matter of luck, or if those creatures were too cautious. When Li Yunrun finished healing, he didn't see any trace of the creatures. Your injuries are currently just suppressed to prevent them from getting worse. If you want to recover, you may have to wait until you leave the secret realm, so you have to pay more attention to the next trip. Li Yunrun was able to hold on for a while in the hands of a scattered fairyland demon cultivator, which was already amazing, but serious injuries could not be healed in a short time. And if nothing unexpected happens, his trip to the secret realm has ended. After all, he can only follow Li Zhirui now, lingering and saving his life? He can't even go all out. How can he train in the secret realm full of dangers? Thank you Ruzu for your advice. Li Yunren was very unwilling. He took such a big risk this time to come in, also to impact the scattered fairyland, but ended up dying before success. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. As for his battle with the demon cultivator, it did not bring any benefits to Li Yunren, because he was suppressed from beginning to end and could only fight hard, and could not gain anything from it. Seeing this, Li Zhirui could only shake his head regretfully. Li Yunren's trip was a waste of time. But being able to save his life is also a good thing. After all, only by being alive can there be a future and a chance to impact a higher realm. Let's go. Li Zhirui took Li Yunren with him and flew towards the north. A newly born secret realm, no one has a map or strategy, can only explore slowly, or follow the spiritual sense, and he is now following the latter. He didn't know whether there was some kind of precious spiritual object in the north, maybe there were tribesmen nearby, or maybe it was a place of inheritance, but it should be a good thing. With Li Zhirui's speed, even if he brought Li Yunren, it would not slow down much. He met many creatures along the way, but they could see a flash of spiritual light, and many of them couldn't even react. But his actions attracted the attention of many creatures, wondering if he knew something, and one by one chose to follow Li Zhirui's figure to the north. However, there were very few creatures who could keep up, and most of them were left far behind by him and could only go on their own. Li Zhirui also discovered this on the way, and couldn't help frowning, thinking about how to get rid of them, and soon he had an idea. He saw him pinching the magic formula, countless vines fell, and giant trees emerged one by one. Countless vines intertwined, blocking the creatures who followed for a moment and blocking their sight. The next moment, he pulled Li Yunren into the nearby grass and trees and flew away quickly. Li Zhirui was reluctant to do this before because it consumed too much energy. In the dangerous secret realm, he had to keep his mana full at all times, but now he didn't care about that much in order to get rid of them. Where is he? Who saw which direction he went? After those creatures broke the obstruction, they found that the two people they followed had disappeared, and they were quite annoyed. Although they knew that the other party must continue to go north, the north was vast and boundless, and not knowing his specific location was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, many creatures chose to give up following. The secret realm was so large and spiritual objects were relatively common. Why waste precious time on this? On the other side, finally got rid of it, Li Zhirui saw that there was no spiritual light behind him, so he returned to the air. However, the half-hour flight just now had consumed 10% of his mana, and the consumption was very shocking. Most of the reason was because he brought Li Yunren with him. Because he was a heavenly fire spirit root, he had to use a lot of wood spirit energy to wrap him up. You know, he has been flying like this for most of the day, and he has only used this much mana. Ruizu, why are you so persistent in going north? Li Yunren asked in confusion. Spiritual reminder, I don't know what it is exactly. Hearing this answer, Li Yunren was very excited, because generally speaking, as long as it is not a warning, then spiritual reminders will bring benefits. The two flew in silence in the air. In order to avoid being followed by a large number of creatures as before, Li Zhirui had to use more mana to cover up the noise they made. After several hours, Li Zhirui finally stopped. In front of them was a calm and clear lake with lush vegetation nearby. Just standing here, you can feel the vitality. Is it nearby? Li Yunren looked around and did not find anything unusual nearby. If you have to say there is something special, it is that big lake. Even if there is wind blowing, it can't stir up a wave. Go into the water and take a look. Li Zhirui naturally discovered this and immediately took Li Yunren into the water. From the outside, the lake water was clear and transparent, but after entering the water, it was completely different, and it became pitch dark. Interesting, I wonder what kind of spiritual object it is that has such a strange effect. As he spoke, Li Zhirui released all his spiritual sense to search for the place where the spiritual energy in the lake gathered. Soon, he found a spiritual tree. The spiritual tree was only half a meter tall, but the crown was extremely large, and the tree body was half black and half white, with a clear distinction, and the black light and white light transformed into each other. Ruizu, do you know what kind of spiritual tree this is? Li Yunren's eyes were full of surprise. He had never seen such a strange spiritual tree. Li Zhirui did not answer, but lowered his head and thought. Since he had such a significant feature in his mind, he must have seen it in some classics. After searching through his vast memory for a while, he finally relaxed his frown and murmured, "I didn't expect to see a Lian Yuwei spiritual root in this place." The reason why he thought about it for so long was because this was a spiritual root that had long been extinct in the outside world, and he also saw a little incomplete record in an ancient book. Lian Yuwei spiritual root? What is its effect? Li Zhirui said with a smile. It can determine the yin and yang of Lian Yi, establish light and darkness, and is a good spiritual root for suppressing luck. However, for us, the most important thing is that it can help the small world in the body to improve the laws of Lian Yi, yin and yang, sun, moon, sky and light faster. The appearance of this spiritual root made him very happy. Apart from anything else, even if he got nothing next, this spiritual root alone would make him feel that he had gained a lot. You know, yin and yang and the 5 elements are the foundation of a world, but because the 5 elements are easier to comprehend, not as obscure as yin and yang, Li Zhirui chose to start with the 5 elements. But this does not mean that yin and yang are not important. This is just a trade-off. After all, even if one is gifted, his ability is limited. He cannot be distracted to comprehend the fundamental avenues of the 2 worlds. That would only lead to nothing. Congratulations to the ancestor for obtaining this treasure. Li Yunren immediately congratulated him, and at the same time hinted that he had no intention of competing for this treasure. Li Zhirui smiled and said, "This treasure will be of great benefit to the family. I will not possess it alone, of course. In terms of ownership, this Liangai Hu spiritual root is still his property, and it is usually planted in his small world, and those spiritual fruits can be distributed to the clan members. Moreover, after they refine the spiritual fruit, they can also plant the spiritual seeds. Although they may not grow, and there is a high probability that the grade will fall, if they take root and sprout and grow into a spiritual tree, it will be good for their respective caves and inner worlds. On behalf of the clan members, I thank Ruzu for his selflessness." Li Yunren was very excited, because he was also practicing Dealing Daolu, which means that he can get the spiritual fruit, and he will be the first to get it. After all, he also discovered Hu's spiritual root with Li Zhirui. "Follow me to dig out the spiritual root first." After that, Li Zhirui stepped forward and carefully dug the nearby roots to avoid damaging the root system. Although there is a mysterious space, as long as the spiritual root is still alive, there is no need to worry about it withering, but he still doesn't want the spiritual root to be damaged at all. With the concerted efforts of the two, it took an hour or 2 to dig out the spiritual root completely and intact. The next moment, it was sent into the small world by Li Zhirui. Buzz! The moment the spiritual root was planted in the earth, various strange phenomena appeared in the small world. A beam of 2-element spiritual light soared into the sky, turned into yin and yang fish swimming around the world, and finally merged into the world. The day and night were not very clear originally, but from now on it will be clearer. Moreover, Li Zhirui can clearly perceive that with the planting of this spiritual root, the various laws of the small world have been slightly improved. Although it is very subtle, as the master of the world, how could he not find it? I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Li Zhirui was very happy, because the small 1,000 worlds was the result of his cultivation. Now that his Dao fruit had improved, his cultivation and realm would also improve. Although the improvement was not great, as an unexpected surprise, what was there to dislike? After a while, he withdrew his consciousness from the small 1,000 worlds and took Li Yunren away from the bottom of the lake. Chapter 1175, Gathering. Even though he had left the lake for a long time, the smile on Li Zhirui's face did not fade away. You know, that one Liangai Hu spiritual root is enough to save him from decades of hard work, and as time goes by, the spiritual root will grow, and the yin-yang law of the small world can be further improved. In other words, he got that spiritual root, not a one-time deal, but a long-term thing. Li Yunren was very envious, but he had bad luck. He was seriously injured as soon as he entered the secret realm, and he had almost no chance to experience. He could only follow the family. Although it was safe, he couldn't get anything good. Thinking of this, the original happiness instantly disappeared and turned into depression. Li Zhirui saw the changes in his expression, but did not speak to comfort him. If he couldn't even withstand this little setback and his mentality was so bad, then his path would end here, and there was no need to waste words. Speaking of which, since the family's strength has become stronger, the state of mind and Taoism of the clan members have declined. After all, they can enjoy the good situation created by their ancestors, and they have experienced fewer setbacks and tribulations, so it is inevitable that they are getting worse in these aspects. These problems cannot be solved in a short time. Li Zhirui put them in his heart. After returning to the family, he asked Li Zhirui and others to discuss a practical plan. Let's go. There are many things hidden in this secret realm. We must find other tribesmen as soon as possible. We must hurry up. After that, he took Li Yunren and flew eastward. They did not find the whereabouts of a tribe member on the way north. They could only look around, expand their range of action, and always pay attention to the positioning magic weapon. Although the method is stupid, the effect is quite significant. In the next few days, Li Zhirui met two Mahayana tribesmen, Li Yanzhuang and Li Dahong. Their luck is pretty good. After entering the secret realm, they were not far apart. They found their opponents as soon as possible and have been acting together. They have not encountered the fairyland yet, so they are in good condition and have not been injured. Ruizu. Brother Yunren. Great uncle, the two of them greeted loudly with joy. Although they have not encountered any danger yet, they have been in the outside world for so long that they naturally know how dangerous the secret realm is. Now that they meet Li Zhirui and Li Yunren, they are naturally very excited. It seems that you two have gained a lot. I am lucky. There are no scattered immortals nearby, and Dahong is not far away. I barely got a few spiritual objects, Li Yanzhuang said with a smile on his face. Do you have anything else to do? Li Zhirui asked. If not, then continue to set off. Yes, Li Yanzhuang hurriedly said. Ruizu, 100 miles to the north, there is a 7-color golden stamen flower that is about to mature, but there is a demon cultivator in the tribulation realm nearby. The two of us are no match for him. Please help me, Ruizu. The 7-color golden stamen flower is a 9th-level spiritual object. It is the best mortal spiritual object to nourish and strengthen the soul. And how important the soul is to the cultivator, there is no need to elaborate too much. Just say one thing, a strong soul is conducive to comprehending the law. So when they first found the golden stamen flower, they were so happy, but they didn't expect that there was a demon cultivator guarding nearby. If they hadn't had some means to save their lives, they would have died in the hands of the demon cultivator. Oh? Take me over to have a look. Li Zhirui's eyes lit up immediately. This thing was also good for him. He didn't want to take the golden stamen flower for himself. After all, he had the space in his hand. As long as he had a spiritual object and enough spiritual stones, he could cultivate a new spiritual object in a very short time. Li Yanzhuang showed joy on his face and hurriedly led the way. Not long after, the four of them saw the golden stamen flower emitting 7-color spiritual light swaying slightly under the light. However, in Li Zhirui's eyes, he also saw the demon cultivator hiding nearby. Damn it! How could those two bastard elders come so quickly? The demon cultivator was angry and resentful. If he had known that he would have killed them, even if he had to pay a little price a few days ago. He was worried that his strength would be damaged. If other beings in the tribulation realm or the fairy realm passed by, they would not be able to protect this precious golden stamen flower, so he chose to give up. Now looking back, he naturally felt extremely regretful. Since I can't get it, then none of you can get it. The demon cultivator was full of hatred and attacked without hesitation to destroy the golden stamen flower. You're looking for death? Li Zhirui, who had been planning to take action for a long time, immediately realized his purpose. He snorted coldly, and a stream of water light appeared instantly, easily blocking the demon cultivator's attack. Tribulation realm and sanction realm? It seems that there is only a small realm difference, but in fact it is the watershed between the mortal realm and the fairy realm, and the gap is like heaven and earth. However, although the demon cultivator was angry, he was not overwhelmed. After launching the attack, regardless of whether it succeeded or not, he fled to a distance at the first time. He also thought that Li Zhirui would definitely choose to protect the golden stamen flower at the first time, and would not notice his thoughts. It's a pity that he still underestimated Li Zhirui's strength. Before the demon cultivator flew far, he was hit hard by a huge tree that fell from the sky and embedded directly into the ground. This single blow took half of his life. He was not given any chance to breathe, and his heart and soul were shattered cleanly and neatly. Li Yunren and the other two who were watching the battle on the side had very calm expressions. They had long been accustomed to the powerful strength of their ancestor. Not to mention a demon cultivator who had crossed the tribulation. Even a demon cultivator in the scattered fairyland was no match for the ancestor. After cleaning up the battlefield a little, the group quietly waited for the 7-color golden stamen flower to mature. This wait lasted for more than half a month. One night, the golden stamen flower suddenly exuded a refreshing fragrance. Just smelling it made me feel relaxed and happy, and the whole person felt a lot more relaxed. It's finally mature. Li Zhirui quickly picked a blooming golden stamen flower, sealed it in a jade box, and then carefully dug out the seed buds underground, which contain several spiritual seeds. It is unlikely for ordinary people to cultivate them all. But Li Zhirui, who has the space in hand, does not have to worry about this problem. So the moment he got the spirit seeds, he planted them all in the space. This golden stamen flower was discovered by you. According to the clan rules, I will give you some compensation. This rule is most suitable for similar situations. One is to hope that the clan members can help each other, and the other is to reward the discoverer and resolve their resentment. As he said, Li Zhirui took out several bottles of 9th-level top-grade treasure pills and gave them to the two people equally. As a junior who is quite valued, he naturally would not be stingy and deliberately gave more compensation. Thank you, Ruzu. The two were very happy. Li Yunren on the side was envious, but there was nothing he could do. Who told him that he was unlucky? At the same time, somewhere in the southwest of the secret realm, Daking was fighting with a certain scattered fairyland monster. Judging from the situation, it is now quite unfavorable for him. The tiger demon was extremely powerful, and there were a large number of ghosts to help him, so Daking was very flustered to deal with it, but fortunately, his solid defense was not easily broken. I didn't expect you to be a coward, no wonder your defense is so strong, but that's all. The tiger demon was getting impatient and didn't want to waste time anymore. He roared and sucked all the ghosts into his stomach. His huge body, which was already like a small mountain, suddenly expanded a lot. Die, like a huge mountain pressing down on his head, the giant palm slapped Daking fiercely. Crack, the defensive aura protecting Daking dimmed a lot in an instant, and a cracking sound could be heard. There were a few tribesmen not far away. They wanted to help, but they were afraid that if they suddenly intervened, they would disturb Daking, so they could only worry secretly. Especially in such a critical situation, they didn't even dare to breathe, and kept praying in their hearts, hoping that they could survive this disaster. Because they knew in their hearts that if it wasn't for protecting them, Daking could leave alone. Duckwing gritted his teeth and persisted, frantically mobilizing the magic power in his body and the small world, but he could only barely hold on. But if this continued, he would definitely not be able to hold on. Just when the tiger demon was about to defeat Duckwing in one go, a sword light suddenly shot out from the side with great momentum, forcing it to give up its previous idea and dodge. Which rat is hiding his head and showing his tail? Why don't you show up? The tiger demon roared with a cold look. It could feel the power of the sword energy just now. If it didn't dodge, it would probably have a blood hole as big as a bowl in its body. Since you want to see me, then I will let you see it. As he spoke, a swordsman in green appeared, and at the same time, a sword energy slashed at the tiger demon again. Come on, the tiger demon shouted, and a yellow and black spiritual light emanated from his body, turning into a huge machete and colliding with the sword energy. Clang. There was a crisp metal collision sound, but the next moment, the machete was split into two halves, turning into spiritual light and dissipating. This is impossible. The tiger demon's face changed drastically. The move just now contained the power of the ghost and the energy of Zhengjin, which was one of its killer moves. How could it be defeated so easily? HMPH. How can a beast like you compare to the sword of Maiziao sword sect? The blue-clothed sword cultivator said with disdain, without stopping his movements, and slashed with another sharp sword, forcing the tiger demon, who was originally aggressive, to hide and hide. After a fight, the tiger demon had several wounds on his body, one of which almost cut its belly. We will meet again. When we meet again next time, I will make you my ghost. The tiger demon left a cruel word and turned into golden light and fled quickly. The blue-clothed sword cultivator didn't even look at him, nor did he chase him, but just stared at Daking. Thank you for saving my life, senior. May I know your name? Li Zhang took a step forward, bowed, and said, Kingsun Lingzu is the contracted spirit beast of my Li family's ancestor, and is here to protect us. Yes, the sword cultivator responded indifferently, and then turned away indifferently without looking at them again, not taking the life-saving grace to heart at all. However, Daking still remembered his appearance, and would find a chance to repay him after leaving the secret realm. Leave here first, Find a safe place to heal your wounds, and there will be a long time to train in the secret realm. You must ensure your own strength, Taking reminded everyone. Yes, soon, the group found an empty cave, set up a defensive formation, and began to absorb spiritual energy. Zhang Fengwu, the last scattered immortal of the Li family to enter the secret realm, was guarding an 8th-level spiritual medicine that was about to mature. It was not that there were no other people to interfere during this period, but since she was well prepared, those creatures were no match at all, and they had to leave. Not long after, the spiritual medicine that Zhang Fengwu had been guarding for several days finally matured, and she carefully put it into the jade box. Buzz buzz buzz, the long silent positioning magic weapon suddenly began to vibrate wildly. When he took it out and looked at it, he suddenly found that there were several spiritual lights at the farthest border. Have so many tribesmen gathered together, the next moment, Zhang Fengwu flew in this direction. Li Zhirui and others on the other side also discovered this spiritual light at the first time. And behind him, there were several more tribesmen, including Li Zhirui. Both sides were flying towards the middle, but they met in just half an hour. Now, more than half of the dozen tribesmen who entered the secret realm have gathered around Li Zhirui and Zhang Fengwu, which can be called a powerful force. Li Zhirui looked at Li Yanren and others who followed behind him, thought for a moment, and said, with so many Mahayana cultivators gathered together, as long as you don't encounter many scattered immortals, you also have a certain degree of self-protection, so I think it's better for you to act separately from me. Of course, for the sake of safety, you should not be too far away from us, so that even if you encounter danger, Fengwu and I can arrive in time. The reason why he proposed this idea was not because he disliked them as a burden, but because if he followed them, this trip to the secret realm would lose its original meaning. It would not be an experience, but a trip and a trip. Li Yanzhuang, Li Daoheng and others all thought it made sense, but Li Zhirui and Li Yanren were a little hesitant. Because their injuries had not healed yet, and they could not exert their own strength. They were real burdens and encumbrances. Zhirui and Yanren are still injured, so stay with me. Not only are they leaving, he and Zhang Fengwu will also act separately. Li Zhirui noticed their thoughts, and after thinking for a while, he suggested, Zhirui, after leaving the secret realm, you can go find King Peng and temporarily become a wind god under him. Maybe it will help you break through the realm of scattered immortals. Compared with the immortal way, the divine way is more in line with the law. His method of using the divine way to comprehend the law and improve the realm of the immortal way is not a bad idea. Thank you Ruzu for your guidance. Li Zhirui was delighted when he heard it. He was a smart man and naturally understood the meaning of this. If he thought about it carefully, it might really be possible to succeed. No one had connected the two before, but it would not be a big deal if they just needed a little guidance. As for Yunrun, you can go to Cheng Sheng's Sun Star to comprehend the law of fire, which should also help you. Although they could not continue to practice, the two of them could be regarded as a blessing in disguise. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.